We're live! Painkiller Already, episode 261 with our guest, Joe Lauzon.
Painkiller Already this week is being sponsored by Sherry's Berries. Share some delicious treats with friends and family during the holiday season with Sherry's Berries. There's a link in the description. Check them out. And we also want to talk about our second sponsor, Credit Karma. We want everybody to know that they are helping bring the show to you tonight. Credit Karma for all your credit needs. Down in the description as well. 2 links down there. We'll talk more about both of those guys later. But yeah, got Joe Lauzon with us tonight. What's going on, Joe?
Not much. How's it going?
I just woke up. I'm fully rested. I feel like one of the, when you get your cell phone out and it's like 100%, but it's been 100% for like 3 hours, so it's like 101%. I feel like that. Just woke up supercharged.
Get the
Nice.
power nap.
Yeah.
Really? I thought you were going to come in with a nap hangover.
Yeah, kind of a nap hangover. No, I'm ready to go. I do need my coffee though, but we'll work that out soon enough.
Yeah, Kitty can bring you coffee.
Someone can.
So, Joe, the hand.
It's a little banged up.
Yeah. What's the scoop on that? I didn't know that you heard it.
So it was a little sore during training camp last couple weeks, and I couldn't do a whole lot training wise. But I was still doing a little bit of training though. We got a.
You
I had, like, more
lied
of a-
to me. You told me everything was great.
That was like that was no, up until then it was okay. That was like 2 weeks out, I think.
It was a premature
Okay.
trip.
Yeah, 2-3 weeks out. So, but I banged up my arm, my hand, boxing, good boxing gloves, hand wraps, headgear, the whole deal. Still got hurt. Wasn't from being irresponsible. And then I couldn't do a whole lot with it. I went and saw a hand specialist. Thought I was gonna have to pull out of the fight, but he told me that I could fight with it. So we fought. Wasn't a very good showing, but once I got back, he wanted to cast it right away, just because it's the only way I'm gonna let it actually heal and rest. And so yeah, that's that.
Even before I knew about your hand, I was going to talk about, like, MMA culture has this weird thing about making excuses that I personally don't line up with. Like, I saw, so Rhonda said that early in her fight, Holly Holm hit her, and then after that, like, she's like, it just wasn't me in there anymore. I was unintelligent. I'm paraphrasing here, but she said she was just sort of walking forward into punches, and that she's better than that. She just wasn't the best version of herself because she got hit. I heard that and thought, oh, that makes perfect sense. I think maybe even something similar happened to you in the Michael Johnson fight.
Yep.
where he got you with a good one early, and then you just weren't the best version of you anymore. But everyone was hazing her. It was you in there. What do you mean it wasn't you? You're making excuses. It's like, no, just laying out how it happened. It's like, unless they do what you did in your fight, no excuses, great fight, in that tweet. The MMA fans are just harsh.
I mean, stuff's gonna happen. You know what I mean? Like, so my hand was a little bit sore, right? But that's not an excuse. My hand was a little sore. I'm sure Evan Dunham had other injuries that he was dealing with too. So it's kind of all a wash. I've had some of like my best fights, my best performances off of like really like what you consider terrible bad training camps with injuries and everything else. But doesn't matter. I show up to fight. I fought. If I want to use it as an excuse, I should have pulled out of the fight. But I didn't. I thought I could get it done. I didn't. That's it. Evan Dunham beat me up.
What an awful... Every time we have you on, I just try and put myself in your shoes for what your job is. And, like, if I had a bad day at work at something, like, I wouldn't come home with, like bloodied, bruised. Everybody's like, it was that bad. Like, I could kind of play it off. Like, when you get shit rocked, it's there for a while, and you just have to live with it. It sounds horrible.
I definitely got beat up a little bit, but I didn't feel like it was any worse than like a hard sparring session. I mean, we wear headgear, we wear boxing gloves, so bigger gloves. But other than that, I mean, it's pretty much a typical sparring session. I had a lot of bruising on my face just because of the smaller gloves, but I didn't think it was that bad. Like, I was sore after, but it wasn't any worse than like a normal sparring session. It's just that when my days are bad, they're really fucking bad.
Yeah.
No, you had like a makeup specialist fix you up the
Yeah.
next day. Was that for the flight home, or were you just going out on the town?
No. So I fought Friday night, and then UFC 194, which is the Conor McGregor Jose Aldo fight, was the next night. So I was supposed to corner for Joe Proctor, which we decided that I was not the best option because I couldn't work out with him in the back room. I couldn't get him warmed up. I was super sore. Didn't think it was good just for, I'm going to tell him, oh, I'll go out there and kick ass as I look like a raccoon with 2 black eyes, swollen face.
So you're just all swelled up.
So I still went to the show, though. and there's a woman, Susie, who does like she does all the makeups before all the makeup stuff before the any kind of photo shoots or video stuff we do or whatever. So we texted her like, hey, you want to fix my face, this general area? So she, and the big thing was that I just didn't want to. I didn't want to be bumping into people nonstop and just people, tons of extra attention because I got two black eyes. I looked, I Instagrammed it. It looked a lot better.
Yeah,
with the makeup on.
I bet I can find it.
So they make upped you.
Airbrushed, yeah.
So you still had all of that swelling on your face. So it was probably more upsetting than seeing someone who was just bruised. It was like, oh, that's Joe. He's got eyelid elephantitis.
Honestly,
Don't mention it.
That's permanent.
It looks so much better.
That's what he looks like now.
It looks so much better. There was like no redness anywhere. Like my eye was a little swollen, but that was it. It was so much better.
They wanted you to be the one hyping him up. You just go out there and you give him hell.
Go there,
Give
kick
him
his
hell.
Kick his ass. Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't be like me. Don't let this happen to you.
Pretty
I
much.
feel like with a culture like MMA, you almost have to make excuses for yourself because it's like a battle of toughness, Like an NHL enforcer couldn't get in a big fight, get beat up, and then suddenly be like, yeah, that guy threw a couple big punches and I'm just not the same. Like, it's like, well, that's your fucking purpose. You have to.
I don't really care about making excuses. I think that I've had fights that went awesome. I've had fights that went really, really poorly. But I think people know that I'm going to show up and I'm going to fight, and sometimes I'm going to win, sometimes I'm going to lose. But I don't need to make excuses because if I'm sure I'm banged up, but I'm sure everyone else I'm fighting is banged up too. So it's kind of pointless.
When you said so I tweeted you that night, and you said the pattern didn't hold true. What pattern were you talking about? I was like, is he talking about the pattern where if I go to the fight, he loses, and if I stay home, he wins? That's not the pattern he's talking about, is it?
I don't know. Let me go look at what was your exact tweet? Do you remember?
Something close to, I have the score 30-24. We'll see what the judges say.
I thought it was something else. Hold on. Oh, no, the pattern about having it. So the pattern used to be that whenever I have a bad training camp, I always have a great fight. This time I had a bad training camp, but I had a really bad fight.
I see.
That was what I was talking about.
All right. Yeah, I didn't put it together.
Yeah.
So how, I don't know. Walk me through the fight.
So Evan Dunham is really good on the ground. Black belt in jiu-jitsu. Good striking. A little bit taller than me. A little bit longer than me. There were a lot of different things that he throws that we try to key in on. He does like a little kind of uppercut kind of jab thing that he does. He finishes with a kick a couple different ways. So we try to key in on all that stuff. We try to do all of our typical stuff that we do against lefties. But there was some stuff that was very specific against him. But going to the fight, so I almost pulled out of the fight. Like two and a half weeks out, I almost pulled out. But I calculated risk. I thought that maybe I could. I would at least have a good round, a first round, where I could try and put some pressure on him, and I could maybe beat him. But if I didn't beat him in that first round, I knew it was going to be trouble. So
the first round was your best round.
First round was my best round. I thought I felt like in the very beginning, like the first half of the first round, I felt like I was ahead of him a little bit. I felt I was landing a little bit better combinations, and then he took me down at the very end of the round, and it kind of it made my knee lock up. He did like a little throw, and it's a throw that Joe Proctor loves. I hate when people do it, but it worked against me, of course. So, but he took me down. My knee locked up for like a split second, and then but then it was okay. We went back after the round, and then the second round would come out, and I hate kicking, but one of the things we talked about was because he's a southpaw, we can kick the inside of his front leg like really, really hard. That's like my power kick is to hit the inside of his leg. It's like I'm gonna try and kick him, which I hate doing. I just don't like kicking. I kick him. I killed my ankle. It worked. It worked effectively, but I still slammed my shin off of his knee. So now I'm limping a little bit, and that didn't help anything. And then the third round, I tried to flying heel hook him, jump into that, and I knew that was basically like my last ditch effort. Like I knew I didn't have the energy to. I took him down at the end of the first, but he did a good job getting up. But I didn't think that I had the energy to try and wrestle him down and keep him down there.
The announcers praised the flying heel hook. I don't know if did you watch the fight commentated?
I've went to watch it 3 different times now, and I just can't click on it. Like, I just don't want it because I don't know if they're saying good stuff. I don't know if they're saying bad stuff.
With the flying heel hook in particular, they said that they're like, I like that. Like what he was doing wasn't working, so try something new.
Yeah,
is what they had to say. That makes sense to me.
definitely had to try. In the third round, I felt like I didn't have enough energy to try and finish him, but his corner's telling him like he has to come to you. He has to come to you. So they're like they had something ready, some kind of. They were telling him be patient. It'll be there. It'll be there. So I'm thinking he's gonna counter me. He's gonna do something bad. So I'm trying to I'm kind of stuck, kind of like a rock between a hard place because I want to pressure him, and I want to try to get after him, but I don't really have the energy, and I know I'm walking into a trap. So it's kind of like I was kind of stuck. So I tried to pressure him a little bit, but he teed off of me in that round. I think he outstruck me like 30 to 140 or something stupid. It was a bad night. Wasn't a good.
Why is your chin so good? I feel like most fighters over 30, they don't have the chin that they used to. But even when you have your you had a bad night on, I can't do names, but Al Alaquinta, right?
Yep.
Another fighter would have dropped on the third one of those shots, and that lasted a really long time. Michael Johnson, right? Was his striking was perfect that night, and that went the distance. This last one went the distance too. Why do you think your chin has held up so well?
I don't think I've got a great chin, but I think that we're very, very smart about what we do training wise. Like if we have any kind of concussion or get knocked down bad or anything like that, like we cut out sparring for like a long time, so my fight didn't go that well, but I won't spar. I probably won't get hit again until probably February. Like we'll give it a full month and a half or so before we do any kind of spar. And I think that definitely helps longevity. Like I think that it's stupid to so I won't be doing anything because of my hand for a couple more weeks, but it would be stupid of me to go and spar next week. But that's what some guys do. Like we always take a long time off after any kind of fight.
Do you ever think okay? So I used to do some boxing, and the coaches there would always blame not being able to find their keys on their boxing experience or anything. Like, do you see that either in you or in people that like some sort of, I don't know, minor trauma type stuff?
Not so much with any of my guys. I mean, I've heard all kinds of stories about guys going, they're done sparring and they're going in the wash up and wash up and they still have their headgear on and they're trying to scrub their face through the headgear.
Wow.
Or one of my guys one time he got kicked in the face. He's in the gym. Just he slipped off to the side and the kick came up at the same time, so it kind of he kind of slammed his face into the kick that was coming up, and he went outside and was trying to find his car that he sold 6 months ago. And couldn't remember, he's looking for his truck. Yeah. He went on vacation and couldn't remember that he went on vacation. Had zero recollection of
Oh, that's the worst.
Yeah, that's a waste of money at this point.
It's a huge waste of money. So I mean,
he's looking at the pictures I bet that was fun. Oh yeah, I bet I had a lot of fun. Oh fuck.
So I mean, there's stuff definitely happens, but it's not common. I've never had anything like that. I got hit sparring one time. I definitely got a concussion, and I couldn't remember that I'd broken up with my ex-girlfriend the week before or something but that all came back pretty quick. But
did you guys think to Photoshop that guy doing things at his place on vacation that he wouldn't have done? Where you start out with eating dinner with the fam, and then little late night dancing, and then he's got a stripper on his lap, skydiving, just all these things that he didn't do.
We should have done that. We missed a golden opportunity.
Great.
It's not too late. Yeah. Next time somebody gets knocked out pretty good, that's the night you do the photoshopping.
That's what Joe's gonna do next time.
We all laying on the ground last week.
Yeah, I'll be laying on the ground struggling to get up. Joe will be yelling at all his guys, "Don't you fucking say a word! We're doing this!"
How long do you get that cast off?
So this is on for 3 weeks. So I'm not sure if anything's broken, fractured. I don't know. It's all kind of the same. There wasn't a clean break, but my second and third metacarpal, which is thumb is the first, I think. Thumb's the first. Index finger's the second, middle finger's the third. So my second and third were both pretty. They were lighting up. I had a CT, an MRI, and an X-ray, and you could see there was damage to both. So they couldn't see a super clear fracture, but the idea was that let's put it in a cast, let's rest it, and we'll see kind of how it goes. So 3 weeks, and then we'll see. We'll reevaluate.
So in 3 weeks, you might be talking pins or surgery or something.
He doesn't think so. So the specialist I have is he's the guy that does all the Bruins, Patriots, Red Sox. all them. So he didn't think it would be a big deal. He said that if we did another training camp, then so what we did a cortisone shot. We did a cortisone shot the week and a half before the fight, and the cortisone shot helped a ton. And I was always hesitant. I always want to stay away from cortisone stuff, and but we did a cortisone shot. It made my hand way better. I wish I had gotten the cortisone shot right away, because instead I had like a 3-week gap of training, whereas I could have been training the entire time with a cortisone shot.
Cortisone's just pain management, right?
It helps with inflammation.
Swelling.
It helps with a bunch of things, swelling.
Okay.
So my hand felt like drastically better right after that. So he said that if we get another training camp, and my hand, it might be 100% okay by the time we punch it again with it, in a month or so. But it might not too. So if it was a recurring thing, we'd do a cortisone shot a second time, in whatever 3-4 months, whatever it is, and then we do the fight camp, and then we would maybe do surgery at that point if it became a recurring thing. But we think it's going to be okay.
Very cool.
Can you do any training at all right now? Like rolling around or?
I don't really know. I can't. They don't want me doing anything. I think I would be okay. Like my hand feels so much better right now. Like I feel like I could grapple. Like I was grappling fine. I was doing that stuff. It didn't bother me that much on fight night. It was a little tender, but it wasn't a big deal. But I was hitting like mitts with boxing gloves on and just wrapping it well, and it was fine. I was doing wrestling stuff. It was fine. It wasn't so much how it affected me the night of the fight as much as it was a couple weeks prior. It was a little tough.
Has it occurred to you this might be God's way of punishing you for breaking my hand?
I thought about that. But then it would be Kyle that was in a cast right now.
Oh.
Kyle is the one that broke you.
Lying bastard.
That's what happened.
I did think about that though.
Did you? I brought my Xbox controller to the hand surgeon, and when they you know how that fiberglass is like pliable at first and it dries. Yep. So we held it so that it like had a groove in it to hold an Xbox controller.
I told them that my priority was I had to be able to hold an Xbox controller. But I didn't think about bringing a controller until I'd already left. If I had thought of it in advance, if I had been smarter like you, I definitely would have brought the controller with me. But luckily I got home and I was able to hold the controller. Not too bad. So it's a little uncomfortable, but we'll make it work.
The Scuff sent me one too. Like so, I don't know, but in COD you hold the thumbstick down to sprint, but I had like a programmable back, so I made it so I could press the button on the back to sprint because it hurt my thumb.
I thought about trying to take a Dremel tool to it. Like I mean, what's really important? There's probably nothing important like here with the hand. Like I could probably.
The rumble pack thing's in there, but you probably don't use that anywhere. The vibration.
Yeah, it's turned off anyways. So I might.
You're just gonna shave it off.
This controller kind of sucks. I might take a Dremel to it.
I bet it feels like he can't get it like deep enough into his.
Yeah,
pump.
it's like it's there.
Yeah, so he needs to take all that material off so it feels like.
Just like chop it here. Be good.
Probably would be more comfortable. I get sweaty hands when I'm playing. But you report back with success there. I'm going to let you storm this hill.
This controller sucks anyways. It gets stuck. So I'll use the test.
Oh, it's worn out?
Yeah, it's just worn out.
Is Destiny still your main game right now?
Destiny and Fallout. I got super into Fallout. So I couldn't train. So I banged out 40 hours my last week home.
Nice.
Full-time job of Fallout.
Yeah. It wasn't that I wanted to train it, but I couldn't, so I had to do something. So I played a lot of Destiny.
So you're not coaching classes or anything right now?
I wasn't that much last week. This week not at all either because of my hand and everything else is sore. But probably next week I'll start teaching classes again.
Are you playing COD at all?
I bought it. I got Zombies. I bought it for Zombies really. I think I played like 3 matches of multiplayer though. That's it.
You should join us for Zombies. It's a good time.
Yeah, we've played a good bit of Zombies.
I'll play Zombies with you guys for sure.
I think we've got, there's a whole like mini game that to just turn on the power and everything and the perks.
I don't even know where to start there. I know you can.
When you play with them, trust me, you don't need to. Like they're just like handling shit in the background. I don't even know what's happening. Chalupa monsters are flying all over the place, grappling and stuff.
I don't like shit being done for me though. I want to know how to do it myself.
Well,
we'll show you how to do it. The thing with Woody is like he's like the child that we all take care of in Zombies because he'll be like, why am I the one having to watch this zombie? Like a little kid complaining that he has to watch the cat.
That's not true. I've said that 0 times.
where you're complaining about watching him, and meanwhile we're like, all right, hit the blue button, and then now sprint over there, do this.
How many times has this happened where we go, nobody killed that last bang? Oh, why? Why, Woody? Why?
That may have happened a couple
And that's
times.
all you hear is just, oh, well, shucks. You know, can we still do it next round? What we are you referring to? Can the rest of us do it next round? Every once in a while, we'll be like, Woody, you turn into the chalupa monster. Zoot up here. Turn on the power. Right down here. Turn on this second switch. You got it. Woody's like, okay, up here. Go drop down. Turn it on. Drop down again. Turn this on. I got it. And then he'll turn into it. And suddenly, it's like he handed off the controller to the deaf guy sitting next to him, and it's just spinning around. Just, I can't get it. I can't get it. Like just until the whole timer is out.
It can be frustrating when you turn into the chalupa. All of a sudden, you're kind of discombobulated. You're like, "Whoa, what's going on here?"
Well, that actually happened one time. It did happen, but it only happened once. And so they've given me the Chupalupa monster tasks like 3 times. The first 2, it was really straightforward. It wasn't a problem. The third time, like, the grapple thing wasn't lit. I had to walk forward, and I was just embarrassingly slow at figuring that out. And mistakes were made.
If you admit to it once, it definitely happened way more than
It's not true. It happened. Like, dude, I've been telling stories on this show for 5 years, never been caught in a lie. It's because they're all true. New information filters in, and it fits like a puzzle piece because they're all true.
And Zombies is fun.
This
right?
might be hard to believe. Sometimes I retell stories, they all match.
Yeah. Should retell more and more stories.
So the new Zombies is fun. They one of the major additions I think they've added is that you can pack a punch your gun the second time, and it gets like a special ability. And so that's a lot of fun. I really
you pack a punch once and it gets better, but then you pack a punch the same weapon the second time and it gets something further. So it's like a 3rd level.
Yeah. So it gets like a special
awesome.
ability. One of them's like one of them randomly turns one of the zombies you shoot into a turned zombie, and now he works for you. So all of a sudden he's just like fuck this. He starts just like beating the shit out of any of the zombies near him, and he's a beast. Like he one hit kills them and kills maybe 4 or 5 by himself. And
oh yeah, if you're training like kiting the zombies and you shoot with the turned weapon, and that first guy in the front turns, all the other zombies are now like, who's this fucking guy, this scab? And they start attacking him, and he's just like Neo in the Matrix, where you can't throw enough at him. Like he'll take down 8, 10 of them because he just one hits. Even around 40.
Isn't there one that's like a Gersh device or something too, where it creates like fires like the ball or something? Wasn't it the Gersh device the dimensions or something?
Yeah, the special weapon in this one is like a weird tentacle monster that you pull the trigger and it shoots like a black hole and it sucks them all in. Yeah, it's basically a Gersh device.
I love that my mispronunciation has really caught on, and they've become the official names. Like, oh yeah, that's the Chupacabra gun.
Yeah, it's the Chalupa. But that's why it's on the PKA merch store. All of it is available now.
That's the thing. If you go to painkilleralready.net, I'll put a link in the description. But painkilleralready.net, we sell merch now. So get it in time for Christmas, maybe.
Yeah, or just get a great Martin Luther King Jr. Day present for all your friends.
Hey, Arbor Day's right around the corner. You're gonna want a shirt.
Yeah. It's the day with these unknown holidays. Martin Van Buren's birthday. Like
every week we'll have a new reason to buy merch.
There's some good stuff in there, though. I was going through the designs with Taylor the other day. I really like a lot of those shirts. Everybody's got their own little funny thing, and you've got our cartoonized faces on one of them, and I like them all.
For drinking episodes, I want us to all get one of the big frosted beer glasses, which that'll also force Woody for drinking episodes to drink something other than milk and Kahlua or whatever he has.
On that. Woody's always like, oh, look, I got stuck drinking this awful thing that's really hard to quantify. It's always something like that.
That's so unfair. I come up big in the drinking episodes. I drank a lot. People couldn't.
No, Woody did. I'll defend Woody here. Woody did drink a lot, and you can, because Woody never drinks, and so he'll be sitting there, and the beginning part of the show, he's drinking with the rest of us, and then like 2.5 hours in, I noticed that like he's been sat back for like 40 minutes. Like, what's he doing? And he'll be like, I can't tell if I'm faking this or if my face is just hot, and my face is hot, and it's like, yeah, you're not faking it. You're forging ahead. Good. You're not pulling the wings.
There's Joey.
Hey. That guy.
Wings.
Hold on.
So
Woody's definitely a much better drinking show guy than Wings ever was.
well,
so
Wings
I
faked
definitely will
it.
give that.
Again, honesty
Yo.
over here.
We should make our own PKA
on.
beer. We should like have a micro brew and we should drink that. That's what we should do.
Yeah, PKA's IPA. That'd be
There you
great.
go. Yeah.
Hey, can you say hi?
That was
Hi.
good. So that's awesome.
What do you want him to say? He'll say anything you want, I think.
Really, because I was wondering, like,
Hey.
does he have a
Hey,
Can you say, hey, can you say Woody? Say Woody. Woody.
I'll
Kinda.
take
Said
it. I'll
Wowie.
take it.
Said Wowie.
How's he doing
Would you
with?
say racial epithets?
Can you say Kyle? Can you say hi, Kyle? Hey,
I like it.
that'll do.
not bad.
Cutie.
So he has mild hearing loss, right?
Mild hearing loss, yeah.
Has that impacted his speech development?
Nope, no, he's actually way ahead.
Really?
Yeah, he's ahead on. Well, because we go to speech therapy every week,
Uh-huh.
so he's doing pretty good.
So
Great.
Is that what's in his ear?
Yeah,
Hearing
so
aid?
he's got little tiny hearing aids. Let's see if I can get it. Little hearing aids, both sides.
when you do speech therapy,
I'm standing up.
are
I
they
like the
are they
Christmas pajamas.
Oh, yeah, I love his
talking
outfit.
to me?
Yeah. So Katie and I have matching pajamas with him.
Oh, that's awesome.
We got him these, so Katie got us both matching for this year at Christmas.
He is
Oh,
a
well, now we know
chatterbox.
what the Christmas card is.
Yeah. Yeah. Can you sit? Can you sit? You want Wubba? Here you go.
I
Wubba.
really like other people's kids.
Yeah, right? Those
Yeah,
are the
I
best
want
kids.
my own.
You can give him back.
Oh. Like hanging out with Woody's kids was great. Hanging out with my sister's kids is even okay. Really any time, but anything more than like 3 hours.
Ugh.
Yeah, it's like a
I
road
don't
trip.
have the right idea for the fun uncle vibe. You just go in, you set the expectation really high for fun, and then
Yeah,
you leave.
it's. I don't think children for more than 3 or 4 hours at a time is really for me. It's like a road trip. They're like, yeah, it's gonna be great. We're gonna drive to the Grand Canyon, and then you're like 4 hours in. You don't want to go to the Grand Canyon anymore. You just want it to be over.
Never been to the
It's
Grand
loud
Canyon.
and messy, and it's got that sticky stuff all over its face. You don't even know where you got it.
It's not your job to clean them up.
No, it's not, and I refuse to.
Yep. It's your job to tell him, hey, we're gonna play hide and go seek, and then he runs around all sticky, cuts things, then you leave. Yeah.
Lollipop.
That's a cute kid.
Yeah. I
Can
don't
you
want.
say hi? Hi. Can you say hi, Woody? Say hi, Woody. Say Woody. No, maybe not.
What's your character in Fallout like?
My character, I did, it's called, I looked up on YouTube. I did like a scientist build, so I did like all max intellect. So I basically have like power armor, and I just destroy everything. I did the whole main story arc. I joined the institute. I don't know. And I like just building bases, I guess. Like,
I can't get into the base building thing. I built a big one, but it doesn't look good. It's just like you have to have X amount of beds to get your population up. So they're just out in the open in the rain. Like you have to have like so many generators. So I just build them all right next to each other in a little pile. Like I just hit the numbers that it wants me to hit and forget the what it looks like or anything like that. But my guys are all melee. My current guy has a luck. His luck is 12 as he's walking around. Like I got his luck skill to 10, and then I got the bobblehead, and then I put on a lucky hat. So I'm at 12 right now, and I've got everything's really in luck. So I'm just always just randomly falling ass backwards into winning these huge battles. Like it'll be 5 guys versus me, and they're all higher levels, but I'm just tripping over, and like their bullets bounce off me sometimes, just don't even work. Like the mysterious strangers coming in and taking them out for me.
You're like the Mr. Bean of the Fallout universe.
Yes, exactly. Like or Mr. Magoo or something like that. Just this worthless character who's just lucks his way into winning everything. It's great.
So
And you've been
because
using the retarded bonus.
Yeah, idiot savant.
called
I'm constantly getting
have
and like
to.
triple XP.
So I did max intellect, and I have like science 4. I have like all like the high engineering stuff. So like basically anytime I do any kind of mission, I pretty much level up. So I'm like level, I gotta be like 50 or something stupid, in like 40
My
hours.
intelligence is at 1 on this character because the lower your intelligence, the more likely you get that
Idiot savant. Yep.
And it hits you, and it gets so every now and then I'll do a mission that's worth like 800 XP, like a pretty big mission, but I'll hit it on that one, and it's just like you rank up twice. You rank up twice, or you maybe even 3 times.
That's awesome.
With one mission. So yeah, I've been enjoying Fallout. I've been playing just about every day. If my girlfriend's not giving me the evil eye and wanting some attention, then that's what I'm doing. I'm Fallout.
I just don't know what I want to do now because I did all the main storyline stuff. So I've just started. I've kind of been doing side quest stuff, but like I haven't touched it this week. But like I basically finished the main quest and started doing more side quest stuff and more settlement stuff right before I had to leave. So I get back to it this week.
I'm on my second character. I've played through the game once, and I went with the Minutemen. Then I played through again and went with the Brotherhood of Steel. And I'm playing through again right now, and I'm going with the Railroad. And I think I like them better.
You like the
What
road?
about the Institute?
I
gangs.
I stuck with the Institute on one of my playthroughs till pretty deep in, but then I don't know. There's unnatural synths. I just wanted to take the whole thing down and kill them all and take my son out and all that stuff. So
I was thinking about myself. I just wanted all their tech. I wanted all the best stuff. So I joined the Institute. I figured they had the best stuff.
yeah, and they got that cool underground base.
It's pretty badass.
Yeah.
I haven't played it that much, just watching Melissa play for our Let's Play. But I like how wildly different all the groups are in terms of just power, it seems like. Like the Institute, they seem like a real gang with a real hierarchy. And then the Minutemen is like, by comparison, a neighborhood watch. Who just like, don't have guns.
It's just that one black guy. He's
yeah,
like,
I'd say it's the one guy.
They have the old lady who's addicted to all the substances and says weird cryptic things at
Mama
you.
Murphy.
Yeah, more so that she's just talking to hear herself talk and have one last strand of sentience keeping her here.
The Minutemen are such bullshit because you basically got that black guy Preston, and he like dubs you the general, and he's like, "Oh, general, guess what? I got some more shit for you to do." And it's like, if I'm the general, shouldn't I be telling you what to fucking do? Like,
So-
No, I'm the king. Like,
it seems to me like there's only 2 Minutemen. There's me and there's you, and you just tell me what to do and call me general. Like that's the nature of the thing.
and how good is an organization? Like, if you went to work like for a new job, and 3 days later they were like,
You're the boss.
you know what? You're CEO now. You are the CEO of this company. I'd be like, no, because we are running a Ponzi scheme or something, and I'm going to take the fall for this, and I'm not doing that.
I
Like,
don't
how-
want it. I don't want anyone. I don't want to lead anyone that wants me as a member.
Yeah.
What? Okay, so here's the real question: are you bottle cap glitching?
No, I don't know how to. I don't
Really?
want to know. I don't want to know how
Oh, it's
to.
so easy. It's so
I
easy.
don't want to know. It would ruin the game for me. That game would be
Joe,
like,
okay, glitching.
So bottle cap glitching is basically you take advantage of the way like buying and selling. I'm not telling them. You can take advantage of buying and selling, and basically you get bottle caps are like the currency. So you get a ton. Like you don't get a ton. Like a vendor can only hold so many bottle caps. So you basically get all of their shit and whatever they have for bottle caps, and then you store it all. But so it's like
all their shit.
so basically what happens is you buy their ammo, like one thing of ammo, and then you sell back one piece to them, and then you sell back all the rest. And then it does something with the values where it's basically you get like one magic bullet, and you get to keep selling it back to them, but instead of you losing money, you're gaining money the entire time. So you end up like you start a trade, and it's like, oh, they're supposed to give you like 10 million bottle caps. And you're like, oh well, I'll take like 950,000 bottle caps, and I'll take all of your shit. And it's supposed to be a loss for me, but it's really a win for me because I get all of their stuff, and I get like their 400 bottle caps. It's kind of
I like glitches like that, but then when I implement them, I always get mad at myself. Like you guys are I don't know, Joe, you're 30?
31.
31. So you were too old for the Pokemon craze that came out, right? Did you still get into it?
I played a little bit, but not much.
Little
I
bit?
missed the craze.
There were so many cheats and codes in that game that you could do. Just instant level 100 max stats, and like for the one that came out in 97. and I would do it every single fucking game, and then I would play maybe 3 minutes after I did it because there's nothing to play towards. But
I remember playing like Mega Man back on like old school Nintendo, and you would like
Oh,
we
yeah.
would put like we would hold like I think it was like the right button. You put the right button, you put the couch on the right button, and then you like tape down like the B or something, and you could jump super high, and you could fall in pits, and you could jump out. Like, I'm not above cheating.
you'd tape the button down.
I think we just put the couch on top of the controller, on the second player controller. I think that's how it worked. I'm sure other people remember better than me, but I think it was on the second controller. You'd have to plug it in, and you'd put the leg of the couch on the right direction on the second controller, and you could jump super high. It was awesome. Good times.
I've only played that game once. Woody, you probably had some great cheats for Pong.
Pong.
Yeah. Bigger paddle.
I've got a bunch of fights I want Joe to call winners on. It's going to be a lightning round thing. You ready?
For this coming week?
Actually, some of these are just completely made up fights, and some of them are for this coming week.
Okay.
Are you ready?
I'm ready. I hope I know
August.
who everyone is.
These are all pretty big names. RDA versus Cerrone.
Cerrone.
That's right.
I think Cerrone wins, yeah.
McGregor versus Cerrone. Lightning round, baby.
Cerrone.
All right. Holly versus
Ronda.
Holly
What?
versus Ronda rematch.
Holly.
Okay. Luke versus Weidman rematch.
Luke.
Edgar versus McGregor.
Edgar.
All right. GSP versus Nick Diaz.
GSP.
All right. Cormier versus Jones.
Jones.
Joanna Champion versus Thug Rose.
Joanna.
Pat Barry versus Joe Rogan.
Pat Barry's a lot bigger than Joe.
Mm-hmm.
Pat.
But they have to eat 3
Joe's a
pot
black
brownies
belt.
right before the fight.
Change
All right. All right. So you pick Joe or Pat?
No, Pat.
All right. Joe Rogan versus CM Punk.
Oh, Rogan, all day.
All right. Cruz versus TJ.
I think TJ.
Okay. Faber versus TJ.
TJ.
Uriah Faber.
TJ.
Johnny Hendricks versus Uriah Hall.
Hendricks.
All right. Verdum versus Velasquez.
Verdum.
Lawler versus Condit. Last one.
Lawler.
All right.
How many did you agree on? Who did you disagree on?
Most of them. I don't know that I picked winners for a lot of them. I had Rogan over Pat Barry. I just thought his
Pat
skills.
Barry's huge.
Who is
But-
Pat Barry?
Pat Barry was a UFC fighter, and he's an amazing guy. He has a YouTube channel. It's impossible not to just love this guy. But
Rogan's
he's a
probably
striker.
Rogan's probably 200 pounds. Pat Barry's got to be 240, 250. There's a big size difference there.
But Rogan's a black belt in BJJ.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, but
and Pat
still.
Barry is.
And Joe Rogan's like 5'7" or something.
Pat Barry's also a guy that trains 100% as a professional fighter. Rogan's a beast.
Well,
but
Pat Barry's retired, right?
I don't think so. I thought. I don't know. He was
Part
doing
of my
kickboxing.
decision was I thought he was retired. I
don't
could be
think so.
wrong.
Even if he wasn't, I still think he's training a lot more than Rogan.
He probably lives in a gym.
Yep,
He's
probably.
coaching
Yeah.
his girlfriend and stuff.
If it were
Okay.
a get high and think about the universe contest,
Yeah.
just fighting.
What do you got there, Kyle?
I've got a Jeremy story.
I
Oh,
love Jeremy
There's a gun.
stories.
Got it back.
Got a Jeremy story. I finally got my gun back from him. So, Jeremy, my buddy Jeremy, is well known for his borrowing expertise. He's a professional borrower. Right now, there's a dirt bike in the back of his truck, not his. He is hard on the things he borrows. He doesn't treat them well. He has had borrowed from me at one time $15,000 worth of firearms that I didn't know about. I was like, "Hey, Jeremy, could you bring all the guns that you have borrowed and back to my house? I'm gonna clean them up, put them in the vault. Let's do that." And 15,000 in a pile. I'm like, "Shit! I didn't know you had my 50 cal. Like, I didn't know you had my HK, both of my Glocks. You know, he had all this shit." And he borrows things like ATVs, trucks. Always get them returned, and they're either muddy or dented up, treated poorly. He's not good at taking care of your shit. And so I got all my guns back from him.
fuckers
maybe,
never seeing my tent fly.
maybe 2 years ago, something like
Rainfall.
that. I thought. But then the other day, I was paying his buddy Josh to work for me, doing some work. And Josh mentioned that Jeremy has a 40 caliber pistol. We were just talking about different calibers. He's like, yeah, Jeremy's got a 40 caliber pistol. And I was like, what kind? I was like, what kind? He's like, I don't really know. I was like, semi-auto? He's like, yeah. I was like, sort of a silver nickel plated kind of thing. Yeah. I was like, is it a car? He's like, yeah, I think it is. I was like, that's my fucking pistol. He's not supposed to have that fucking pistol. He's supposed to giving me all of that shit back. He's still got my car. I thought my car was stolen. I thought it was lost. I thought this or that happened to it. I don't even know where that pistol is. It's a $700 or $800 gun. So Jeremy comes and works for me on Monday or Tuesday and helps me film some. And at the end of the day, I was like, hey, I want that car pistol back. He's like, yeah, I got that car. Can I borrow your Kimber whenever I get it? And I was just like, for whatever reason, because he just had finished, I was like, sure, you can borrow the Kimber. And in my mind, I'm thinking like, I'm going to get my fucking pistol. You ain't getting nothing. So yesterday came by, and I couldn't find him to pay him. I owed him $75 for working for me. And so today, I go over again to where I thought he might be. He's not there, so I just left the cash there with a little envelope with his name on it. I figured they'd get it to him. And so he pulls up at my fucking house today and comes on in. He's like, Carl! And I'm just like, Jerome? He's just like, he's going to come up in the house, and he's like, come get money. And I was like, I left it over at the shop. It's over there. He's like, oh, I guess I got to drive back over there. Can I get this Kimber while I'm here? Because it was sitting on the table. And I'm like, sure. Where's that car at? He's like, oh, I'll put it in your truck. And I was like, all right. And I walked back to my bedroom, and I'm like, you know what? No. And I walk back out there, and he's in my fucking closet looking for a holster for the pistol he's about to borrow again. He's like, do you know where the little plastic holster is that you got for the 1911s? He's like, I see all of these. He's like, I see this Savoy leather ones you've got here, and the snake one here, that's nice too. And I like this super rig you got, but I really want the hard plastic one that's low profile. And I'm just like, you know what, Jeremy? No, give it back. I was like, you don't take care of my shit. You're not borrowing any more shit. I was like, it's over. It's done. I love you to death. But by this time, he's like awkwardly shuffling out of the house because I've like scolded him. I was like, I love you to death, but no more borrowing. You don't take good care of my shit. So got my pistol back finally. I've wanted this thing back for a while. It's nothing extraordinary, but it's my fucking gun.
Cheers.
So get it back now.
This keeps
So
happening.
he was treating you like a library.
Yeah, totally.
Do you hear my dogs freaking out?
Yeah,
this
yeah.
keeps happening. It's like I'm being attacked or something, and there's never any
Ghosts.
Could be ghosts.
Why are the dogs
Maybe
freaking
you shouldn't
out?
have bought a
Spiders.
giant cathedral with these big, Vatican halls that echo
Might be
so much
focusing
and filled
some
them
sort
with
of-
these monsters.
I keep like clearing
I
the
was-
house, I'm fucking going.
I was
around.
dying to watch. I was dying to watch the video of your house, and then I realized it was 50 minutes. I'm like, maybe next one.
There's 2 more coming. There's going to be a tech tour and then an outdoor tour. I'm going to see what the dogs are barking at.
You just gotta flip through the video. Like, don't watch from the
If
start.
you go to the description, you can click on all the time links.
There we
room
go.
by room.
Yeah.
Check it
Right
out.
back.
Next,
You can go see the eastern porch, then the northern porch. the
Yeah, I
western
went on a
porch.
tour of Sears Tower, and it didn't take that long. Like,
No. If I got a detailed, tour through the Pentagon from a 5-star
That's what I was
general,
about to
he
say.
would wrap that shit up in 25 minutes. He'd be like, oh, you know what? That's R&D. Nothing that great down there. And I'd be like, all right, we could skip it. And then, no, but Woody's like, all right, this is the closet drawer. I keep socks here. I keep dark socks here. And then I keep, like, all my T-shirts up. Like, and it's like, okay, we get, like, show us the stuff that you have that we don't have. Because that's what this tour's about.
Right?
You don't watch Cribs to see the guy like open up the dishwasher and be like, yeah, it's got a disposal in the bottom. You can just put food in that shit. Like,
I wanted to see the drawer where like he keeps all the sauces from the restaurants and stuff, like the extra Arby's sauce packets, the horsey sauce, that sort of thing.
he does that
You don't do that? Doesn't everybody do that?
only with.
Am I the
certain
only one?
places.
Really?
Most of them aren't that great. You get from restaurants.
So
do
but
that.
I think the ones I just mentioned are great. Like the Arby's horsey sauce. It's like a horseradish mayo type sauce. Yeah, that stuff's delicious. Yeah,
There's, like,
any of the
no
sauce,
around here.
any like sauce packets or anything that are left over, put those things in a drawer. There might come a rainy day where I'm too lazy to go to the store and get some hot sauce, and there it'll be.
All you need is ketchup and mayonnaise. Ketchup and mayonnaise will take you anywhere.
That's pretty true. I like mustard though.
Must
That's
have
like
done that.
instead of what
horseradish
special
and
sauces are
sriracha.
at restaurants, it's ketchup and mayo and something else added, right? Like
Yeah.
all their
Mostly,
fry
yeah.
sauce and everything.
Yeah, I've been working on different fry sauces lately, and most of them are ketchup, mustard based, and I've been experimenting with those with pickle juice and spices and stuff, trying to perfect my fry dip, because that's a thing I do.
Variations do you have?
What?
How many variations do you have so far of Uncle Kyle's fry dip?
Three. There's one that uses pickle juice. There's one that's sort of a garlic parmesan thing, and there's another one that's just different ratios of mustard and mayonnaise.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Oh,
Maybe I'll get a fry later. I like Uncle Kyle as your branding for these kinds of things.
Yeah, me
I want
too.
you to wear that Uncle Kyle T-shirt. Uncle Kyle's tranny service and repair.
Absolutely. I'll wear that shit. It's hilarious. It's I'll wear it as soon as I get here. I think Colin dubbed me Uncle Kyle. I think that's how that came about. And certainly none of my actual nieces or nephews have ever called me that or anything. So, but yeah, Uncle Kyle's tranny service shirt. I thought of that when I was driving the other day, and I loved it. Now that I see it on the shirt, I like it even more.
It looks like a real shirt that you would buy. Like,
Exactly. That's what I like about it, because it'll, that's what you want. And when you're doing merch, the last thing everybody of course is always like, yeah, shut your cock holster, just write it out just like that, or maybe just put a big hairy cock there. That's even more slappy in your face, like I'm an asshole shirt. Like, who wears those? Like, if I see you wearing that in public, I'm like, what a fucking asshole. But if it's something that can blend in with the rest of society and not make it look like a douchebag, then
on one hand, I agree with you. That's what I would wear, the Uncle Kyle's tranny service, whatever. Before that, shut your cock holster. But back when I sold shirts a lot, my most popular one was "Bitches Be Crazy." So people buy things.
I wouldn't
Uncle
wear
Kyle's
that around.
Service. Uncle Kyle's tea service. People
did wear it around,
No,
and
don't.
I just wouldn't be aware. Like, I'd find myself at the supermarket, and I'm like, "Ugh, really?" Like, I got the "Bitches Be Crazy" shirt on.
I have a few shirts that I guess I can't wear just anywhere. I think about it before I wear it. Like, I'm trying to think. Somebody gifted me like a Cheech and Chong shirt, and like 90% of places, like, that's cool to get to wear that. But if I'm going to see like some church ladies that my mama might know, like, I don't need to be repping Cheech and Chong going into Bilo or anything,
Right.
So I don't have any shirts that have any like cursing or sexual like double entendres or anything crazy like that. I don't think I have any anymore. I used to have a bunch of asshole shirts.
Even the gun ones, like "I Plead the Second." Like, you can wear that in a lot of places, but there are places where maybe you don't want to just like preach your political beliefs.
Yeah.
I can't think of any.
I'm trying to think of something.
Like, I'm in Georgia, man. I don't think there's anywhere out that I would wear that second shirt.
It's funny when you're around gun people, like not you, but like me or something. Like, I'll go to a gun show, and people are just openly like, "Yeah, fucking Obama, he's a cocksucker, right?" And it's like, I guess that's safe to say here.
But he's buttoning up his other shirt to cover up the 2008 Hope shirt that he's like, oh yeah, I mean, who that guy? I mean, he's a real black fella for you, right? Like we don't care for those people, do we? Right? Everybody agree? Like,
dude, that I started to talk about on PKN, like I was sort of I was in the camp that this whole Republican racist thing is overblown. That it's completely possible to dislike Obama and his policies without being racist. But seeing as how the leading Republican candidate is running on like a pro-racism platform, the whole like no Muslims in the country, what was of course there's the big wall to keep the Mexicans out, and who knows what's next? Probably the darkies. and he's just, it's like, dude, every time he says something, and I think he's going too far, like, hey, let's violate the Geneva Convention and just start killing the family members of anyone who's involved in this stuff. It's actually the red meat that his constituents love.
well, it's still possible to support them without being a racist.
I feel like if you're pro-Trump, his major policies seem to be about keeping the Mexicans out, keeping the Muslims out. That's the core of
It
his
doesn't. Well,
message.
it seems almost like that's incidental that it's Mexicans because that's the country, the one country that's illegals are pouring in from. Like if it were
There's more
Canada,
leaving than coming now.
he wouldn't be just ecstatic about it because they were white Canadians, making the NHL a bigger sport here. Finally, they get on ESPN. Like it's so it's more of like, it's not even racist. If you're gonna go with an ist or a phobe, it'd be like xenophobic at worst. But I think it's more that than just I hate Mexicans. He's got a Mexican wife, doesn't he? A Hispanic wife.
Rubio does not. I don't think Trump does.
No, Trump's got like a Swedish fucking supermodel type wife, I think.
Well,
right?
that's foreign too. He can't be racist. Like that's a little different.
Is it Trump that's got the super hot daughter?
Yes.
It's Trump, right? It's like,
Yes.
what's her? She's got a weird name.
Ivanka
Yes.
was his wife before, I think, and she was hot,
Ivana.
but she's probably getting older by now.
Yeah.
It's not his daughter though. I thought that was his daughter.
I think Ivanka might be his daughter, and Ivana is his wife.
Oh, then I could easily be confused
Ivana
because
and
those are
Ivana.
very close to each
Are they
other.
both
Yeah,
hot?
very close.
Yeah, they're both hot. Both hot. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Good for Trump.
Yeah, good
yeah.
for Trump. I can't wait to see this thing play out because I really do think he's. So if he's not the Republican guy, right? If they don't name him their candidate, then he could run as a third party, and he still retains a lot of his supporters, like enough so that he destroys the election for the Republicans anyway.
Oh yeah.
So the Republicans are really between a rock and a hard place. They must be terrified of him running as a third party candidate, but at the same time, they feel like they got to hit him hard so that they don't have to make him their guy. It's
Yeah.
and I really want to see him be their guy though, because I think it'll be incredibly entertaining to see him go against Clinton on
Is it, though?
national.
Yeah, it'd
Yes.
be hilarious.
To me, Trump is just too low hanging fruit. Like I feel like a lot of comedians are saying the same thing. Like we all thought it was going to be hilarious, and then it's too easy. It's not clever to say like, can you believe this goofball?
I don't care about. I don't need Jimmy Fallon to like make a parody of Trump and make me laugh. Trump alone is good enough to make me laugh. In that regard, I guess you're right. Yeah, it's for maybe.
Yeah.
As far as he goes as fodder for comedians, yeah, maybe it is low-hanging fruit. But I'm not a professional comedian. I don't care about that. I just want to watch him crash and burn and be a moron on a national stage, say the things that aren't politically correct. And a lot of, I'm not a Trump supporter by any means, but every now and then he'll say something I'm like, well, that does kind of make sense, right? Like he's just saying what people think, right? But you're not allowed to say. But it's rare. Most of the time he's just going off the wall with some crazy stuff that really does appeal to a xenophobic group of people. He's got a lot of racist supporters, I would say. I wouldn't say that all Trump supporters are racist, but a lot of them are. Definitely. I mean, I think that bandito, bandit as they're calling him, who shot the Sikh gas station clerk, he had a Trump 2016 sticker right on the back of his truck. He had some Trump ammunition,
I hope there's Trump branded ammo.
Why?
I would buy Trump ammo.
Right?
Yeah.
Some people were saying that Trump running for president
On the box, it would be a Trump 9mm. Keep him out. That was the slogan. Keep him out. That's it.
What was the movie with Chris Rock where they did the thing where he was running for president and they had the KKK for his opposition and
I don't remember. It's been a long time.
What movie was that?
Like a lookalike for the
Head of
for the-
State? Head of State?
Yeah, that sounds like it.
So I thought this was cool. He's not actually worth 10 billion, right? He's only worth 10 billion if we really inflate the value of his assets. And something like 4 billion of that 10 is just the value of the Trump brand, right? It's this aspirational brand. You stick Trump on a set of golf clubs and suddenly that set of golf clubs is worth more. A lot of people feel like he's been so polarizing that the Trump brand means something different now, and that it's costing him billions to run this.
No way. There's no way.
It can
He's
go the
getting
other
so
way
much
too.
coverage. Here's the public is so fickle. Here's what's going to happen. This whole thing is going to blow over, and then Clinton becomes president, and then he'll go back to just being Donald Trump. Except he's Donald Trump who just got like $1 billion worth of free advertising or something like that. Like he's on a global stage. Vladimir Putin is talking about him. He can only be worth more. He has to.
Oh yeah.
Really?
He's got ties, shirts, a whole fashion line pretty much. Like if you walk into Macy's or Nordstrom or wherever, it's there. It's not like they hid it in the back, behind a curtain at the racist section. Like, it's right up in the front. There's tons of expensive Trump.
We talked about
attire.
how Stephen Colbert is not doing well because half
It
of
turns
America.
Doesn't transition.
It turned out those numbers were kind of picked and chosen. Like the week in particular they used was one where Colbert was running a repeat, was running a week of repeats, and the competition was running like a I don't know. They were news shows, and I think they had a good guest or two or something like that. I heard the producer of that show on the Stern show, because Stern had called him out for this. He was like, Stern was reading the article that we all read, and so the producer goes on there and he's like, "No, that's not exactly fair because, we're showing reruns that week, and they've got this brand new content they're putting out. Like when you in reality, according to him anyway, of course that is his guy. They're in a tight race they're in a tight second place in late night, but who knows? When there's so many different ways to look at those ratings numbers. There's dailies, and then there's, like you said, there's instances where one team might be off for vacation and the other team are coming out with new stuff. But on average, he's definitely not getting anywhere near what Fallon is doing. But the
general concept of Stephen Colbert only appealing to half of the population because he's leans towards the liberal side also applies to Trump, right? His brand, which previously was just an aspirational brand that anyone who might want great golf clubs or polo shirts might want, now only Republicans who like golf clubs would buy them.
I think he's strengthened himself with that group of people, though. I feel like maybe he has turned a group of people off to him, but just as strongly, I feel like he's turned a group of people onto him. There's a group of guys who are like, yeah, Trump's my guy. Trump makes some ammunition, I'll buy that ammo. Trump makes a shirt, I'll buy that Trump, because Trump's like me. Trump doesn't like those brown people. They know. Trump. You look at Trump's lineup, like he doesn't have any brown shirts; they're all white.
Trump's Aryan collection.
Yeah, the Aryan collection. Yeah, that's great.
So, Joe, I'm curious. I know that you don't talk about politics much, but do you pay attention to them much?
I pay attention. I follow a little bit, but I just don't. I think no matter, like, for example, we were cutting weight on Friday morning, cutting weight on Thursday morning, but for the fight, and we're at the Y, and there's two older guys sitting in the hot tub talking politics, and getting freaking super loud. Guys dropping F. This is like kind of early in the morning. We're like 8 o'clock in the morning. Guys, yeah, right. Guy starts. He's getting pretty loud. He's dropping F-bombs. Another older woman that's there, and she comes over and says, "Hey, can you please just lower the language a little bit?" He's like, "No, I'm not gonna lower my fucking language. If you don't like it, you can leave. Blah 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 blah. You're only upset at me because you probably were voting for Hillary and blah 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 blah." Like just talking shit. And I feel like that was like a perfect example of like how everyone feels about politics. Everyone feels like they're the smartest. Everyone talking politics and thinks that they're the smartest person in the room, and they think that anyone disagrees with them is, oh, you're so and so party, or you're this, or you're that. And it doesn't matter how much logic you have. It doesn't matter if you have certain reasons for what you think. If you talk politics, someone's gonna think you're smart, and they're gonna think they're your best friend. The other guy's gonna think you're an idiot.
And so the other part of it is, if they think kindly of you, all you need is more education. If you knew as much about this as I did, then you would completely line up with all my thoughts and beliefs.
If you were as smart as I was, then you wouldn't think that. Like I'm done with it. Like I think no matter how you think about politics, I think that like a lot of times party lines get a little bit crazy because like, oh, if you identify as this party, you have to back this guy. Maybe you identify as that party overall, and you have certain feelings, but you think that this guy is there's a different reason you don't like him, but if you're not towing the party line and you're a hypocrite, you're an asshole.
I think that's definitely true because like when I think about my own political beliefs, I'm like, why doesn't everybody agree with me? Because I definitely shade toward libertarian, right? Like on virtually every issue, my thought process is, you do your thing, I'll do my thing. Like, don't infringe on my rights, and you can go as far as you want. I'll do whatever I want, and as long as it doesn't infringe on your rights, it's all good. As far as like drugs go, like I'm not going to deny another human being something they want to put in their body. If you want to do heroin, cocaine, do it. There's no reason I don't care what you're doing over there. You shouldn't care what I'm doing over here, as long as I'm not like doing heroin and stumbling into your yard and dropping needles. Now I've infringed on your rights. Now I need to go to fucking jail. But as long as I'm over here doing my thing, you're over there doing yours. I just want everybody to leave everybody else alone. But there's got to be some sort. I don't believe in anarchy. You can't have a chaos system. You've got to have some sort of at least a small operational federal government there handling. There's dozens of things that a federal government has to handle, and healthcare is probably one of them. If nothing else, we need to limit, what pharmaceutical companies can charge for the drugs and services. I feel like. But
Did you see that douchebag got?
So that's one thing
locked up?
I disagree on. A little bit.
Yes, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. He's the enemy of the internet, right? He's such an easy target, such an easy punching bag. He seems like a caricature of a person.
It's because it's so easy to punch up. He's up above everyone, so everyone can gather together and punch up together, and it's just kind of gross. Of like, yeah, that guy's a piece of shit, but like all the comments that you'd read in threads of like, oh, that guy should burn in hell, for charging a high price for diarrhea medicine or whatever he did.
Probably the worst thing that happens to that guy though is he ends up on Reddit. I mean, I don't think he's got so much money. He's not going to spend much time in jail. He's going to get out. He's going to.
So let me give people a little background in case they don't know. I'm certainly going to mess up his name. His name is Martin Shkreli, something like that. Shkreli.
Martin S.
Yeah, Shkreli.
MS.
And the first thing he did is he took a drug for AIDS that was previously like $15 and made it like $800 a pop or $1,000 a pop or something like that. And he said that he would like back off, and he didn't. He changed his mind a month later, then quietly went back to Plan A, which was to take this drug, and it was an older drug. It was like 15 or 20 years old, like kind of like a known thing. And he ratcheted up the price, and it hurt AIDS victims in a really big way. And then just recently he had another drug that he was going to like incredibly ratchet up the price for. I forget what it was. It was for a disease that I hadn't heard of before. But he was doing the same thing. He was taking something that was currently like $1,000 and making it like $100,000. And now he's going to jail. But he's going to jail for something unrelated. Like apparently it's okay to charge what you want. But I guess he was issuing stock to use money to pay off something private, or like he was maybe not listening to the valuing the shareholders' rights or something.
An uber white collar crime that he'll probably have a lawyer get him right out of. He'll pay a fine or something that he'll use his AIDS drug profits to finance, and that'll be that.
Yeah, it might have even been student loan related. I'll see if I can look it up.
The internet loves to demonize that guy. He probably is a real douchebag. I love the animations of him with like a scrotum on his chin and stuff. Comparing his smile to Donald Trump's. I guess they've got the billionaire douchebag smile or whatever. It's not a good time to be a wealthy person in the United States. I feel like the rich guy is an easy target. Of course, that's always been that, I guess.
Yeah, fuck them.
Agreed. Yeah.
So, Kyle, back to what you were saying before about how you think that like healthcare should be like limited or more done by the government. So because of course everyone always thinks about like what's important for them, I would disagree on some of that stuff because like up in Canada, like if you need, like, let's say that I need ACL surgery and I was from Canada, because I know this has happened to other fighters. You need some kind of surgery. Well, it's all universal healthcare, so you're on a waiting list. So it's like, okay, well, we're gonna get to you when we get to you. It's gonna be like in 6 months. So whereas here, it's like if I need ACL surgery, I go to the doctors, I get it done right away. If I have to pay extra to get into someone that's better or faster or whatever, I can do that. For me, like that stuff is like super, super important. So I think that more privatized healthcare works out in my favor. Because sometimes maybe I need maybe so and so down the street tore their ACL, but they don't really do anything. Like they sit at a desk and it's not a big deal. But for me, I need surgery like yesterday.
Yeah.
So,
I think you need a private I think you need both, right? I feel like you need a private sector and a sort of government-run sector as well. Hey, give me that big fucking coffee.
There's a challenge with the completely capitalism version of medical stuff, and it's this. And longtime listeners have heard this before, but like when people are sick, they have to pay anything to get better. That's it. Like syphilis, right? Syphilis is a disease that will kill you. Right, it'll rot your brain out. It rots your skull.
Al Capone died.
It's okay. It's a deadly disease, syphilis. and it is cured with 50 cents worth of penicillin, right? The cure for it, we figured it out like 100 years ago.
Al Capone had like $20 million, but he walked around every day with pus ejecting from his cock, and instead of going and getting that shit. And think about that. That guy was such a maniac that instead of going and getting a penicillin
So let me finish
shot or
my
whatever-
point. So, syphilis
Kyle's
will,
point.
yeah, fuck Kyle. I get interrupted all the time, and they only talk about my interruptions. So syphilis will kill you, and it costs 50 cents to fix it. But pharmaceutical companies will charge $1 million for the thing if unregulated, because you have no choice. You have to pay everything you own. You have to mortgage your house. You have to sell you an arm and a leg to save your own life. And it's an area where perhaps some government regulation would make sense, because you're at the mercy. It's not like car shopping. It's not like buying clothing, where one, you have some knowledge of what you like, and two, you can just go to a competitor. It's a pure capitalism market. I don't think it works well for healthcare.
Maybe not pure capitalism, but I also don't like the idea of the U.S. government being the single payer, and they have so much power and authority. And as we know, they kind of tend to fritter away money and funds, and I just don't trust them to use the money as efficiently as they could. Like, they'll spend a crazy amount of money fixing a road that actually ends up taking 4 years. And like, there are roads that you'll drive on that have, like, at least around here, there's like one I can think of, been under construction for like 8 years. Nothing gets done. It's just like they poured money into it, and then I guess a contractor backed out or whatever. And now it's just a road that's not finished. Like, the government they got too much shit on their plate to handle a thing that big without becoming bigger. And I'd prefer a smaller government if possible.
It's a tricky thing, right? I mean, I'm with you. Like, as a member of the public, sometimes it feels like the government couldn't properly run a 2-car parade.
Dude, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But, you know, do you trust Dow Chemical to run it better? You know, in some cases, yeah. You know, there's lots of people competing. They're trying to, if they want to do it well, if they want to get tomorrow's job, they better do this one properly. That's why capitalism does well. In other cases, you're like, no, this guy Martin Skrill or whatever will just charge you $100,000 for some drug his company figured out 30 years ago.
Yeah, so there should be some regulation.
I'm less and less impressed as time has gone on, as I've gotten older, with like people's individual ability to get stuff done. I feel like when I was a little kid, I felt like my parents knew everything, and they could do, you know, they could do no wrong, and they were like, anytime I had a question, they were the people to go and talk to. And then as you get older, you realize that they just don't know any more than you do. They just done it a little bit more. And I feel like everything, like anyone I've met, like people that run like really big successful businesses, and I'm like, this guy's no smarter than my retard brother. It's no smarter than this guy. You know what I mean?
Which
like,
one is that?
both of them, my sister, me, everyone. You know, it's just like everyone. Like, I think that sometimes, like, you think that, you know, individual people are, you know, that they have all the answers, whatever. And I really don't think that's ever the case. I think it's whenever it's something successful, it's almost always like a group effort of just a lot of like people that are pretty good, and they all fill each other's, you know, where everyone has oversights and where they have lapse and experience filled in.
You ever run in? You ever meet a guy and it's the opposite of that, though? You ever meet a guy and you're just blown away by how intelligent and
Sometimes.
like bright he is? Like maybe he's just an expert on a particular thing, like, and you're just like, your brain has a wealth of knowledge in it that I can't even start scratching.
But whenever I meet someone like that, I always know that they have this wealth of knowledge on this one thing. But on the other hand, I know they can't pay their water bill, or they can't pay their car insurance, or they can't, like, I feel like everyone's like got like roughly the same amount of like intelligence. It's just,
I don't know. I know some guy. I've met a couple guys, and I was blown away. I know one guy in particular. He's an engineer, and he reads and writes like 4 languages, and he's a mechanical engineer. Like he can build things with his hands, like big machines. And he takes them apart, and he anti-aircraft guns and turret guns from like World War II. He'll read the German engineering blueprints and diagrams and stuff, and he'll be like, oh yeah, I know how to do this. And that guy is just every time I talk to him on just about any subject, he just seems like he's a real genius. It's amazing to talk to people like that.
Geniuses are cool, but I'm sorry, I thought there was a break. But just as cool are doers, right? Like I saw there was a woman, she didn't ask me anything on Reddit. I think there was something wrong with her hands or arms or something. And she's like, one of the toughest things is I wish I could curl my hair. And like a day or two later, he's like, you know what? He just seemed like a regular guy. He kind of spoke a little country, and he's like, but I like to mess around in the shop, so I came up with this. And he demonstrates how now she can curl her hair without everybody else's fingers. And I looked at his solution.
What did she have? What did she have going on?
I think she had maybe
flipper
no
hand
thumb
action.
or something. Yeah, flipper hand action type thing going on. I don't remember exactly. But he looked at what she had to work with, and he built a solution. Where I guess she had no fingers, but she had a wrist. And with just a working wrist, you could see how he built a functional, those hair frying things, the curlers. And it was
in my head, I'm imagining a power drill to get the rotation. And imagine now make sure you put it in low gear now, all right? You go. And she's like, all right. And she uses her fucked up wrist to manipulate this DeWalt power drill. And just
I think
Suddenly she's got no fingers and no scalp.
I think really it was the clamping action.
Old greasy head Susan over there. Big patch missing. It's all sticky.
God damn, did a Navajo get a hold of you? What the fuck?
What was impressive about the guy was that he did something. He was a doer, right? Tons of people do abstract art, and you look at it and you say, I could do that, but you didn't. It took someone to actually give it a go. I looked at his solution for this, and in hindsight, it seemed obvious to me. But I read the AMA, and I didn't build that. That guy was a doer. And there are tons of people with lots of abilities, but the doers are the ones that make the world go round.
I feel like my dad is that. All right, so you've seen that shredder thing I've got, right? The little personal tank thing. Mm-hmm. So that thing got rained on, and it wouldn't start. I couldn't get it to start, and I didn't know what to do, so I took it over there to Dad, and it had a couple problems. One of them was the battery was dead, and it doesn't use a standard battery. It uses this. It's about the size of a hardback book, that's what the battery looks like. It's just it's some sort of lithium battery. It looks like a real explosive fire hazard because it's right under the gas tank. But he made a charger for it. He disconnects the cables, and he literally put metal in where the prongs are supposed to go and hooked it up to a 12-volt slow charger and somehow recharged this battery that the company said couldn't be recharged. And then he gets the carburetor is about the size of my fist, and it's up in this thing in a way that is just incredibly difficult to work on. But he completely disassembles this thing, and this thing is complicated. He's never seen anything like this before. He completely disassembles this thing, has the carburetor out, cleans the carburetor, fixes it, he's like, oh, here's your problem right here, your idle jet. It's clogged. We get the idle jet out, clean it. Oh, and this right here, you got water in the cup, and we get that out, and the thing's working now. It's hauling ass. It's running better than it's ever ran before. And they did the same thing with my dune buggy. We had to completely we had to adjust the valves. We had to do a dozen things to that dune buggy last week. But he's a tinkerer. He can take something apart, see how it works, and fix it.
Yeah, I just have a lot of respect for people who are, I don't know, they see a thing and they're, let's roll up the sleeves and see where this goes. And that's pretty cool.
I hate doing that kind of stuff.
I hate that stuff too.
Yeah. I bought a $45 Ikea bookshelf for college once, and just to keep books on or video games or whatever, spent an hour and a half trying to build it until I convinced myself that it was faulty packaging and that I didn't fall pieces, and then I just threw it away. Didn't even return it. Just they probably couldn't help me either. There's some other guy out there also struggling. Oh, he and I have been brothers. Just threw it away.
Kitty bought all these shelves, these wire shelves, and it was they had to pop together with these plastic attachers that would attach two pieces of wire together, and it was just it was like a stack of Jenga blocks. You went higher and higher, and it became more and more unstable, and she's like,
yeah, you don't mind putting that together now, do you? Me hands, I can't do it.
And I'm just like, how is that my fucking problem? You should have thought about this before you bought a puzzle instead of a bookshelf or whatever the fuck this is supposed to be. I threw that fucking thing out on the porch. I'm like, I'm done. I was like, you go get some real wood or something, go to a thrift store or whatever, but I'm not putting your puzzle together for you. That shit is ridiculous. My hands were hurting. My fingertips were I've tried to learn guitar before, and maybe you can relate to this, Woody. Your fingertips get incredibly sore. Mm-hmm. I had that from popping these things together, and I got it maybe 5 tiers high, and then it collapsed and fell back, and I had nothing, and I was just like, I kicked it out the door and just fucking threw it away. I can't.
Yeah.
I get so frustrated putting that shit together. I hate IKEA furniture, anything like that, where you're putting a goddamn puzzle together. That's not my.
That stuff to me is so easy. It's
I'm
so
with
easy.
you, Joe. Like I'm telling you, I am undefeated on these things. Not only am I undefeated at things like IKEA furniture, but there's usually hardly even a misstep. You know, like I will go from start to end without unscrewing a screw. Oh, please! It just
I can't say that.
IKEA called me the other day for some pointers. I put them on the new system. They changed instructions based on how I put together a
It's
bookshelf.
not even always that it's super, super hard. It's that, like, you have a picture in your head of what it will look like, and you're halfway through building it, and it's, like, swaying in the wind. Like, you test it with, like, a little news pamphlet, and it, like, bows down a little bit, and it's like, well, this isn't what it says. This is... I did it right, mostly. There's a few extra pieces, but, like...
I always put the backing on backwards because like I assembled like a bookshelf. So you put it down, and then so you put the backing on there, and then you put like 8,000 little fucking nails in there. You stand it up, and you realize it's the backing's on backwards.
You
Yeah.
realize you're looking at particle boards, like...
Spray paint.
Yeah, the
Fix
ugly
it with-
side
Fix
forward.
it with spray paint.
Kitty bought 2 of these desks one time, and it was like a computer desk with like a bookshelf attached to the back of it, with all of these individual shelves with glass doors on them. And I put one of them together because I had to, but I threw mine away. I think it was like $500. I burn it. I was like, fuck that thing. Fuck it. No, I refuse to put 2 of those together. I'm gonna burn that other one. You can't make me put it together, and I did because it was so outrageously hard, and the materials were like. It wasn't that it was like this like Rubik's Cube that I just couldn't solve. It was like you'd go to put the pieces together, and it was just shoddy material, and it'd be like
Splits and breaks and
like
bends.
the screw just like rips out of what it's supposed to be holding in, and it's just like fuck. Well, now what do? Now I need a lot of glue. Now I need a lot of fucking glue. Like now I need liquid nails. Like this thing is gonna be held together by baling wire and pins by the time it's over. I do not like putting shit together. I would much rather go to like an antique store and be like, yeah, that wooden desk there, like let's load that fucker up, sit it on the floor, and it'll be done.
Yeah, and that'll be good forever because it was made by like an Italian immigrant in 1913.
Yeah.
You know, no thoughts of the Great War, not yet. But Kyle, you said that you were gonna, or that you've tried to do guitar and stuff. What other little hobbies? Because I've done that. Like I had little phases where I tried to get into hobbies growing up. I want to know which ones you got into, then I'll go into a
definitely
couple.
guitar. I've tried to pick up guitar a few times because my dad's pretty good at guitar. It's not that he's had any like formal training, but he just like knows like the ins and outs of like the chords and everything, and so he can transfer that knowledge to like a variety of instruments. So like he can play a banjo just as well as he can play a guitar, just as well he can play anything with strings really. And he's got these big ridiculous fingers. And I see him do it, and so I don't have this. I can't excuse myself. I can't be like, oh, my fingers are too big, can't do it. When he's got these big, like hot dog fingers, and he's making it happen. But mine lock and pop and do all that shit, and just I never could get into it. I could play like I'm over there, twinkle, twinkle, little. God damn it, that hurt.
And you're hitting like flat notes, just. Like,
Yeah,
I went
right.
through a guitar phase for like, I think it was honestly one afternoon that a friend of mine like left his guitar at my house, and I was like in 9th grade or something. And I was like sitting there, and I like looked up on the internet like tips how to learn guitar quickly, and I was sitting there like had it up, did a couple of strums, was like, man, this is really harder than I thought. And then I just had like a silent moment of honesty with myself, like, is it gonna be cooler to be the guy that can play the guitar than it is uncool to spend all this time learning it at this point in my life? And I was like, no, it's not. This isn't worth it. Nobody's gonna be like, wow. Like, 'cause at that age, if you're gonna be the guitar guy, you already got to be pretty fucking good at guitar. Like, people got to be like, man, look at that guy. He's just tearing it up. Not like, oh, look at Taylor. He's got, hot cross buns down to a T.
I suck at guitar.
Bam,
I
bam, bam.
I tried
Bam.
harder than you might guess. Like I think for at least 2 years I played 6 days a week, and I never got good. I sat there and I just didn't.
You're retarded.
I am retarded. Nicely done. I don't know what to say. Hope and I would do it together as an activity. You know, it was like this father-daughter thing. We just share some time, and I just didn't get good. I didn't get good. I'm fucking horrible at it. I don't know what to say. I could never improve. I would learn all the notes. Like there were a couple songs where I could play it all the way through, but it didn't sound like this song. Even though there were no mistakes, I played all the right notes in order. I'm hearing it and I'm like, that doesn't even fucking sound like the song to me.
Your teacher's looking at you like, I've never heard that sound coming from a guitar before. Son of Satan.
Once a week.
Get out. I used to lie to my
for
piano
lessons.
teacher all the time. I had to do piano. My mom made me and my brother take it like once a week, and every time we'd go in, and I was only like 10 or something, 11, did it for a couple of years, never learned it or got any better, and she'd give us like assignments, and she'd be like, now I want you to play an hour of this every day until next week when you come back. And I'd just be like, I'm 11, so I'm not going to do that. And so I just come back every single week. She'd be like, did you do your homework? Nope, we're going to be starting from square one again. Because eventually my mom is going to get tired of paying you $70 for this hour that I don't learn, and then I'm not going to have to do this. Just sit down, struggle.
My cousin, like from an early age, my grandmother and her mother like had her playing the piano. She had a piano at my grandmother's house. She had a piano at home, and she was able to practice both places. She spent like weekends at my grandmother's house, and she became incredible at it. Like she does piano concerts now. Like it was part of her when she got into UGA. I think the piano playing thing was in some small way a part of like how she got accepted. I don't remember how that worked out, but. She's amazing. Like she's over there playing, and both. I don't know anything about piano, but it's it sounds very complex. It's not like bum 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 bum. It's like boom 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 boom. Like both hands are doing completely different things, and it's beautiful when she plays. But I have none of that musical ability. I've always been good at like sort of reflexive things, I guess. Like you throw a ball at me, I can catch it. I don't know. If you throw a target up in the air, I can shoot it, but if you make me sit there and learn those notes and stuff, I've just always struggled with that.
That's not nearly as cool of a party trick. It's like, hey, quick, throw this vase at Kyle. Guaranteed he catches it. Takes one mistake.
Well, if I shot it, that'd be cool. I don't know if you threw the vase at me and I like drew and shot the vase, like that.
Is that gun loaded?
No.
A guy line drives a vase at you. Suddenly you're Kyle the murderer.
Fair question.
This is the loaded gun.
Yeah, right. I've got one.
What do you got, Joe?
I got nothing.
Oh, I thought you said I had a question.
No. I said no.
He said it was a fair question. I think
Fair
he said.
question.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad.
Asking
Fair
if the gun
question.
was loaded because they could be.
Yeah, I went shooting today. I was hanging out with my dad.
Did you film?
Shooting for fun or shooting?
Yeah, both, I guess. The day before yesterday, we filmed the new video that's being edited. But today I just went and shot for fun with my dad and another guy. The other guy didn't have much shooting experience, and he had seen he saw like some of the guns that were in my truck the other day, and he was like blown away. And I was like, "You ain't seen nothing yet." I was like, "Come back tomorrow after work, and I'll show you some cool shit." So I got like an AK and my AUGs out and a bunch of silencers, and so we had some fun. He'd never seen tracers and incendiary before, so we were throwing paint cans around and blowing them up.
Now,
Yeah.
I don't know about Georgia, but that was today you said?
Yeah.
Dude, the rain fell so hard here. It was like the sky was falling. Did you deal with that?
Definitely early in the morning it rained, and then around noon it was drizzling a lot. But by 3 or 4 it kind of cleared up, but it was drizzly and overcast all day. It wasn't a pretty day, but that's good when you're making big fireballs and shit. You don't have to worry about lateral damage.
What we had here, you wouldn't have.
Brush fire.
Like 2 or 3 times a year, the weather is so remarkable. You go outside and you're like, holy fuck, look at that. We had one of those days. And into December, it's not normal for us to have that like kind of super heavy shower. I don't even know how many inches of rain we got, but a couple, I guess. It was a ton.
Yeah, we filmed a video early in the week. Kind of a standard video, like 3 different weapons. I wish I had. Maybe I'll show the sniper rifle a little bit. It's pretty cool. I put a sniper rifle together for it. But the interesting thing I did was I had to drive my dune buggy crashing through these fences, and it's like the segue between each segment of the video is me crashing through this wall. So that you got like a tight shot on this fence, this white picket fence. And then the dune buggy just comes through it out of nowhere, going about 45 miles an hour with me behind the wheel. And when I hit this fence, it explodes. And I engineered all this pretty well, I thought, and I even had everything built perfectly, I thought, until I realized that my dune buggy is wider than the posts that hold the fence up. So if I have to hit it perfectly, and then still the like wings of my vehicle kind of has these big like fenders that kick out on the sides that are even wider than the back tires, and those are rubbing the fences as I go through them. But I hit all 3 fences going roughly 45 miles an hour off-road, right in the fucking middle, and every time I was just like, ah! And it would just trying to get into 3rd gear before I hit this thing, and just screaming as fast as that car would go in those bottoms, and the fence would just fucking explode. It felt so good. I had a lot of fun doing it. I'd never had it was a real triumphant feeling, because I'm like going super fast at this thing, and if I'm 5 inches off, then I have a wreck. That means my front tire is going to hit a post that's concreted into the ground, and that's going to like knock the front end out from under my vehicle, turn me into a spin, and like it's going to be a serious impact. And I don't have a seatbelt on because there isn't one, and it's a racing steering wheel, so it's not like nice and soft like your car. It's like a steel post. So I'm just like, ah! Like I said, and but every one of them hit right in the fucking middle, didn't die. And when I hit it, I just see white at the last second because the whole fence is painted white, and it completely fills my vision. And then all of a sudden it explodes and everything like lights up, and I'm just like, yeah! And I'm just and I'm just so exuberant in that moment when I came through it that I'm just like fucking getting more gears and doing donuts and screaming like, woo! Like shit's flying everywhere. I had a real good time.
That's too dangerous. Does it flash through your head like what people would say if you died doing that? Like,
they know to upload the video if I kill myself. They know what to do.
I'm glad they understand that.
Yes,
I'd rather see you die in a flame in that video than come back as like, hello, my name is Kyle. I am here to talk to you about safety. Like, I did not take it seriously when I was making YouTube videos. I thought that everything in life would go my way.
I hope they know to never stop filming, right?
Yes, that is. I swear to God, that is the pitch. I've said this many times. It's this. It's like, look, if I get hurt, if I go down, if I scream, if there's blood, if the hands go on, you keep rolling. Everybody else can keep helping, but you're the cameraman. You got to roll on this. It's better if you catch it than just cut away. Like, let's see what happens. Like it'll be worth some money if I get injured. I don't want to get hurt. But if I do, there's no reason not to fucking film it, bro. Like, you're already here. Like, get it done. So, yeah, the whole fence thing, though, like, I pitched that to that company like 2 months ago, 3 months ago, maybe. And they said yes, which meant I had to do it then. And initially, I had thought of this fence crashing idea, and it was going to be a real car, like, whenever it happened, for whatever reason. It's just kind of in the playbook. But doing it in the dune buggy, which doesn't have a windshield, and it's a dune buggy, is a whole different thing. So I had to make this protective windshield for it out of mesh steel. I was up late the night before. I built that the night before. Like, I was there at 9 p.m. like welding that, or not welding, but cutting that steel to the right shape and bolting it on and everything. And when we hit that thing, I say we because I had Chad, my cameraman, in the passenger seat. When I hit the third one, he was dressed as Abraham Lincoln. I don't know if that'll be in the video. Like, full Abraham Lincoln mask with the hat and the beard and everything, and he's just like mugging for the camera as we hit this wall going 45. And I think it's gonna be pretty funny. Those shots in particular, like the wall shots, most fun I've had in a little while. I'd never crashed a car through a wall, and certainly not like that. That was a lot of fun.
How long will it take for that video to go up? Is that like a 2-week thing, 3-week thing?
Probably be up in I sent it off to the company for approval. They liked it. They wanted me to add like a little bit more B-roll and some voiceover. So I'll record all that tomorrow, send it to my editor. He'll get it edited probably next weekend.
Sweet.
Something like
Can't
that.
wait.
Be very
Nice to see.
Joe, did you say you had to go?
I gotta bounce. I go see Star Wars. Priorities.
Boy, my friend.
Love hanging out with you guys.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming.
Tweet
on.
out the ending so we can all know.
Dude, the second I get out of there, I won't be out of the theater yet. I'll send you guys all spoilers.
Go for it.
I will kick
I
your
would
ass.
love it if you ruined it for Kyle and Woody. Please.
I would hate that. Like, I've watching movie trailers pretty much at all at this point to prevent any kind of spoiler. I haven't. Was telling Woody I haven't even watched the Star Trek one or anything. I think I'm done with trailers.
There's supposed to be some awesome trailer tonight on something. I forget what it is now, but I don't know if it was one of the Marvel movies or.
Would it be Hateful Eight?
Which one?
Hateful Eight. I'm just guessing. It's a big thing
maybe
coming
it
soon.
could be. I don't know. I remember hearing that there was gonna be some trailer, and I remember being excited about it.
Or Revenant. Relevant.
The Revenant.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But, all right. I'll catch you guys later, though.
Joe.
Thanks,
Man.
Joe.
Do it again sometime soon.
Yeah.
Zombies soon for sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Later, guys.
Later.
See ya.
Yeah. Quentin Tarantino was on the Howard Stern show this week and did an interview.
I saw a segment of it where he was really upset about, I guess,
Disney
being kicked out of a particular theater by Disney.
Quentin Tarantino was upset. He got kicked out.
That's right.
Yeah. Well, see, his movie did. So like, and he's contractually like they're violating a contract that they have with him. That movie is supposed to be in the Cinerama. Cinerama owns like a whole chain of theaters, and I think Quentin's movie is supposed to be getting be in there, and instead they're showing the Star Wars thing. And I think the Cinerama logo is even in the film, like it's a big deal. And yeah, I wonder. I don't know what's going to come of that. I didn't actually see that part of the interview. That's the only part I didn't see somehow. I was there when he was talking about writing True Romance and all that stuff.
It was really nice. Stern, I guess, knows the guy from Disney, like some decision maker. And he's like, look, me to you. This guy, Quentin Tarantino, I know he's a bit of a goof, but he worked real hard on this, and he cares a lot. This theater is like 70 millimeters something or other. I don't know and I don't care, but I know he does. So why don't you just be nice? It's the Christmas season. Let him have this one theater. They're not talking about like being kicked out of theaters nationally. This is more of a artistic thing. It's not even a business thing. It's an artistic thing where this one particular historic theater that has the right equipment to show this film means a lot to Tarantino, and Disney's like, no, fuck you. We want it for Star Wars.
And there's a contract in place that says that Tarantino's movie is supposed to be showing there, and they're violating it.
That's right. But I mean, as you're sort of getting at, Disney's just so powerful that they find that it's better to stay in Disney's favor than to like honor the contract.
Yeah. Too big
Who
to
owns
sue.
Quentin Tarantino?
Nobody owns Quentin Tarantino.
Nobody.
owns. I guess you're asking who's backing him. I don't know. Actually.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
I didn't.
Harvey Weinstein, usually. I think that's one of his major financiers, producers. But he produces tons of projects. But in particular, Quentin's, I think a lot of the time he's behind. Yeah, I heard him on there. Stern's had a couple of good interviews this week. He had Sandler on there. It was cool to hear him ask Sandler about his whole past. He had all these weird things in his past. Like he was roommates with Judd Apatow back in the day. There's lots of little things like that. And he was talking about the Ridiculous Six movie that he's got on Netflix now, and his time on SNL, and how he got hired there as a writer and stand-up, and how he's going out now and like trying his new stand-up out. And just just sometimes just bombing, and and he's just like, what's it like to be and Adam Sandler, and the crowd's like, oh shit, it's fucking Adam Sandler, and then you just go out there and completely bomb. He's like, yeah, it's rough. He's like, and they're filming you with their cameras. That didn't used to be a thing, so it was cool to hear from him. And I can't remember the third. He had 3 good interviews this week, I thought.
Yeah.
Oh, and he signed on. I guess we talked about it on PKN, but he signed that 5-year extension. Stern, that is, so that's cool.
For $80 million a year, you said.
Yeah.
It's not $80 million total. It's $80 million a year.
$80 million a year.
Sirius probably has to give him whatever he wants, because he's like the only thing keeping them afloat. Is my
I have to give him $80 million a year.
Yeah. Now, like we pointed out in PK, well, Kyle pointed out in PKN, he has expenses for the show. They're paying $80 million a year for the show, but one might
That's
guess
staff, production, all that.
Yeah, I mean they might spend 15 or 20 million making the show happen.
I'd love to know the breakdown. Like with an MLB team, you get it, right? You know what the coach makes, what the assistant makes, what the batting coach is making. You know what the shortstop's making. I'd love to know what Stern takes home, including bonuses and any other way they're hiding, like stock options, any other way they're paying him on the side, and his ad revenue. I'd love to know about that because they run so many ads. Like he must have at least 20 advertisers rolling all day long. Like I could name a dozen of them now. But I'd like to know what Gary Delabate's making. He's the executive producer of the show, been with Stern for 30 years. I'd like to know what Robin Quivers is making. I don't like Robin. You said it the other day. You felt like Stern kept her around because he just likes her or whatever. I think he thinks he needs her, and they've got a chemistry that just works, and a big part of his success, I think he feels, and I feel as well, was that he sort of revolutionized this thing where it used to be that the news guy came on and he did the news very straightforward, like he was Tom Brokaw over there, and then it went back to the DJ who was like, and now Willie Pete's song. Move on over, and that was the radio. But instead, Robin would read the news, and she'd be like, eight dead in a traffic pileup, and Stern would be like, oh, that's a gangbang of death. He'd riff on the news, and that was a new thing, and that was kind of a big part of what made him him. But I'd like to know what she's making a year. I'd like to know what the side people, like Benji Bronk. I want to know what he's making. I want to know what those disgusting fucking people in the back office, Richard and Sal, are making. Those guys who like they'll do the most stupid, disgusting pranks. Like they're just balls in your mouth, like pubic hair on your face. Just two guys. They're both straight, but they're making out at the Today Show, like filming just to cause a ruckus. I'd like to know what they're all making. $80 million is a shitload of money, though, for that production, because it's just a radio show. Oh, they're going to video, too, though, now. That's the thing. I don't know if you read into that. I didn't understand it initially, but basically the Howard Stern show is going to be a video format show, kind of like what we're doing. It's going to be like this, except, they won't have stationary cameras. They got cameramen and all that stuff, and you'll be able to see what's going on with all the shows going forward, apparently.
To me, that severely impacts how hard it is to do the show. I think it makes it a lot harder when you're on camera. Like, there's a huge difference between, like, I don't know if Fred's still on the show.
He is.
But he just sort of interjects a thing now and then. Most of the time, Fred's not on the show. He's just paying attention.
He's also doing the sound, all the sound effects,
Right. And I just think it's a really casual job. But when there's suddenly a camera.
I disagree. I don't know what you meant by casual, I guess. I took casual to be like, he's not a huge part of the show. But I feel like Fred's a bigger part of the show than Robin because of his sound effects. I wish we had some sort of way to do sound effects. He's so good with those.
For me, I hate them. I hate them
all
the time. Every time there's
the
another fucking like woo week of fart noise or something, I'm just like, this is the most juvenile thing.
You are in the minority.
I agree with Woody on the whole, like, when those things come in and they're like, uh-oh, and it's like, or
not that. No, not that in particular. Like, all right, so some of the sound effects he'll play will be like a woman getting throat fucked, and it's like, like, they'll play that one every time they talk about oral sex or something like that. And sure, those are sophomoric and juvenile.
Yeah,
and what
I hate them.
But many times he'll play sound bites that really punctuate a joke, or he'll have, and he's got this database of like material to go to. It's incredible. Like, it seems like no matter what topic they're on, he can really quickly get in there. And he talked about how he built the system and how it works and everything one time. But I'd say it adds to the show much more than it takes away from it. I don't like the farts. I don't like that stuff. I really don't. But I love when what he adds to it is like a sound clip or a sound bite from that punctuates what Stern's talking about or something like that.
For me, like, my reaction to them is not that they punctuate, it's that they interrupt. Someone's telling a story, someone's doing a thing, they're making a riff, and then I have to hear a throat fucking sounds, and it's just like, shut the fuck up with your sounds. This guy's on a roll. It is, to me, an interruption. And it's an interruption that Fred does all show long, and I hate it. But
I totally, I'm on your side 100% with it.
Yeah.
It is so distracting and aggravating to me.
Now,
it never makes me laugh harder when they're like going on their riffing really good, and then they're like, hey, you know what would really punctuate this is a slightly relevant clip from Goodfellas. Like, no, that's.
I'll give you a perfect example of when Fred killed. Okay, so Eric the actor, or Eric the midget, whatever you want to call him as, he did this event, right, where he sold tickets and fans were going to come and see him. I think it was at an NBA game prior to it or something like that. They did some kind of, and they promoted it on the show, and nobody bought a ticket. 0.0 people bought tickets. And there's this sound bite from, I don't remember the movie, maybe Ferris Bueller, or maybe it's Animal House when he's telling them like their scores or something, I think maybe. And there's this soundbite of the guy going 0.0. And so they're on the phone with Eric, and he's explaining in his ridiculous voice how like
is he high pitched, Eric?
No, this is the midget guy with the club foot in the wheelchair that at one point they're going to float him away with helium balloons.
Yeah, why wouldn't you? Yeah.
and he's just like, no, I had lots of people coming. I had a big turnout.
And they're just like, yeah, but you had 0 people that signed up for this thing before we advertised it the night before. And then you still got 0 whatever. And Fred plays the soundbite 0.0. And every time the Eric tries to get in, he's like,
no, you don't understand. I had lots of people showing up.
And they just keep playing it over and over and over. And the way I'm describing it doesn't sound that funny, but with the way the show flows around, it's just fucking hilarious. Everybody's dying laughing. It was a great moment. I feel like
maybe you're right with that, but that whole, even the way you're describing it is like, I've seen shows do that same thing where like they have a caller on and they'll like just play the same clip over and over, like to drown them out.
Yeah.
Like, you're wrong, and it's like you're not progressing. This has there's no legs for this to get funnier from here. And everybody in the studio has to ham it up because they're on the show, you know? When really, if you're listening, it's like, is this really that funny? Or am I laughing because there's a bunch of people laughing because I'm supposed to think this is funny?
I know what you're saying, but in this regard, you're like hitting him from 2 fronts. You got Fred playing the 0.0 over and over, which is repetitive, of course. But on the other side, you've got Howard and like, I don't know, 2 or 3 other people just picking him apart at every turn. Just like, no, this, and that, and giving factual stuff to make fun of him and just make a real mockery of the freak of a human being that Eric was.
I feel like the sound effects maybe do work one in every 10 or 15 times. But the thing about putting a video in is I know I feel not at ease anymore once there's a camera on me. Like, I sort of have to be on. I don't want to say I'm being a version of me that's not really me, but I just more aware and self-conscious, and you know, you're on, and once these lights turn off, you know, there's sort of a now I can sit with bad posture, you know.
Yeah,
I'm looking forward to it. I'm gonna look into it more and see how I watch the show going forward, because I really enjoy like the E show back in the day, and seeing the comings and goings in the hallway, and seeing Ronnie the limo driver doing his thing, and just the stuff that goes off in the back office there and in that hallway always really intrigued me, how they actually ran the show. And when they're pulling a prank on somebody, and Stern's like, all right, so this is what we're gonna do, right? Blah 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 blah. And he's like getting everybody together. One of my favorite ones last year. You know, their contract was up again last year. They were currently writing a 1-year contract extension. So last year it was up in the air. Is Stern going to retire? Is he going to sign a new contract? And Sal comes to work late, and so he doesn't hear the office announcement that morning. They went around and, you know, Stern told everybody, hey, we're on again. We got a year extension. He tells them off the air, but Sal's not there. He's late. So when Sal gets there, Stern says, yeah, we're not coming back. It's over. You know, it's all over, Sal. I'm sorry you just got here, but you missed the news. You know, we're retiring it. I'm hanging it up.
Awesome.
Sal starts.
This is the sort of shit we would do to Wings.
Sal starts crying because he has no prospects, nowhere to move forward. He has two or three sons and a wife to support, and he starts crying. He's just like, I didn't plan for this. I didn't think. I don't know what am I doing with my boys. And he's crying, and they let him cry for a while before Stern's like, Sal, were you late today? He's like, yeah. And what happens when you're late? We fucking goof on you, don't we? She's like, is this a joke? He's like, yeah, you fucking asshole. And then everybody laughs at him, and he's just like wiping tears away and just being like, okay, then I guess you got me pretty good.
Your life was crumbling around you, like.
Just cried his heart out to 25 million listeners or something.
Nearly as good. Remember the Nvidia deal we supposedly got?
Yeah. What did you guys do to Wings with Nvidia? I need to know.
I hope I tell the story. It can't compare to Howard's, but basically Wings missed a show, And he missed a show for like no good reason whatsoever. I forget if he slept through it or if he scheduled a date or something like that. But it wasn't like he was sick or had some business travel or whatever. He just,
Couldn't be bothered.
Couldn't be bothered. Had some other priority that was more flexible, but decided to do it on PKA night. So we ran with it. I think we actually advertised Nvidia on the show for free, like this,
Yeah, to sell the prank.
Yeah, and then afterwards we talked about how we were all getting these like Titan X cards and money and game shields and stuff like that. And Wings was getting nothing because obviously he wasn't even there for the show. Why would Wings get anything for it? And, the subreddit is taking both sides of it. Some thought that we should cut him in on a show that he didn't do. Others thought, well, you snooze, you lose.
They're doing the pro-con list over there. Well, and, they really split down the middle. Lots of people like, Wings deserves it. He's part of the show, goddammit. And then other people like, well, he wasn't even fucking there. Why would you cut him in if he's not even there?
Yeah.
What's he going to... And then people like...
Do you get paid when you don't go to work?
And then, of course, people being like, well, Woody doesn't even need a new graphics card. He's got the regular Titan. He should just give his to Wings. And people being like, well, Kyle probably can't even run a Titan. He should give his to Wings. And just like back and forth. And the whole time,
there was no deal.
Titan. There was no deal.
No deal.
Just goofing on Wings because he didn't show up.
Yeah, we were actually pursuing Nvidia. We wish there was a deal. We had been, I guess, in talks with them for like a year.
But unfortunately, they're a foolish company. They don't see the advertising power of Painkiller already, like so many other bright companies.
Yeah, they reached out to me. Like, I guess what happened is I used to do a Tech Tuesday, and I talked about what the Nvidia cards are doing and like the tech breakthrough that was like 2 or 3 generations forward. And they liked the video. They liked my excitement about it. They liked that I understood what they were going for. And, we met them at EA. What's E3? That's what I'm trying to say. We met them at E3, and I never got a deal with them. So
yeah, it's weird how that worked. They expressed a lot of interest. It seems like I hate when that happens. When it's like, I'm not even pursuing you. You're pursuing me. You're getting me to make travel arrangements and go places and like get up early and go to these meetings in other cities across the country. And then you're the one who decides not to buy it. That's happened before, and it upsets me.
Yeah. I don't know how
they let you on. They were a real cock tease about it. They were talking about 100 frames per second. They're talking about getting you all this cool equipment, all this money. All these good things, and then they never get you off.
No, just a tease.
It's a tease, like a fucking stripper. I hate strippers so much. Can we talk about why I hate strippers?
Of course.
I talked? I think I've talked about it before, but I just want to reiterate.
Stories are better the second time.
Strippers are the worst. They're real.
Would you say they're cock teases?
Yeah, there definitely are cock teases. So, like, the thing is this. So, like, I don't think that strippers are inherently bad people, but I think that people who are in the business of stripping or who are in the act of stripping are definitely in that moment bad people. Strippers, while they're stripping, are bad people. They're there to pretend, and I don't get why guys enjoy strip clubs at all. I don't get it. I don't know why you want to go. Maybe someone could explain this to me. All right, so I don't want to watch some girls dance naked. Like, that's not a thing. I don't want her to, I don't want to lap dance either. It's the definition of a cock tease. I really don't get it. They're pretending to like you for money. It makes me feel so patronized, and it's like it's insulting to my intelligence when she's like clearly like falsely showing interest because she wants more of this stack of money that I have. Prostitutes at least are honest. The prostitute's like, yeah, I'm gonna suck your dick for this money, and you're like, oh. Great. That's much better than some sort of ambiguous open-ended deal where I keep shelling out $1 bills for the hope that you're going to go back to my hotel room tonight at the end of your shift.
Which will never happen.
I've seen it happen. It's happened. But it's hard. It's hard. Like, the success rate with strippers is like 1 in 10. Like it's a real difficult mountain to climb. It really is.
You pegged it with the patronizing thing. That's what it is. And I hate it. Like, I've been to one ever, and I didn't like it. It felt forced. It felt like I was in an adult daycare, and that they were trying to like distract me from things. And
Yeah.
they were like, "Oh, you know what make you feel better? We got really cheap booze." And it's like, "Well, I guess I'll have some. Got to save money for these nice ladies." And it's
You want
like,
to buy me a shot? You want to buy me a shot? And I'm like, no, I don't want to
Oh, yeah,
fucking buy you a shot.
no.
I don't want to buy me a shot.
I don't
Like,
understand the want to buy me a shot thing. Like, what do I get out of buying you a shot?
you get a drunker girl.
Like, it's
and
slightly
you
poorer.
work here. It's like a lady hostess at Red Robin doesn't go, "Hey, buy me a Whiskey River barbecue burger." Like, no, you would at least go somewhere else. Like, if anything was going to come of it. Like,
They
you
want you
work
to buy
here, you can get that
shots.
for free.
Because they're getting a cut of it sometimes. You know, they're like that's part of it. And also they just want a shot, right? But you know, it's like it's like when they ask you if you want to supersize it. It's part of the deal.
It just makes no sense to me whatsoever. Like, if I was on Woodycraft, like, hey, you guys want to buy me a rank? You want to buy me a rank? In exchange, I'll have more money. You're
Yeah.
like, no.
It's like,
I
no,
d-
you control that. You can get that for free.
yeah,
And he-
I totally don't want to buy you a rank at all. You fucking work here. I get nothing in exchange. You know, I'll buy me one, perhaps, you know, me being a customer there or a player, but like, no, I don't want to buy you anything. It doesn't, I don't understand why anyone would be motivated to buy things for someone else in a situation like that. I'm completely lost. But again, back to the Stern show, they were talking about, I don't even think the club's in business anymore, but I guess Howard used to go to this real high-end strip club.
Scores, they're still in business.
I think it might have been Scores. And anyway, so this is how they describe it. They say they go there and they've got like a stack of singles, like 4 inches tall. And then they take half of them and give them to Howard. And then the other 2 inches they distribute like to the rest of the people. And Robin was like, why would you like a strip club? You know, those girls don't really like you. And Gary Delavati was like, but you know, while I have all that money, it seems like they do. He's like, you know, it really seems like they're into me right now.
They're
And
easily fooled, Gary.
I don't know. I think he just, you
That's
know, it's
sad.
suspension of disbelief, right? In the same way that I believe Superman can fly, he believes hot blonde strippers, you know, see the beauty of Gary Delabate.
It's easier for me to accept Captain America as an interesting superhero than to accept that the stripper is interested in me.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
the
Like,
suspension of disbelief is ridiculous. Like, you can't. You think it hurts and think
the way,
that's you.
so what you got to do is you got to find a real homely stripper who's not used to guys hitting on her. She makes like $8 a night, and you got to start shelling it out on her. And she's like, "Wow, this guy likes me. Oh, this is great. Like finally somebody who thinks
Right.
I'm hot." Then you're playing it from the other side. Then you're like, "Hey,
This
baby,
guy's in disguise.
How about you buy me a drink over here?" So you got a bunch of ones there on your leg, and she's buying you shots all of a sudden. You turn it around on them. That's what you want to do.
You turn around, you chant for her to come back out when they bring the next hot girl out. They bring out the headliner, and you're going, "No, bring out C-section! Bring out C-section! Bring her out again!"
Oh, that's sad.
Unfortunate. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but I say that, but then I've known some strippers. I've known some strippers, and they're nice people. I've known some that are nice people, but I just feel like
But in
strippers
that-
while they're stripping are just real scumbags. Like it's just the nature of your job. I feel like, and it's not unlike how a waitress will often flirt with a customer, but I feel like there's more implied possible sexual contact with a stripper. Like I feel like that's what all the guys who go to like some kind of backroom like lap dance are hoping secretly is like, I don't know, maybe she like sees what I got going on and she asks me to go back to her place or she comes back with me. But like that's not happening. That's happening 9% of the time if you're lucky. If you're like a good-looking, lucky motherfucker or something like that. Yeah. I know one time what I did. My cousin was at the strip club, and I didn't go, and I was at the hotel. But what I did do was I tweeted out the phone number of the strip club, and I told everybody that I was there. So now the phone's ringing off the hook at the strip club for me. So my cousin tells the strip club owner that like he's like, yeah, they found out we're here. We're kind of a big deal. Our fans found out we're here. They're kind of thralling, you know, for contact with us. They're foaming at the mouth for us. What can I say? And the guy's like, wow, this is crazy. We had Kid Rock in here, and it was nothing like this. So he's convinced that Scott is like some kind of fucking celebrity. He's Gator. That's what he's telling him, that he's Gator. He's like, yeah, I'm Gator. I'm kind of a big deal. So they're giving him free drinks. They're like the manager comes over and like comps all their shit. Like he's like, Stacy, take care of this guy right here. And Stacy's like, yeah, okay, I'll take care of you. And like she's giving him free Red Bulls all night and free booze. It was ridiculous. And I got none of the benefits from it at all. I wasn't even there. He comes back. He's like, he's just like, that was the best night ever. I thought we were fucking Kid Rock.
I remember I did something similar to that, like maybe 4 years ago, between 3 and 4 years ago. Not big on YouTube at all, like decent sized at the time in the COD community. Not a big enough deal to be a draw anywhere though. And I was at a family reunion in Florida. And like the whole like extended family was at this bar. Karaoke was going, everything. Everybody was getting pretty tipsy. And I was just like, fuck it, I'm going to go up there and try this. And I was like, just in a stupor, just like, hey, I got a lot of Twitter followers. I'll tweet your bar out. I'll get tons of people here. You just hook me and my family up with drinks the rest of the night.
I was here for that.
And
was it paintball? Did you just say?
No. This was a family event. This was
my mistake. Okay.
Yeah, this has nothing to do with.
I think this happened more than once, but carry on.
Yeah, and then got. No, this is the only time I tried it. Guaranteed, because it worked and I had to cut my losses. And I got a ton of free drinks for the whole fam. They're like, how are you bringing us all these like Long Island iced teas and beers out of nowhere? And I'm like, oh, kind of a big deal. And then just until the point that I took advantage of it too much. And I went up there and I was like, hey, 8 more beers, my good man. And the guy was like, the manager came out and was like, is this the same guy you've been giving free drinks to for the last 2 hours? And the guy's like, yeah, he's going to tweet our bar out and help us out. And the guy's like, no, stop giving this guy free drinks. I was like, all right, see you later. And then didn't go back to that bar the rest of the trip. But
do you remember
that was a nice hookup, though. That was pretty smooth.
When you
the
grabbed
bartender was
TmarTn's
just
phone?
nice. I hope he didn't get in trouble for not asking a manager first. But
do you remember when you grabbed TmarTn's phone at paintball?
Oh yeah, that was funny. But also,
was it?
No, it was mean.
What happened there?
Let me.
Right?
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay, yeah. Well, I didn't know if that was still off the books. But
I feel like this doesn't make him look bad at all, right? This is just the thing that you grabbed his phone and tweeted.
Yes, we gave each other's phones and tweeted something for each other, and I thought that it was like a make the other person look bad contest and not like a good-natured be nice thing. Which he did, and I felt so bad because he tweeted like up on my account like, oh hey, it's TmarTn checking in from my buddy's Twitter, and it was like, oh Jesus, and I tweeted something that involved him in something that he would not want to be associated with.
And it turns out his mom follows him on Twitter.
Yes,
and he got really mad.
He was so mad at me, and I was innocently thinking about it because I didn't have anybody I knew follow me on Twitter for real, except for like you guys, and he had like friends and family that followed him, and it was so uncomfortable. That whole dinner, sitting next to him, eating at Applebea's, just.
What did I do?
Oh, Woody, you put the judgment on Taylor. You were like, oh, Taylor. That's not cool, Taylor. You went dad mode on him. you were like, oh, Taylor.
I don't remember.
I was looking down at the other end of the table where you and Whiteboy were sitting there, and I was like, "Can I come sit down there with you guys?" And you're just.
Yeah, me and Whiteboy and Kelly are on the other end of the table, just having a great time, just eating our appetizers. That completely unaware that like lives are being shattered at the other end of the table. People are crying. We're over here just eating our mozzarella sticks, like having a good old time, talking about paintball.
Yeah, I got scolded.
By me? I don't remember scolding you. I don't remember that.
Like, part of me in my head at the time was like, I respect this guy, and so I understand he's coming from the correct place, and I am in the wrong. But the other point was like, you're not my fucking dad. Like, what's happening here? Like,
dude.
Oh, that was funny.
New topic. Xbox released another round of like 360 games that runs on the Xbox One. Have you guys followed this at all?
Yeah, I saw that.
They suck.
I
Which
do.
one sucked?
I'll give you the link.
I'm not into any of the games I saw released. I saw that.
Like most of them are arcade games. Braid, Doritos Crash Course. Were you longing for more Doritos Crash Course in your life? Hydro Thunder, Iron Brigade, Motocross Madness, Miss Pac-Man. Are you like, oh my god, thank goodness there's an Xbox 360 version of
An
Miss
arcade
Pac-Man?
machine's playing that shit over there.
Peggle's a great game.
I like Peggle, but it wasn't one that I was like going. Portal's still alive. Is that the new Portal 2? I don't know. I guess Portal. I like Portal. I like the original one more than the long one. But Spelunky, Splosion Man. I actually like that game. But dude, if Splosion, I thought COD was gonna come. I thought suddenly like the COD 4 through Modern or Black Ops 2 or Modern Warfare 3. That's what I was going for. Modern Warfare 3 through COD 4 would suddenly be available on Xbox One. And
COD 2, I'd like the whole Call of Duty franchise on there. Like it'd be really fun to get on and be able to play seamlessly, and do them all. If you want to do like a quick anthology type video, like if you did like what are that if you did a video like if you were a COD guy, I know that's not really us at all, but like it'd be cool to make a COD video that went through all of them at this point since we're on Call of Duty 18 or whatever the fuck we're on. That'd be fun, right?
I'm just. They put out some really shitty titles, or even the good ones. But
Halo Reach looks like the only big one.
Yeah.
right,
don't know
I
if
guess
Fable's
that's what I'm
big.
going for. They just
I've heard
didn't do
it.
many AAA.
Fallout 3.
Fallout 3. Yeah, they should definitely release COD 4 at the very least. That would be huge,
right?
I think. Like, I mean, how old is the average Call of Duty player? They were playing COD 4, I'm sure.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of people who have a soft spot for COD 4. If they would do that, I'd definitely get on and play. Because I don't know how it's going to work. It's same servers, right? Or it'd be different. Like, would we have to worry about all the issues that you'd run into if I got on Xbox 360 and tried to play COD 4 right now? Like, because there's going to be, I can get into a lobby with a few tries, but it seems like there's a lot of guys who, for some reason, to this day, think it's fun to fly around on backlot and shoot fully automatic grenade launchers. It's like, what are you doing? Like, why are you still here?
Yeah.
Like, I want to come back and play the actual game, and you still think it's fun to like ruin the fun of the 18 people who have a soft spot for backlot and want to come back and play some cage match or something.
Yeah, I got into a backlot game like that, and they were just hacking like crazy. I think I was able to fly too. Like it was the host gave everyone these superpowers.
Yep.
And
Very annoying, and it'll stick with you like a virus on your system.
yeah, I didn't know that.
You gotta like reset your system.
But
Well, I think it's time to tell everyone about Sherry's Berries. So let me pull them right out. Christmas is just a couple days away. Are you still looking for the perfect gift that everyone will love? Well, look no further because Sherry's Berries has you covered. Get Sherry's Berries sweet, freshly dipped strawberries starting at just $19.99. That's a 40% savings when you go in through us. Gourmet berries are fresh, juicy, and dipped in dark, white, and milky, chocolatey deliciousness. Sprinkled with decadent toppings like chocolate chips and chopped nuts. You can double the berries for just $10 more. To get this deal, go to berries.com and use the special code PKA. Sherry's Berries has holiday gifts that will bring joy to everyone on your list. They're more than just berries. They have snowman brownie pops, chocolate dipped peppermint cookies, and cheesecake bites. That sounds awesome. They will deliver all your fresh gifts to your door on the date you choose. Here's the only way to get this amazing offer. Sherry's Berries starts at $19.99, as I said before, so visit berries.com. That's BERRIES.com. Click on the microphone in the top right-hand corner and type in PKA. Sherry's Berries.
Awesome.
Those sound delicious. I like those things. Someone got me some last year. They were just covered. They really are decadent. Like it's a strawberry, but then it's like layer upon layer of deliciousness on top. So if
So you both tried them.
They
Yeah.
sent. Did they send you Sherry's Berries? No.
No.
They sent them to my house. I would have had them for the show, but they sent them like 2 weeks ago, and it was time to eat
Wanted
them.
them fresh.
Yeah. So, but yeah, they're like a super high end decadent treat. The strawberry is like a perfect strawberry, and it's covered with like this chocolate, and some of them have nuts, and some of them there's white chocolate.
They don't cut any corners. They have white people pick their produce with berries.
That's the term I was looking for. The nature of it is there are no corners cut. The strawberries are perfect. The chocolate is perfect. It's like decorated perfect. It's a high-end treat.
Each berry is like a little artisan created work of art. It's very nice. So yeah, if you're struggling for Christmas gifts, I know I am. I'm literally gonna do this. I swear to God, I'm gonna order some Sherry's berries. That's my gift this year for my that'll be perfect. Just get it done. I have nothing. I always put it off. I never have Christmas gifts for anyone. If I've got some swag laying around that I can shit, like you guys got those knives that year or whatever. I don't think those were like extras laying around. I think I intentionally went and got those for you guys. But most of the time, like my dad was telling his friend the other day, he's like, yeah, Kyle's kind of in the gun business, so he gets a lot of extra stuff, and I get the overflow. I was like, yeah, and Jeremy, he gets dad's overflow. He tries to attach onto that nozzle. But yeah, if you need a quick Christmas gift, or you just have a sweet tooth, Sherry's Berries is a very delicious treat. So check them out.
I think I'm going to take advantage of this too this year, because I'm in deep shit with Christmas presents right now. Like I haven't done really much at all. Like I've got stuff for Melissa, and that's about the end of it. Like one person in my life I got taken care of. Maybe I'll send all the rest Sherry's Berries, and that's it.
I've got it.
Everybody
so
gets
easy. I take care of Jackie, and I'm not done yet. And then Jackie takes care of every other person in our universe.
Nice. Oh, that's great. I don't buy gifts for anyone. I get my dad a gift every year. I always get him something very nice because I appreciate all the love and upbringing that he gave me and all that stuff very much. I say that earnestly. So I always get him something cool. Like one year I got him a really fancy 1911 like showpiece. It's like ivory handles and like lots of gold inlay and shit. And this year I'm getting him a double barrel pump shotgun. One year I got him like a SBR, little short barreled rifle. It was like I always get him like a $2,000 or $3,000 gun, something like that every year. And like he says,
what's your mom get?
Wow.
I wouldn't get her.
Yeah, fuck her, right?
I wouldn't get her a gift. Absolutely not. I don't think she's ever gotten me a gift. No, absolutely not. That's hilarious. That really. The idea, just the very idea. I'll get. Yeah, just the thought of buying her something, going out and shopping for something for her. No, if anything, I'd like to go Grinch mode and like go take something of hers around the holidays. Like I was talking to my dad the other day. Like we sit and talk about like how rough he's got it back at home, and so like we were over there late. He was helping me work on some stuff. It was like 8 p.m. and we just finally wrapped up. And we're both all sore and we're sitting there in a chair drinking a beer. And completely classless with our beers, just drinking them.
It took me a second to get that. I was like, "Is there some?"
Yeah.
Go on.
and I was like, "Well, I think I'm gonna go home and get something to eat, Dad." And he's like, "Yeah, I think I'm gonna go home and might be a can of ravioli or something, and have a mayonnaise sandwich. I don't know." I was like, "Mom won't cook anything." He's like, "Oh hell no, she won't cook me nothing. No, she might fix something for herself, but nothing for me." And so later on we're talking about coffee, and I was like, what do you get your coffee out of? He's like, well, I got a drip pot, like an old school thing. And I was like, well, you should try the Keurig, because I know he only drinks 2 cups of coffee in the morning. He drinks one in bed, then he gets up and drinks another on the back porch, and that's his coffee. And I was like, you should try this Keurig thing. I was like, it's always really tasty. You make the perfect amount. And, I went over the pros of the Keurig machine. He's like, well, your mother has one. Maybe I'll try it. And I even told him how to use it. I was like, it's easy. You told him how to use it. And so like he reports back to me like 2 days later. He's like, well, your mother caught me trying to use her coffee machine this morning. I was like, he was like, she came fucking unglued. I was like, why? He's like, well, she said I put the wrong kind of water in it. I was like, what kind of water does she put in it? He's like, she purifies it first before she puts it in the machine. And I was like, so you put some non-purified well water in her machine and she had a fit? He's like, oh yeah, she's screaming, came fucking unglued, and I'm just feeling so. Yeah, mom gets nothing. Grinch mode on mom. I should go in there and take her Keurig, take her Apple, or her Air book away, something like that for her. Nothing for her, absolutely not.
Sometimes divorce isn't the worst option.
That's what I told him. I told him the other day. I told my dad, I was like, I remember when you called me and told me you guys were getting a divorce. I got off the phone and I was like, good. Yeah, that'll be good. Yeah, and I won't go into like what he said after that, but they're together. Yeah.
Does your mom think similarly about you, that you're an ingrate little shithead?
No, I'm sure she'd probably have her feelings hurt if she heard all this, but I'm just being honest. I feel like she's very difficult to get along with. She's doesn't have much of a sense of humor, and she's just so high strung. That's the real thing. She's really uptight and high strung.
I remember, I guess they caught wind of the show or something a month ago, and they were like, we might start watching more of that show of yours. And you're like, well, there's 5 or 6 hours a week. Good luck with that. Yeah.
Go right a fucking head. There's like 10,000 hours or something like that. Like dig around, have fun. Like you'll get through one episode of me like talking about period blood, looking like I slaughtered a lamb in a bed, and you'll be like, I can't listen to this anymore. Go right ahead. I don't care. Yeah, those two are great. But yeah, I don't care for mom too much. But yeah, I'll get dad a gift. I'll get my girlfriend a gift because that's mandatory. You can't not get your girlfriend a gift, and probably get something for Kitty. And that's it. That's always it. I don't really get any gifts for anybody else. I used to, but the people don't appreciate them, and that always offends me. And I end up like liking people less for having gotten them a gift in the end. So it's like Christmas is fucking stupid. I'll get gifts that are for the people I actually love. So that's what I do now.
Yeah, I mean, or Sherry's berries. It's a quick snack for them.
Absolutely. Maybe I'll poison some and send them to my mom.
Why waste a delicious berry like Sherry's? At least poison a lesser food.
Yeah,
that's true.
I need Shamika's berries. I'll send her some of those.
You need some like Ted's turnips to poison.
Do you want to go through this Tranny album and then?
So I just need to count how many of them there are. So if people don't know, here's the background. It was last week or the week before. We were on Backpage, and there was like all these transsexual prostitutes, and I maintained that at least half of them I couldn't tell that they were at one time guys, and Kyle and maybe Taylor were like, I'm a lock. I have a superpower at knowing what's what, and that they could tell that which ones were guys and which ones were girls. So now we can put it to the test. I looked through it, and all of these are like PG. So I'm gonna go to the thing. I'm sure we'll have to fix the images at the bottom.
Some of these are pretty tough. I don't know how I don't know how I'm gonna fare now that I see these because.
See, I feel like the ones last week were tough too. It's just that, we're literally on a transsexual prostitute page, so you know the answer in advance. Now, I need to move this. Now that you don't know the answer in advance because it's mixed, it's going to be a bigger test.
So, do you want to start?
I think you want to write down our answers and then compare who has the most effective Trandar? I don't know.
Tradar.
Yeah.
Tradar. I like that.
We could compare answers openly on each one and then maybe check the.
Oh, we could just go.
Where's the answer key? Actually, don't tell me. I will cheat.
Chiz texted me the answer key, but I
all right, so let's go girl
took
number
my
one.
phone and placed it face down so that.
So individual number one has these spiked shoulder pads, and she's a little cross-eyed with blue eyes. I'm going to say that as a woman. That is a girl, naturally. That person has a vagina.
Let's see.
Shame about her eyes there.
Her teeth have so many spaces, it looks like her tongue's in jail.
Oh, you guys are rough. I'm going to say that's a girl. I just feel like her collarbones and neck are very girl-like.
I feel like her forehead is very feminine.
Let's go back. All right.
I will agree. So that's a unanimous.
Unanimous that one is a girl. All right. I'm going to try and look here. It is a girl. We all got that one right. All right. Number 2.
Girl.
Kyle says girl.
No, I'm going to say guy.
Taylor
Because
says
I want to be
guy.
different and because that looks like a wig.
I'm going to abstain because when I looked at the answer for girl, I saw it. And this is transsexual.
Ah,
Yes.
Yes.
I was wrong.
So that's 100%. I have an A.
I'll tell you why I was wrong here. So here are the things I
She
looked
has a
at.
dick.
Obviously, that's the main thing. But here's why I thought it was a girl. So look at her arms; they seem really skinny, which I feel like is a feminine thing. I feel like most dudes, even if they're little dudes, have more mass there, and girls just have these spaghetti arms most of the time. And her forehead, although she's Asian, really throws me off because they have a flatter face, and I feel like some of the masculine features that I would notice in a black or white person just aren't there inherently in an Asian face. There's no Adam's apple thing going on. Of course, it's flat chested, and now that I look at the bust line, I guess I can see that there's
So
not
Taylor's
what I
winning
consider-
2-1. Girl
Yeah.
3 here.
Yeah, man, that's tough.
It's tough because I feel like in the face I see guyism, but that is really a womanly shape. Like the hips.
Man.
Taylor?
I'm going to say man because there's no reason for them to put an image like that up unless they're trying to fool you. Because every instinct says woman, which means it's got to be wrong.
It is. I'm trying not to say man. I'm trying to get this right. But it's
Transgender person.
transgender. It's transgender. Is the
I'll tell you what clued me in. It's the hands and the veins on the right hand, on the right forearm.
Mm-hmm. Looked like she's been through a few woodshop courses.
Yeah.
Youth.
I don't see what you see. To me, the only guy stuff I see on her is in the face. Everything else looks very girl to me. I will admit that on her left forearm, it's kind of a little muscly, but nothing that I wouldn't see on some women.
I'm talking about her left hand. I feel like the knuckles and everything, and look at her pinky finger. Like girls have dainty hands, and those look almost like my hands on there, but with nice nails.
That hand to me just looks like an over 30 girl. But all right, let's move on to girl number 4.
So what's the score? Woody, you're not throwing
I'm not
yours in the
playing
ringer.
because I keep seeing the answer. You know how there's a list of 12 and you can't help but see 5 when you look at 4. But Taylor is winning 3-2.
This next one is, I don't know, 50% sure. I'm gonna say, see the no Adam's apple, and so that's trending towards woman. I'm gonna say woman.
Kyle?
I'm gonna say woman too. That makeup looks it's her makeup's well done. Like her eye
Can't lose
makeup.
the lead.
I mean, that's all I got to go on.
You're both right. It's a woman.
Yeah.
All right.
Next one. Boy or girl?
That is.
Or-
Have they been doing every other so far? Because
Um,
now's the time they would switch it up to try and fool us.
They have not been doing every other. I'm looking at this pattern. It's pretty random to me.
My conclusion is based on a false premise. I will say girl.
Girl.
You're both right. Number 5.
The hair.
Yeah.
I thought
It's
one of you
nice.
might trip on that one. All right,
Next
number
one is-
6.
Transgender, and I was about to say Jimmy Dean sausage, but then I remembered the name of the contest. This lady is wearing a very tight dress with like those kinds of string going through the side that we use like tie a turkey.
She is testing the tensile strength of that dress on the side
I think
there.
this is my chance to step ahead, but I'll say this is a transgender.
I'm gonna say transgender as well.
You are both right.
Yeah.
All right.
I didn't expect to have the lead, but I'm happy I'm here.
All
Right?
right. Uh-oh. Kyle's Kyle's nemesis. Is she Asian? That's where I was going with that.
No, Latina, if anything.
So very feminine curves, but if we've learned anything from previous answers on the test, that does not mean anything.
I say female.
I'm going to say transgender.
It's tied up again. Up again. Yes, that.
Oh, I took a
Look how
risk.
she painted her nails. That's a mess. Yeah, look at how she painted her nail. She's got one nail red. That's a girly thing.
All right.
She's all girl. All
That
right,
was
all right.
trendy like 2 years ago.
Now, all right, I know this answer.
Well, you got the key.
Yes, yeah, I wasn't pretending to have
Oh.
superiority. Yeah.
I'm thinking transgender on this one. The neck. Looks like there's an Adam's apple hidden away. Kyle's pursing his eyes, studying the image. Let me check it with my glasses off.
How does that help?
It doesn't.
I'm going to say it's a girl. He said transgender.
Oh, is it over?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let me just double count to make sure I'm looking at the right answer.
She's the one that looks like she'd be on a wrestling team.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Kyle, what was your answer?
I say that's a female.
You were right, and you said
Yes! Up by 2!
Kyle's up
Up
by
by one.
Kyle's up by one.
Oh. Okay, yeah, that's right.
All right. So now we are on girl number 9 here.
Trying to steal points from me. All right. Oh, God, I'm on a mid-season slide here.
Sit in the background.
I don't know if you're gonna make the playoffs.
Oh, there's only 2 of us. So
This is really kind of a Super Bowl right here.
You face Wings Redemption in the Thunderdome. The winner here does, so.
Or this is like professional sports in the 1920s where it's like, I didn't do too well, but, not enough men out there. You still make it.
Ah, man, this has got to be a transgendered person.
I'm agreeing on transgender.
You are both right.
It was
And,
very overexposed.
Yeah,
Which-
washing out most of the detail.
All right, number 10. I need to scroll up so people can see.
Female.
Now that I'm looking at the nails thing, I'm seeing where Kyle's answers are coming from more. I'm gonna say female. God, this could be a season changer here. I think it is a female.
Break the franchise.
I think it is-
So everybody's going with female on girl number 10?
Yeah.
yes.
Ah, everybody's wrong.
Oh,
Again, the Asians.
You both just slept with a transgender woman. Okay.
Hold
Number
on.
11.
That's a 5-head. That's a girl.
Taylor,
that's a girl.
you're both right. All right. And number 12.
The guy on the left is a man.
Extra credit.
You can't see the neck, which is a big issue here.
Female. Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
I saw another feature. Hang on.
What?
What
could
feature are you
have
noticing?
seen? I bet, is he
What
looking
is
at her
cluing you
wrist
in?
and
I'm
hand?
thinking of those claw hands that look how she's holding that phone. Have you ever seen anybody hold a phone like that? Look at this shit. Got like 2 fingers here and she's doing a whole thing. It's like she put the claw on her.
She doesn't
apple.
have a case on.
Risky.
Man, she's really accessorized there too. I feel like she's very well dressed.
Transgender. Final answer.
This is for all the tranny marbles. I will say that's a woman. Take the risk.
Wow, that is a risk. I thought you were going to use strategy, but Kyle is wrong on that, and
Oh,
In a tie.
we really need
Oh.
some sort of tiebreaker here. I can't believe it's.
That's impressive. That look at the knees. Like I saw this as a tall individual, and but in the claw thing and everything. I guess I should have went with my gut.
The knees really say girl to me.
it was mostly height that I was thinking.
That I thought too. She seems taller than the guy. But I figured heels, and she's just look at her. She's got the watch on, the bracelets, the bag. Like she's well dressed. The hair is extensions. I should have
But
seen
the
her hair's
old
thin.
the Adam's apple hide up.
You both got 75% right.
That's pretty good. That passes.
Yeah,
We've got a C, solid C. C's get degrees, and trainees, I guess.
I think we did pretty well at that. And those were tough ones. I feel like those are much tougher than what the average field that you have to deal with out in the world.
I feel like they didn't make the girls masculine enough. I felt like there were a couple girl gimmies. The one girl in particular, she had like I think a Notre Dame hoodie on or something.
I thought that was tough. I thought that one was tough for me because it looked like a boy in a few ways. I couldn't tell.
The first one I thought was really girl.
I saw we had a transgendered fan who posted on the subreddit, and we like looked into her profile and she got massive dick. I'm sure you're listening out there. Like you just gotta know, like we're not transphobic or anything. Like if anything, like we're pretty fucking liberal here, socially speaking. Like I think we all are. So any transgendered people who get offended by us, and I don't think there were any. Like she in particular, I think was like got the joke and realized that we're not fucking KKK on here.
I got a lot of personal messages actually, and they were all really supportive. They could see I was trying to be,
to get your pronouns correct.
Yeah, to get my I was like I think they.
I still slip up on that too, calling like Caitlyn Jenner he.
And it's okay to slip up because it's not coming. It's not like I slipped up and called you a nigger or something. Like I just slipped
That's
up.
much worse. Yeah.
Yeah, that's much worse. like you do that, and it's clear that you've got some like that you're just secretly holding back bigotry, right? If you let one of those slip out. But if you let a he slip out, it doesn't mean you're a bigot. It just means like having a hard time like keeping your ducks straight in this crazy mixed up shook up world we're living in.
Yeah, it means we're in a world that's entering a new phase. And everybody's trying to reset a bit and figure it out. There's going to be a learning curve there for some of us.
I'll call you whatever you want to be called. I don't care.
Yeah, I think that's a good courtesy to extend to someone.
Sure.
As long as they're not being like attention-seeking, like, oh, call me Lord Commander from now on or something. I identify as the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, and you can't tell me that you don't. I don't.
My friends call me Megatron.
Yeah.
Kind of a nickname I earned.
I also make them tell it to me. Everyone in my safe space knows me by that name. Like, yeah, I think everybody, and at least like Woody, you are a bit older, but I think most people in me and Kyle's age bracket are socially really liberal. Like, there's a crazy conservative, like, no gays, no abortion every so often, but it seems like the overwhelming majority really socially liberal, okay with all this shit, I don't know.
Like,
I don't know
I
that
think
many.
I am too.
No, you are. Yeah, I was
yeah.
talking about your age bracket. I wasn't sure about how that mixed up.
Yeah, but every so often I don't know. My wife is. Everybody I know is, but there are people who aren't my age also.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's time to talk about our second sponsor of the night, Credit Karma. I think this is our second time they've been on the show. Your credit score is one of the most important numbers in your life. It has a huge impact on your finances, what you might pay for credit card interest, home and auto loans, as well as student debt. With Credit Karma, there's no catch. They never ask you for your credit card number, and everything on their site is free. What I like about Credit Karma is they don't just show you a score and send you away. They actually break it down so you can see how your actions can affect your score. Like, if you use too much of your credit limit, your score will go down. I recently found out that 25% of people in the United States have errors on their credit report. Now, with Credit Karma, you can check your reports whenever, and you can see if there's any of those errors on there and get all that cleared up. It's your credit score, and it's crucial to know what that score is and how it works. The problem is people get stuck paying for their credit score. Well, you won't have that issue when you use Credit Karma. You don't pay for your credit score with Credit Karma. You can see your credit score right now absolutely free. Just go to creditkarma.com/save to get started. You'll also get free tips and suggestions to help you manage your credit, free credit monitoring, and free alerts when your score changes. So don't let the day end without seeing your score. Thanks to Credit Karma, you get it for free. So go to creditkarma.com/save to get started so you can see what may be the most important number in your life.
I have a pro tip. I saw it on Reddit, so I don't know if it's true or not, but I mean, it was right there in the internet. Go to Credit Karma, get your stuff, and then immediately file and have all your corrections made. even if maybe you fucked up, but apparently by law they have to have it sorted out in 30 days, and they're short-staffed right now. And there's a bunch of holiday days too. So people are taking like vacation times to like extend that period between Christmas and New Year's. And like if there's a mistake or even not on your credit record, you can just like file it as a thing, and then if they don't get back to you in 30 days, which they might not because no one's working, you can get it fixed.
Nice.
Fix your credit report. Take advantage of the New Year's vacation.
Yeah, that's an amazing loophole. You should take advantage of that. I'm gonna get on there and see if I got anything going on, and do the same. That's a really good tip. So yeah, definitely go check out Credit Karma. This show, go make that happen, because it appears that you can get some stuff taken off your report whether you're entitled to it or not. Like I can't stress how important your credit score really is to you. It really is a very important thing, and if you could get a little edge on the whole world this holiday season.
Credit score is a funny thing. Like it totally doesn't matter until it does, at which point it is your entire life. It is your shelter. It is your, it's your car. It's your transportation. Yeah. At one point, all of a sudden, whether or not you can get along in this world or not matters, and suddenly, there's your credit score.
So, what kind of things lower your credit score severely?
Not paying bills is the key one, or paying bills late.
But there's lots of weird things that can, like pulling your credit report when they do a hard pull, as it's referred to, at an auto dealership or really anywhere. It could be one of those rent-to-own places. Like, you gotta be real careful with that whenever you're letting somebody pull your credit. Like, I know when people are shopping for cars, they bounce from dealership to dealership, and they might let them do pull after pull after pull. You do 5 of those in a weekend, and that can damage your score. And if you're on some sort of line, let's say you've got a 740 beacon, and you need a 745 to get this the lowest possible interest rate, which would be 0, right? And you do 5 hard pulls, and suddenly you drop from a 745 to a 738 or something, and you're like, shit, I just really fucked myself over here. So
having a court order you to pay money, that hurts your credit report.
Yeah. There's lots of things. Lots and lots of things, actually.
Having a court be like, hey, you haven't paid off this car, you got to do this, or you're going to jail or something.
Weird. Like, I remember on my credit report, this is gone by now, it was from my college days, but I got into a car accident, and everybody felt like the car accident wasn't their fault. I was pulling into a toll booth, and this is before it was Easy Pass, and the lady, without using her turn signal, cut right in front of me at the last second. I hit the brakes and I slid into her. So from my perspective, it's like, you didn't use a turn signal, you cut in front of me. There was like a cop there, because it was a toll booth, who was like, who wrote up the report and said she was at fault. I think he gave her a ticket. There was a toll booth operator who saw it go down and not testified in court, but got interviewed by the policeman and said it was her fault. And then, of course, I thought it was her fault. The only person who didn't was her. And the trouble was, she was dating an attorney in the passenger seat, and this guy just knew how to work the system. He knew what he was doing, and they just, nope, not us, not us, not us. It eventually went to court, and this guy testified for 2 hours. It just kept going and going and going.
Yeah, Matlock.
Yeah, and it was a weird thing. I had an attorney, but it was provided to us from the insurance company. I didn't know him, or he didn't prep me on how to testify. He just said, tell the truth. That was all. Okay. So we get there, and her story didn't even add up. The way that she lined it up, he had the physics, how fast, if he's going this fast, this is how much time or how much distance he would have traveled, and what you're saying just isn't even true. And
he had a poster board with strings and thumbtacks attached to different things.
He didn't even get to testify. By the time it was his turn, and he wanted to do a closing argument, the judge was like, oh.
Are you shitting me, man?
The judge was falling asleep. The judge was falling asleep on the stand, which I don't know how common that was, but I was really shocked by it. I was like, this is a really big deal to us, and you literally can't keep your eyes open. And at one point, so when it was time for my guy to do the closing argument, he had already made up his mind. And he's like, do you have to go? And the guy's like, well, it's a closing argument. Don't I get to, make my case? And He's like, well, if you've already made up your mind, and he's like, I was gonna explain how the argument they're making just isn't possible. You know that their story has holes in it. Bottom line, they found me 51% at fault, and that's significant because it means that I have to pay for half of their car, and they don't pay for any of mine.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I felt like
That's terrible. What a
Kangaroo court.
fucking asshole judge.
yeah.
Judges suck. There needs to be a better system for judges. I don't know what it is, but fuck, judges suck, man.
I really felt like justice wasn't done that day.
No, it wasn't.
Now I had insurance, so I didn't pay anything.
But your insurance rates went up,
Yeah,
didn't
your
they?
premiums went up, I bet.
I don't think they did. I think actually what happened was there was a settlement like that could have happened, and my
Yeah.
father talked to the insurance company. He's like, "We're thinking about settling," but the attorney, who was in the passenger seat on their side, was really rude to our insurance company, and it became personal for them. Like he was apparently just like obstinate and difficult to talk to through the whole process, and they didn't want to settle at all. And my father was like, I don't know, this thing's not going well. Like, your attorney that you brought here seems like some sort of rookie. Like, we might just take the settlement. It might be a better deal. And they said, look, we're going to go on with this thing. Nothing will happen to you. We won't raise your rates. If we're ordered to pay, USAA will pay it. Like, you know, you are now insulated. You've won personally, but we want to go to court and see if we can get this guy to lose. And they failed, but that's how it went down. Anyway, on my record was a court order to pay for this guy's car. And, you know, I think USAA did, like, immediately. Like, so I wasn't negligent in fulfilling all of my duties or anything. But because there was a court order to pay for something, I had a ding on my credit report for 7 years. And that to me was just like, you know,
Insult
what?
to injury.
It just really sucked. Like, I felt like, you know, let's say this small claims court thing happens, right? That I talked about last week. And somehow I end up having to pay for, like, so it was $2,800 of wood. I put a down payment of $1,400 and she never delivered it, right? Let's say hypothetically they're like, well, wait a minute. You have to pay for the other $1,400 now. Like, if it goes down like that, anytime someone orders you to pay money in court, that's a negative on your credit report. Even though in my head it's like, you know, no, I paid it immediately. It wasn't a late payment or anything. I never felt obligated to pay it before.
Could the judge somehow at the end be like, you know, we could just set aside this ruling, and are you sure you don't want to settle, Mr. Gamertag? You know, could he pull one of those, be like, because it's not going to go well for you if you don't? And you could just be like, yeah, let me just, are we all good here? Yeah, good. Just kind of slowly back out of the courtroom.
Yeah, that's not far from what happened with the last time when, people know these stories, but with the house that was $6,000, I withheld it from the general contractor because he owed it to someone else. They put a lien against my house, and then they were about to say, all right, you have to take this $6,000 and pay the sub. And I'm like, why is this? This hurts my credit record. This isn't fair. And they're like, well, why don't you guys work this all out, you know, out of court, make a settlement, and then there'll be no court. So my credit report wasn't ever hit. But that's almost exactly what happened. But yeah. Anyway, Taylor asked what kind of things hurt your credit report. Not paying late, court ordering you to pay somebody. Those things are all dings. I guess the idea is
if you destroy your apartment and then skip town, that sort of thing will hurt your
Credit
credit
report's probably
score.
least on your list of worries if you're destroying property and just skipping town, though.
Hey, I mean, it was the only real way that, you know, it was the only negative of the whole thing. I didn't mean to destroy that apartment, first of all. Like I feel like somebody should have let me know at some point in life that those sprinkler systems are ticking time bombs and don't touch them. Like,
Wait,
nobody
when
ever
did you
told me.
destroy an apartment?
So, just so you know, Taylor, those little sprinklers you see in the ceiling, that's a hand grenade sitting there in a
have
government,
any. Yeah.
not in your house, but okay. Well, in an apartment, in government buildings, and places that are required to have them. The
Some
sprinkler with that
hotels.
little red plastic thing in there, that's a hand grenade. You pull that red thing, that's a goddamn pin. What happened
So you
was,
did pull it.
it was my birthday, and I'm ironing I got all my laundry back from the laundromat. It's all sitting there on the floor. I'm ironing up my birthday dinner clothes to go out on my birthday dinner date. And I get my shirt all ironed. It's looking nice. And I'm like, I need to hang this up somewhere. I had one of those ironing boards that attaches to a door and like folds down. And I'm like, sprinkler. So I hang it up there. Now the shirt's hanging from the ceiling. You know, I'm kind of a tall guy. I can reach right up there and grab it off an 8-foot ceiling. And so I'm ironing my pants now. Get the pants all ironed. I go ahead and put those on. Got my new pants on, and now it's time to put on my nice ironed fancy shirt. So I'm trying to get it down. I'm trying to get it, and the hook part is like wedged in to the
red thing.
the sprinkler. Yeah, it's stuck in there. So I kind of twist it and torque it back and forth, and it goes pop, and that little red thing snaps, and that red thing is like a pin stuck in there holding back the gates of hell. And when that broke, the thing slips down, a valve is opened, and all of the water that has been contained in that sprinkler system since that apartment building was constructed in like the 70s, the water's just sitting in those steel pipes, those iron pipes or whatever, just sitting there the whole time under pressure. So it's just rust, and it comes at me like a fire hose. So much pressure, so much volume. I mean, it's like suddenly there's a waterfall coming out of the ceiling of my apartment. And keep in mind, all of my clothing that I own is right there at my feet getting soaked with this rust water, like all my clothes. So I'm just like, I panic. I honestly think I did I didn't do anything stupid, but I start moving stuff from that room back to the bedroom, my laptop, my television, trying to save stuff. But it's coming more and more and more. And at one point, I grabbed a towel and just put it up on it. And I don't know what I was thinking, because that's not going to work. But, like, the towel being over it meant all the water just went into the towel and came down my arm. And it was just like, I could feel the volume at that point. I could see how much water. And it's just pouring gallon upon gallon. The floor is, it's standing water now. So I run back to the bedroom. I'm just like, what the fuck am I going to do? And keep in mind, the fire alarm is going off. Throughout the entire apartment complex, it's going off. So I strip off my completely soaked clothes, put on new clothes that are dry, get a towel over my head, and then you got to keep in mind the sprinkler that's going off is right next to the door. And there's only one door. It's an apartment. So I got to run through the water to get out. And I slam the door behind me, and I look, and all my neighbors are outside standing because the alarm's going off. And nobody knows it's me. And I'm just standing out there with them. I'm like, it's fucking me, by the way. I was like, it's my apartment. I was like, the sprinkler's going off now. There's not a fire, so everybody can calm down. And the guy's like, can I look? Can I see? And I'm like, go right a fucking head. It's 3B over there. And like, he opens the door and cracks it about this much, and it soaks him in a line like that. Because the water's just blasting right at the door. He goes, and he's just instantly soaked in a line head to foot. And he's like, holy shit. And I'm like, yeah, like I said, they told me how many thousands of gallons they took out of there. I don't remember if it was 4 or 20,000 gallons. I don't remember the number, but it was an enormous amount. They were using these huge push broom squeegees to like push it out of my house, but it was standing water like much deeper than you would think could stand in an apartment. And I just left. I just got all my shit and moved and left.
Just to fuck this.
Yeah,
Follow this for a second. So after that, you moved into like someone's shared an apartment with a couple other guys. You had to sleep on a couch, and you did that for a while. Then you eventually moved back home. Had you not broken that sprinkler, right, you might have never moved back home. You might have never got into YouTube. There'd be no PKA.
That was a butterfly effect moment.
No, I don't think that was the butterfly effect moment.
No?
because
trying to make it
that apartment was only no, that's not what triggered the move. It was the breakup with the girlfriend really that triggered the whole move, and the depression that led to the heavy video game use and all that. Like the apartment was just kind of a bump in the road, and like I got a new apartment like later after that. Like I stayed on those guys' couch for a while, but then after that, we actually got an apartment where I had my own bedroom, etc. And so it was really the breakup with the girlfriend that led me into my spiraling depression. I
didn't know you dated her again. I don't know. I'm a little mixed up on the history.
Yeah, I moved to Atlanta to like be with her or whatever. That time.
I just didn't know that effort was successful.
Yeah, semi-successful. Yeah. I moved there, like dated her for a while, then we broke up, and then I went into my spiraling sadness.
As you do.
Where you got really good at COD.
Yeah, right.
That was a butterfly.
It'll get you a fucking like you'll be an all-star S&D player, sound whoring fools like it's nobody's business.
In the rain on vacant.
I can just picture depressed Kyle sitting there playing COD 4 for hours on end. Your two foreign booze hound roommates just bothering you. That sounds like it was just a good, like a breeding chamber for more depression.
I deal with discomfort really well, I feel like. Not the kind of discomfort like being out in the wilderness, but the kind of comfort like your roommate coming home every night and playing techno music till 4 in the morning. Like there was just a period of time where I just got no sleep. I just didn't sleep. I was just a vampire, I guess. I don't know how I powered through it. I remember there was a time when I was drinking so many Red Bulls and so many Redline energy drinks that my boss had to sit me down and be like, "You're going to have to tone it down a little. You were screaming at that woman about a chrome grill, Kyle. Like, she wasn't into it. She wasn't into it." I was like, "But look at the grill! Look at the grill!"
You're shaking at her.
Yeah, I literally was. Like caffeine was my drug of choice. My manager, one of them, he owned a GNC. Like he had a couple of them that he owned. And he saw me drinking these Red Bulls by the 4-pack. Like I'd get a 4-pack and I'd pour them all into a big gulp. Like that big, like giant
Oh,
cup.
that's gross.
Sure, as you do.
No, nothing in it. I just used the cup. See, I'd
Right.
pour them in the cup so I could guzzle
No,
them.
yeah, I know. That's what I was saying was gross. It's 4 Red Bulls. No,
Yeah.
no. I put just the 4 Red Bulls. There was no rusty water. That was a different story.
Yeah.
Like,
I would have this chalice of Red Bull, and I would literally double hand it and like glug, 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 try to like get it into my system in one big punch to like energize me because I was just coming off a 2-hour sleep, 3 hours sleep, and partying the night before, drinking beers and stuff. So like my manager was like, "What you need is some Redline." And I was like, "What's Redline?" He's like, "Oh, it kicks Red Bull's ass. Redline energy drink. It comes in these like steel bottles. Like it's not like aluminum where you can like crush it. It's like a hard steel bottle. It's like and he gives me this thing. He slides a 4-pack of them across the table. He's like, "Brought these for you today." And he turns around and he's in his filing cabinet. He's doing stuff. And I crack one open. I'm like, glug, 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 and I kill the thing. And he turns and as he's facing away, he's like, "But only drink half. Only half of one of those at a time." He turns around. I'm like, and he's like, "Oh shit, bro." He's like, "Get ready to ride the bull for real." And sure enough, like that was the day when like I'm showing this black lady an expedition, and it's like a limited top of the line expedition with the white pearl paint job and chrome everywhere, and I'm just trembling, literally trembling. My hands would be shaking, and I'd be like, "But look at the grill! Look at the grill!" And I'm slapping the bumpers. I'm like, "You see this bumper? Pow! Pow!" I'm hitting it hard, like so hard you can hear it resonate. I'm like, "Those are 35-mile-per-hour impact bumpers. You see this seat right here? Sit in that seat." I'm like, I open the door, "Sit in that seat," and I fucking close the door, hop in the driver's seat. I'm like, "You know what that seat's doing right now?" She's like, "What?" I'm like, "It's weighing you. It knows how much you weigh. It knows how tall you are, and those airbags are gonna deflate in a customized speed, shape, and softness just for you, man."
Is that true?
That's Ford's safety system. That's what we're bringing to the table right now. You see that door right now? Side impact door beams, ma'am. 3 of them, horizontal beams, protecting you from impacts up to 35 miles per hour. You won't even get a freaking scratch. Those are airbags up there too. Whole curtain of airbags coming down. And I'm just like red-faced and trembling.
sweating. She's so uncomfortable trying the door. It's locked. Wait, I got a few more features. Like,
And just like Gagliardi's looking at me. He's just like, "You need to tone it down, man. Like I think you were scaring that last lady."
no, that Redline stuff is no joke. It's like it's supposed to be like a pre-workout supplement. Like that was its intended purpose. Is that like it's like you drink half of one or whatever before you work out, and you just are full of energy. And I went to get an energy drink before work one day real early, and I was like, I was, trying the field. I'd had some Monsters, some Red Bull, tried some Rockstar here and there, and I'm like,
Same
I'm gonna
day?
try Redline. No, different days. No.
Like, what is happening?
No, God, I would have been like Kyle, shaking at people.
Right.
No, but I tried the Redline, and it was like I had never heard of it, but I drank the whole thing. I went back and I like threw the empty one in the garbage, and my manager was like, "Do you just drink that whole thing right now?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm feeling a little out of it. I was gonna get a Red Bull or this," and he goes, "Oh, Jesus Christ, man! Like you watch yourself because you're gonna start sweating soon. You're gonna start shaking because of all that caffeine." I'm like, "It's fine. I drink a lot of caffeine. I can handle it. I drink like 10 sodas a day." And he's like, "All right." And like 20 minutes later, my heart is just like like doing a tune. My hands are sweaty and shaking, and it was awful. I will never have another one of those. It was like panic inducing.
I liked him. I liked him a lot. That was
I'm
that
all
would
about
get me
the
going.
G Fuel myself.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I know you are.
We eventually got a Red Bull machine at the dealership, so it was just right there. And like my thing is I would always, if I took a car in on trade, I mean, I'm not going to steal anything out of there before the customer has a chance to get their shit. But if you leave anything in there, like that's mine now, right? Like if you leave the dealership, you leave this car with us and your shit's in it, like, well, that's my shit now. Like, so I had a crazy CD collection back in the day. Just always took the CDs. Like every car in the trade-in lot, I go out there, turn it on, hit the eject button, open the change pockets, look for change everywhere, and I would have like, I don't know, I'd make $10 a day sometimes, like just going through all the trade-ins out there, whatever. So I'd just be feeding that Red Bull machine with the nickels, dimes, and quarters I was taking out of cars. Just I drink way too much Red Bull, but I needed it. Like it's the only way I could work.
Do you drink Red Bull now
Yeah.
anymore?
Yeah.
I think Monster's a lot better.
I like the taste of Red Bull. It's a bit of an acquired taste, but it's what I like now. Monster tastes too sweet to me. Not that Red Bull's some kind of health drink, but I like the taste of Red Bull, and I know what my caffeine levels are. My girlfriend, so I stay up late a lot. It's like sometimes I'll stay up till 3 or 4 in the morning, like watching TV, playing video games in bed, and I'll make fun of my girlfriend for like dozing off and falling asleep because she'll literally like not go into narcolepsy mode because her medication or something, like she's taking 2 different medications and they combine at night to like make her super drowsy. And so she bought caffeine pills. She's got this big fucking bottle of caffeine pills. And I did the math, and there's like, I think there's 200 milligrams a piece, and there's like 4,800 total milligrams of caffeine in that bottle. And I'm just like, you shouldn't even be able to buy this much caffeine. Like, you should be on a list somewhere, like you bought some Sudafed or something. But I haven't tried those yet. I've never taken caffeine pills, but I'm curious. They
I've
seem to
tried
be
one.
keeping her up.
You know the ones that you can get from like when you stop at some wayward highway in Montana, and it's the last one for a while, and it's all big 18-wheelers, and there's a whole
No
section in there
Does.
of like no does or like super wasp and like those names, or there's like a bee or a hornet on it.
Yeah,
Um,
Yellow Jackets.
Yeah, Yellow Jacket Energy Fizz or whatever. And a bunch of my friends, this is years ago in college, had been taking Adderall and whatnot to study. And I was like, well, I don't have any Adderall and I'd like to study. So I'm going to go to the gas station and take a couple of, Harry's liquid hornet juice and just, take those liquid capsules and see if it makes me feel like Adderall does, where I'm really focused and not like shaken and out of control, just very like, I got to get this done. I got to get this done. I'm very like anal about what has to be done. Not even a little bit similar. Those things, like I would sit down to study, and I don't know how truckers take these. I'd read like 6 words, and then I'd be like up and thinking about like, well, they could have done so many other ways to finish the Return of the King. There were so many plot points they could have done differently. Like why didn't they explain the eagle part? They would have got rid of so much criticism off their back after it was released. And like just thinking so quickly, I was so uncomfortable, sweating, shaking.
You feel jittery and
I-
uncomfortable,
I paced like around my whole apartment complex for 40 minutes. Just I couldn't stop moving, or I'd start to be like that awful movie where they have to keep their RPM or their heart beats per minute a
Crank.
certain
Yeah.
amount.
I
Crank
get
or
this
they die. It was
uncomfortable
like
feeling in my stomach and chest, like an uneasiness, like an uncomfortability with sitting still and not doing it. It's like I should be walking around and like doing stuff right now. You get like a crackhead,
Yeah,
but with
it gives you a
Adderall, it's
feeling
like you
of
said,
dread.
you're just like you're more like a laser that's focused on things and getting pleasure out of completing tasks. But with caffeine, it's a whole different animal. So I guess it's
Adderall
just-
like gives you like pleasure from like you have a list of everything you want to get done,
Yeah.
and just drawing a line through a thing on that list. When you're on Adderall, you're like, oh yeah, got that done, and then you move on to the next one. You're actively excited to finish stuff. Not with Yellow Jacket energy pills. Don't take those. You have like a feeling of dread. Like what have I done?
I guess there were guys like this in every high school that like, I don't know, maybe their home life is bad or whatever, but they're like looking for some way to get high actively all the time. When they're 15, 16 years old. But because we were like a rural high school, there wasn't a big access to drugs, especially not any hard drugs. Like I never heard of anybody using anything other than marijuana ever in my high school. Like there was
Wow.
no cocaine or like amphetamines or anything like that ever that I heard of. But I remember these guys would huff gasoline. I saw them do it. Like in the metals class, we had a generator, like a gasoline, you pull start generator, and they'd be in there. They'd take the cap off and they'd go and they'd be huffing the gas out of thing
That
right there. And
works?
yeah, gasoline will
Yeah.
get you fucked up.
Terrible for you.
Yeah, they'd huff gasoline, they'd huff paint thinner, and what else? What was the other thing that they were doing?
I know in my high school, like, so my high school had every drug, unlike yours. Like, I don't know, LSD, acid. I'm not even sure that might be the same thing.
Same thing, yeah.
Of course, pot, but cocaine, mushrooms, all kinds of stuff. But some of the guys, in an effort, I guess, to save money or even make a buck, would work at the grocery store. And Cool Whip comes in a tub, right? Ready Whip, I think.
Whippets.
Whippets. Oh my God. They would just whip it. Every fucking Ready Whip that came through the supermarket, they would all take a pop on it. And they would just whip it like all day, all night.
So wait, are they purchasing whippets, or are they are they working at the grocery store, going to the dairy aisle and be like, let's put this back now?
Yeah, the latter one. Before it made its way
great.
onto the shelf, they would take a huff.
So you get home to make your nice ice cream sundae, and you're like,
yeah, right. This
and
has
just
like
fluid.
liquid. Yeah,
it's
just
got a little
gross
pothead
cream.
breath on it, you know. Like, and I don't think they would totally like empty it. Although I guess they broke the seal. I don't know what the scoop is, but yeah, they would just huff from like every Ready Whip that went through the supermarket.
Have you ever seen someone do that, like in person?
Yeah.
The whippets, it feels so much seedier than it should feel seeing a guy stand there with like Ready Whip in his hand. 'Cause
Yeah.
it's like this isn't what they meant for you to do. Like this has to
I've
be
never
awful for you.
actively like been like, yeah, let's do some whippets, guys. But you know, I've been
I've
making
never
ice cream
done that.
sundae and been like, oh wow, oh god, oh. And for like 8 or 10 seconds, you're just really lightheaded and fucked up, and I'm just like, I don't like this. Like, I just want the ice cream.
I don't know how dangerous it is, but it's really short-lived.
Yeah, it's like 10
Yeah.
seconds.
Yeah. Something like
Yeah.
that.
I saw there was a Stern thing where they were at some festival, and you know they go around interviewing the weird people that go to this festival or whatever. And there's a guy walking around with I guess it's nitrous oxide. I think I got that right. And he's got a tank of it, like an oxygen tank size. You know, like if you're in a wheelchair, you got an oxygen tank. You walk
Look at
around.
the dentist, yeah.
About yay big. He's got one of those. He's walking around like, and he's the party man. He's got a little mask attached to that thing, and it's a buck a hit. And you got to think, like, there must be hundreds and hundreds of hits inside of this thing, and he's killing it. He's out there. Everybody's just, you know, and you do a hit, and it's not like you're done for the day. You're like, yeah, give me another one. Here, take a 5. Just open it up. Open it up.
Yeah, I saw a guy. He was at a Steve Miller concert. Exact same setup. He was like a, I don't know, it was probably like held MIG welding gases or something normally, but
Argon in there.
yeah, but it was all filled with nitrous oxide. And his, you know, because I'm a little old school, he was selling it out of a Volkswagen bus, right?
Oh, that's very fitting.
Right, so
For
fitting.
2 pennies. Yeah.
And it was like Kyle said, I forget what he was selling it for, but it was like 5 hits for $5, or, you know, 12 hits for 10 or something like that.
Yeah.
And people were just, yeah. Oh, he was selling balloons too. That was the thing you could buy.
Fill you up and you take. And I think that I'm sounding like I'm some sort of whippets expert, but I just watch movies and I'm familiar with pop culture. I think there's like a nozzle thing you get that like attaches to the balloon, and now you've just got it there, and you can like have a valve. So you're not just pinching a balloon and walking around like a weirdo. You've actually got an apparatus, and there's some paraphernalia that helps with that. But that's, like I said, making ice cream sundae. I've hit that thing before and been like, this isn't for me.
I think it's real dangerous.
I don't think so at all. But to me, I bet abusing it is. But I think like having a little before your ice cream sundae probably can't do anything. But it felt to me like the head rush you get from standing up too quickly. If you're like my blood sugar's too low, you know, maybe you stand up too quickly, everything gets a little dim for a second, you get a head rush. Like, felt like that to me, and that's not pleasant.
I think there's
No.
there's that small chance that you, like I don't know of anyone that died from pot, but I think that there's that, like, you know, 1% of the people get instant brain aneurysms, and like it's horribly acutely bad for some small group of people.
Shit,
The nitrous oxide.
If
yeah.
that's true, I wish I'd known that.
They have like
never do that again.
don't anesthesiologists like they go to school to use that and like learn all about it, and then meanwhile it's just long-haired Sherry.
I mean,
Take a balloon, man. I'm addicted to a substance that I have to do 3 times a minute to stay buzzed. Trust me. Like, no, that's,
dentist is allowed to apply it. It can't be that big of a deal, right? Because I mean, they don't.
they're
go to-
doctors.
They're not doctors. That's it's the old Seinfeld joke. Like what do you call a doctor that flunks out of medical school? A dentist.
They
They're
make
not
good money,
doctors.
but you
They do
probably should make
money.
good
I'm not
money.
shitting on dentists. Don't get me wrong, but they're not doctors per se. I don't know. I think your average oncologist is just many tiers above your average.
Yeah, if you're on a stranded island and you're like, is there a doctor here? Nobody's like, oh, thank God, a dentist.
Does he have a cavity?
Yeah.
No, it's a gunshot. Well, no, not me.
Oncologist is the one you picked. I feel like the oncologist like just executes a plan on a very well-traveled road.
I guess,
you
like,
know? I
neurosurgeon.
neurosurgeon, or even like a what is a bone doctor called? Osteosurgeon.
I feel like some of the oncologists are also surgeons, though, and you're like consulting with the guy who's going to do the surgery. I was thinking of that sort of scenario, I guess. I don't know much about that thing, though. Luckily for me, I've never had to go down that road.
Yeah. I can't believe that your high school they only had pot. That's an unbelievable thing.
Maybe I was just in the dark, right? But I just remember I would hear of like the seedy stuff that maybe would go on. Like I remember there was one girl that was into like getting gangbanged. And like that was a thing that happened. You'd hear that like, oh yeah, she fucked all those guys, and they made a video, and you'd be like, where can I get the video? And it's like, we don't have the internet at this point, so it's
I don't know if it was true, but I would hear about that kind of stuff in my high school too. Like in social groups higher than mine, yeah, these 4 really hot guys and these 4 really hot girls all like orgied and would do it on the regular, and it's like, dude, he's fucked her, and her? That is the who's who of this high school. And, I don't know what's true or not, but that was the kind
but
of
now
stuff
who's got a Game of Thrones room?
Did we talk about my video? I think we talked about it before the show.
Yeah, Woody made his house tour video. It's finally up. It's sponsored by
Yellow Tech or something like that. The people that do these boom mics.
Very cool mics. I like seeing it from the, it's one of those things where it's always cool. You're so used to this viewpoint, that viewpoint of like you framed with it's cool to turn around 180 degrees and see what you're seeing all the time. I like that a lot. I like seeing your setup. Very cool. Awesome video. You should check that out if you're.
It had a really positive reception, which I was super happy about. Well, for a year, I feel like we've been hyping it, right? And this is certainly not a negative towards you in the slightest. I never thought anything bad, but you call it my manor, my compound, my palatial estate, and I'm like, expectations are really high. But
high. Like I was wondering if you were at all worried that there was going to be some hate that just people making fun of how nice it is. It's weird that you even have to consider that. Like, were you more afraid that people were going to give you shit because of how nice it is? Or that people were going to give you shit by saying, yeah, it was all right.
The latter was on my head. I was afraid they were going to be like, oh, Kyle made it seem like it'd be a palatial estate.
No elevator?
Right? Yeah, right? Your cars don't have elevators?
Where's the fucking runway at, bro? Like to get there.
I like the helicopter pad, but there's no runway. Well, at least not for my plane. Yeah.
I came in the other way. I thought Kyle was being a little hyperbolic. Like, just being like, oh, it's so crazy. And then I saw it, and I was like, wow, so this really is a crazy nice house. Like,
yeah, it's very nice.
You walk into that kind of house, and you're like, fuck.
Yeah,
I should have made a Minecraft server.
He started with a very nice place, and then he made it what he wanted it to be, and kind of it took it up at least another tier above what it was before. Very nice. Like, everything down to the vents and the air conditioning vents in that house.
Thank you.
You need heated floors, though. That's the only thing.
Heated floors? I don't like them. We had them
in
growing
the bathroom.
up.
You've never have you? Come on,
that would be great in the bathroom.
Tile, yeah. I love that.
I can see where you're coming from in the bathroom. My reality in heated floors. We had them in Ocean City when I was growing up, and the floor below it got way too much impact from the heat. It almost makes me think. Merca was telling us about the the car wash shower he had, where it
Yeah.
was like, it's nice. Don't let me tell you that it's awful, but it might not be the dream that you're thinking of. It's too much. I remember. So I lived on the it depends on how you counted the floors, but I lived on like the 4th floor, and my father, who was below me, wouldn't let me keep it at what I thought was a comfortable temperature because it just melted him. So
I would only want the heated floor if like you could pull pranks with it. Like a friend goes into your bathroom and you have no like mats on the ground where you get off the shower. It's just the tile, and you just crank it up to like 200 degrees, and he's sitting there taking a shit, just patting his feet up and down. Oh, hey, what's going on?
the floor is lava. The floor is lava.
It's lava. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
Going from couch to couch.
It's really nice because, like, early in the morning, sometimes the floor is cold, but I've stayed at some places where you've got a heated tile floor, and it's so nice when that floor is, like, warm. I don't know how else to put it. Like, it's really nice.
Especially after a shower.
Here's the nice part. In my experience, anyway, it wasn't that the floor was so amazing to walk on. It was warm, but like that wasn't the big thing for me. It was that, like, if you wanted to, you could leave like your winter coat on the floor, or if you wore your pants from yesterday, everything but my t-shirt always seemed to feel like it was fresh out of the dryer. And you just put that on, and that was really nice.
That's a good use.
Yeah.
Cook eggs on your bathroom floor.
If it's fucking cold, like if it's really cold outside, I'll throw and it's really cold. I'll put my clothes all in the dryer and get those things right out of the dryer and turn myself into a little superheated man before I go outside. I always like that.
Yeah. But yeah, the house tour went really well, and everyone was really positive about it, and no one seemed to be disappointed by it. So yeah, I was
lived
really...
up.
Did you see that the FAA is going to require everyone to register their drones if they weigh more than 0.49 pounds, and you have to do it like by February 18th or something or another, something like that?
I did see that.
That is an interesting development.
It was funny. Not only did you have to do it by, no, I thought it was January, but I could be wrong. I'm not good at remembering things like that.
I could be too.
But it was like you had till January 16th to get it done, but you can't do it yet. And this was like 3 days ago I saw it. Like, so what is it, December 16th, 17th now? Like December 12th was too soon, but it had to be done in a month. And I was like, that seems...
Yeah. I'm fairly sure it's February, but
Okay.
it's like I got like 10 fucking drones to register. I hope it's not a lengthy process with punching in like 12-digit codes and fucking...
Are they heavy?
Well, they're
They
not
weigh-
going to make it
they're
easy.
more than
on
a
you.
half a
They
pound.
don't want you owning drones.
All mine are over half a pound, and I'm going to film with them at the end of this... Actually, I'm filming with it at the end of this month, so maybe it doesn't matter.
You're right. It is half a pound. In my head, it was 4.5 pounds. And it's January 20th.
How big is a half-pound drone? Like, I can't even...
That's like all of them. Virtually everything, those micro drones. Like the pair drones are that. The DJIs, they're more than that. The majority of the drone market is more than half a pound.
If it doesn't charge up by plugging into your cell phone, you probably have to register it.
Yeah.
And so it's actually 0.55 pounds or 250 grams.
Oh, okay.
And it's January 20th. And I see now that it looks like you can start registering December 21st, according to this article.
What's the rationale for it?
They feel that drone operators are aviators in a sense, and they should have some way of... They should be registered, and they should have some accountability there, I suppose. And I think it might be some sort of... I don't know. There's been a lot of things done with drones over the last year or two. The technology keeps advancing, and I mean, people are making weapons platforms out of them and stuff.
Dude, check this out. Let me jump in. So the registration is only $5, so that's not a real showstopper. Civil fines, $27,000 range. Criminal fines, $250,000 and up to 3 years in prison. Like, this is not something that you should gleefully ignore. That's a little quote from the article I'm reading. So,
Jesus Christ.
register your stuff.
Yeah, I was talking to Eric about this. He's got a DJI, and we were using it to film the other day, and thing's amazing. Like, he flew that thing right in front of the fence just before I was coming through it, and I saw as I'm barreling toward the fence, I see the drone go behind it, and I'm like, I hope I don't hit that fucking thing. and the shot is amazing. I missed that drone by 1.5 feet going 40, but it's a great shot. They're able to get shots like that and go up really high and do cool stuff. But I guess a lot of people have abused the privilege and done stuff they shouldn't do with it. They've gone places and filmed stuff they're not supposed to film, gone on private property, government property, filming ladies in their bathrooms, I'm sure. I wonder if there's, I've never looked for it, believe it or not, but I wonder if there's a whole porn subcategory of like drone, like sneakery. I need to look into that.
There probably is, but they're loud. I feel like if you really want to do the voyeur thing, you can't have this fucking drone with 4 propellers.
Yeah, the DJI is definitely too loud for that. Unless it had some sort of super zoom lens on it or something. Like if you had some zoom, you could go up 1,500 feet and do your thing. But or maybe looking in a window. I didn't think of that. Maybe someone's in a window and you're hovering in the bushes, checking them out, like
Maybe
like
if
in
they're
South.
in a shower, they've got their own audio issues.
And hell, if they catch you, just like and just leave.
Yeah.
We have a family friend. I mentioned them before. I like the dad. He likes the mom. The kids get along. He's into drones, like really into drones, and he builds them himself. It's almost like the PC thing. Like you have a computer, but I like to choose all my own components and stuff. And he's into competitive drone flying and stuff like that. I'm sure he could put together. He drives. He doesn't watch the drone. He typically has a camera for taking footage and then another camera for navigation, and then that's how he does it.
Yeah, that's what Eric does too. He he sits in his truck over there, and he's on. It's got the iPad on there, and he's flying around doing his thing. It's been really cool for getting B-roll. So, for example, we got this mannequin covered in spray paint and propane bottles, and I shoot him full of incendiary ammunition, so he explodes, bursts into flames, and of course, I don't hit every single one of the paint cans that are littered inside of his clothing and tied to him. So some of them are cooking off. They're burning in the fire and then slowly exploding. Well, he can put that drone right over it and be like 8 feet away from an explosion that you'd never want to be near. And he's got him right in the flames.
He's not worried about the drone.
It's $1,000.
It's only $1,000.
Yeah.
I worry about things like that.
Yeah, but that's way cheaper than I thought a drone like that would be.
Not for production costs. Like, I mean, if it goes down, it goes down. Just get another one. That's what it's made for. That thing can take a licking too. Like I've seen that thing go upside down and fall on its rotors, I guess, and just grind those rotors into the asphalt upside down, making the most awful grinding noises. And he just casually walks over there, grabs it, flips it upside down, throws the rotors away, puts 4 more on there. He's like, pennies. And just sends it back again.
I think he told me he bought like 100 spare rotors.
Yeah, bought a bunch of them.
And now he just doesn't have to worry about rotors.
Yeah. He's loving his. I plan on getting one. I've enjoyed watching him play with his, and I've flown
one like his because you have drones.
Oh,
you have a bunch of the small ones, right?
Yeah, I've got some parrot drones. They're real good.
Real good.
Yeah, I want a DJI drone because they're definitely going to be better for filming. The kind of stuff that I'd like to do, and they have some capabilities that the Parrot doesn't necessarily have. We're going to use some Parrot drones for targets.
It seems like a lot of the better drones don't have a feature that I'm like the follow me feature, and I'm particularly interested in that. I don't want. If I'm starring in it, I don't want Jackie being the drone operator. Who knows what she'll film? Won't be me. Here's the grass 30 feet away, or I don't.
Oh, look, a power line.
I just don't see handing off the remote to someone who's not passionate about it being any good at it. So but I could see a follow me type thing going, and where I am, and that's not a lot of trees on my property, and it would really work, but. It seems like a lot of the best ones don't have that, and I'm waiting for it.
Maybe there's some sort of, maybe something you could do to the software of the DJI or something like that. One of the more readily available drones that just
there's an upgrade or something.
Yeah, give it that ability. You would think. I don't know much about that stuff, but
it needs to come with it has a watch or something that it zeroes in on. So there's a hardware part to it.
What I like about that thing is it's fast. It's not that like that racing drone you described. I've seen those competitions and they're incredible. It reminds me of Quidditch from Harry Potter. It's
Right?
just crazy, and it's a similar sort of like
They must
arena
pull
because
like 10 Gs in those direction changes and stuff.
incredible direction changes, just like something you would think a spaceship would do, like it's a UFO. So it's not like that per se. But as far as like, we were in Texas and there's a mountain over there and there's a big white spot on the mountain that we're shooting at with a 50 cal, and it's like, I wonder what our impacts look like. And he's like, and this thing flies over there in maybe 40 seconds. The thing was like 1,000 yards away, and all of a sudden we're looking at the iPad like, oh yeah, there our bullet holes are, and then it just flies back, looking at zebras on the way. Pretty cool. I like the freedom of going and exploring around from the air like that, but definitely going to have some responsibilities that come along with that pretty soon. So got to register your drones if you got them.
New topic?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe someday I'll do the joke thing again. I actually got a lot of private messages about how people who did like it. I got positive feedback. Did you?
I saw people who were like, "Oh, Taylor and Kyle really hated it, but I think it should keep going." And it's like, that's the reason they liked it is because we hated it.
I don't think it should be in every time. See, now I looked at it differently. I thought they liked it in spite of your guidance towards hated it. Like, that was my impression of it. Like, if you guys both say this is stupid, then I think a lot of people might be more inclined to think it's stupid. I definitely don't think it's an every week thing. I think that
it's a special occasion thing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right, so I've been looking through this list of AMA
I like
questions.
The first one.
These are from Patreon, so you have to look at the list. But there's a Patreon level where you can ask us questions and we answer them. And this one caught my attention. So I got laid finally, but I'm not sure where to go from here. I'm a 20-year-old male, and my 18-year-old girlfriend had sex a couple weeks ago. We've been together for 3 weeks. We took each other's virginity, but I'm not physically attracted to her at all. She's 5'5" and probably pushing 200 pounds. I'm in pretty good shape. 6'1", 175 pounds. I work out 6 days a week and I eat clean. My problem is that I like her, just not physically. Should I break up with her or see if I can get her to lose the weight?
How much does she weigh again?
5'5", pushing 200.
I see. I wanted to read along with you, but I'm having a hard time finding it, so I didn't pay very good
Top
attention.
of page 2.
Thank you.
5'5", 200.
Aww.
They banged already. I think that before anything, he should go for it. See if he can make her lifestyle better.
Really? I think that's a waste of time.
And then, are they both in
5'5",
college?
200. That's my assumption. He's 20, she's 18. I do not see an 18-year-old girl who's maybe 70 pounds overweight, like just trending towards. And the other thing is, if he was like, I'm no superstar, but she's too heavy, then that might be one thing. But this is such a mismatch. He's 6'1", 175. He works out 6 days a week and he eats clean. Dude.
That's true. She should be thankful that she got the fucking.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right, I give a thumbs down. You got to go
I'm
find.
Convinced. Yeah, thumbs down. And you're at that age where you're just gonna be wasting time.
You shouldn't have fucked her though, because now this is gonna be pretty hard on her.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be not fun to deal with.
Yeah. Is it, or it has she just achieved something? You know, like
no.
What if it was you and I don't know who's super hot, a prime Angelina Jolie swoops in, takes your virginity.
That's not the case though. For that to be her mental process, she has to think of herself as a real ghoul. She has to be really thinking of herself.
Well,
and it's
more
totally
of a troll.
Different. Totally different with men and women.
Man,
and how that works.
This is totally different. Like, she's not thinking, oh, I got so, and she's a girl, not a guy. She's not thinking, oh, I got so lucky, I fucked a normal height, weight, proportional individual.
He works out 6 days a week and eats clean. He might have abs, like he.
Yeah.
Okay, but still, like no, this is gonna hurt her feelings a ton. She's thinking there's more here.
Imagine how mismatched that sex was. Just one nice body and then one just ghoulish orb. Like here, his abs were like the cheese grater to her wheel of Gouda. Like, he's all.
It's like that porn where like there's this hot 18-year-old girl and some 57-year-old droopy guy.
That guy's all confident, like, yeah, Yeah, it's like, where's this coming from? I graduated high school in
right now.
1974.
So I give a thumbs down. I say no, move on. Unless you think, but he just said he's not attracted to her, and that's a key component. You got to be attracted to her.
She's
I think
nice.
that he's happy that he got the monkey off his back, and now he's seeing things a lot more clearly. He's like, I didn't have to stoop this low to get this, and now that I have, I realize that I'm in a different league. So I think, yeah, thumbs down.
Woody, you give a thumbs down too?
Yeah, I feel cruel. I'm normally the guy who wouldn't give the thumbs down to a situation like this, but it's going down. I just feel like there's a mismatch here. And by the way, if you don't look for someone, there's a power imbalance in this relationship where you're not really interested in her, and she, I presume, is very interested in keeping this alive with you, and that's not a healthy thing anyway.
How much? Unless her family has money, and then you ride that gravy train.
Yeah. But yeah, that power imbalance that's happening in here is not healthy for the relationship. You both need to feel, happy and fortunate that you have each other.
Riding the gravy train.
I was slow. Thank you so much.
I like this. All right, I like this one.
Go on.
What's the first one there? But it's a round table. Most creative way to fuck with someone's food if you work as a waiter and a customer was being rude. All right, so obviously you can pee in their stuff. You can put some bodily fluids in there or something like that. It's not creative, though, right? Mm-hmm. You're going to want to bring your own biological weapon to the table. That's what I'm talking about.
Biological?
Yes. That's. Remember I told the story about my teacher got that disease or whatever when we did that science experiment in the 6th grade. I think it was the 6th grade. Miss Farmer. 6th grade? First year of middle school. Yeah, 6th grade. That's what it was. Had these plastic bags full of gelatin, like they make Jell-O out of, but it doesn't have the additive that's the coloring and the sugar and the flavoring and all that. It's just the gelatin. And then into that, we took a piece of yarn and exposed it to an environment. So, maybe the bottom of a shoe or the top of a cat's head, whatever. Everybody had lame ones. But my dad's got this poultry houses, so I took it in there where the floor is just writhing with shit. And I got it all in there. This thing is covered with a 1,000 kinds of viruses and bacteria. God knows what's on it. And mine turned green, violently green. And it was like strings of material in there. I grew something awful. And she got exposed to it. And she got sick. And she was out of school for weeks. It's hard for me to remember exactly how many weeks, but it was a major thing. It was like...
So you started the bird flu in 4th grade.
We couldn't even get she was gone so long that a standard substitute wouldn't cut it. They had to get like a temporary teacher in there. That's how sick she was. So I say you grow your own biological weapon and you have it like in a vial, and you're just ready for that douchebag who goes gets her son like, see that son? You know what you call that? A high school graduate. A high school graduate. You want to be like him? You want to be like him? Supersize that for me, my good man. And like makes an example out of you for his fucking kid, like does something awful to you like that. That's when you get a little bit of Uncle Kyle's food additive. Yeah. Put a few drops in there so that douchebag McSteve over there spends the next 6 weeks in like some sort of like tented room with like intense fever, and he's got the hantavirus or something like that.
Potentially
Seems
dying.
Like if the customer's being rude, then perhaps it's sort of known that something's wrong, and as an apology you could give them a dessert. That dessert could have X-Lax. It's a chocolate diuretic, and they'll be on the toilet.
But you gotta get into it then. You gotta get with the chef on this one.
And that's not creative.
And a lot of those desserts
I just felt like it was effective, and it would do the trick. You could really get a diuretic in someone's system with that.
Eye drops apparently
give you diarrhea.
Yeah, they'll make you violently ill. Just a few. It doesn't take much Visine to like make you very sick, I'm told. I've heard it for years and years. I've never had it done to me, but it's a thing apparently. Eye drops I'd make you real sick, make you shit yourself maybe. And you would never taste it, right? Because it tastes like saline.
Just saline.
I don't know what's in there that makes people so sick. I always thought it was like an urban legend or something. Like, oh yeah, I'm gonna put some eye drops in his drink, and I was like, "What? You're not growing your own biological weapons at home, pussy?" You
Yeah.
know? So I
You
never
don't have
even
a string covered in gelatin with the avian bird flu on it. Like
You know how many bags of evil I've got hanging in my basement?
each one with a timer, just in case something were to happen to me at school.
Like I imagine like putting a firecracker in the middle so it blows the disease everywhere and make yourself a dirty bomb. That's nasty stuff. It really was. I just remember like the cleanup and then with the masks on, like being like, we'll never do this again. Like this was a big mistake. Like
You could rub like one of those Carolina Reapers all over their silverware before they eat.
one of those really hot peppers, huh?
Yeah.
That is.
Or
What
just
did
rub
you,
it all over the
what did
plate
you say
before
Visine
place
does to
food.
people?
Like gastrointestinal distress. Like
Okay.
makes you sick.
Vomiting or pooping.
I looked it up. It is false. Visine does not make you poop.
Okay.
Visine is poison. It'll lower your body temperature to dangerous levels. It'll make breathing difficult or even halt it entirely. It blurs vision, causes nausea and vomiting, elevating and then dropping blood pressure, causing seizures and tremors, and sending an ingester into a coma. I don't even know what
Nothing compared to what I grew last week.
That's a
Dude,
great prank.
like if swallowed, you need to contact a poison control center immediately. Visine is not a silly thing. And then it has a list, like 1995, 2001, 2003, 2006, again in 2006, 2009, again in 2009, 2012, 2013. There's all these documented cases of like
Death?
like teachers getting ill, going to the hospital, mechanics dropping
Teachers, huh?
Yeah, he putting eye drops in his girlfriend's drink after an argument with her, and then she like it's legit poisoning. Like you could be using borax or something.
I've seen that done to people. I've seen it done, and like, so all right.
You
So I
probably
don't
have
want
to
to argue.
guzzle a good amount.
I don't want to argue with the internet or anything, but like what I always heard was use a couple of drops, right? Like a few drops is enough to make them sick. So maybe drinking a whole bottle of Visine could perhaps kill you or send you to the ER. But maybe a couple. And I'm not. Don't give anybody Visine if you're out there listening to
Really
this.
don't like it because I'm reading about this and it appeared like here's a guy who used a couple of drops, like you said, and then Gentileschi experienced vomiting and bleeding from his rectum. Eventually, they agreed to a plea bargain. He had
It's
to
just
pay.
a social experiment.
He had to pay $10,000 in hospital bills, 3 years probation, and obey an order of protection. Like this is apparently putting Visine in people's stuff. Like is.
You would think they would change the formula. What's in there that makes you so sick? Because you put it in your goddamn eyeball. Like,
Yeah, I would.
I just pour, one drop, 2 drop, 4 drop, 5. I don't care. It's Visine. I thought it was just saline and maybe some sort of topical anesthetic.
I just would have assumed that something you put on your eyeballs wasn't so hazardous for you.
To eat. You know what I've
Yeah.
always been terrified of? And after I got to piss so bad, I'm going to step away for a moment.
Mm-hmm.
I've always been afraid of getting super glue mixed up with eye drops. Can you imagine a more awful thing than super gluing your eyelid shut? I can't.
It wouldn't even be shut. It would be like a chemical burn on your cornea, your retina, whatever, and you'd probably go blind.
I would. I that terrifies me so much that like I have my own Visine like that I keep in a drawer, and every time before I use it, I will fucking like drip it into my hand and rub it because I have this fear that someone has come in and tampered with my fucking eye drops, and I can't just willy-nilly put it right into my fucking eyeball. I'm like, I care more about my eyes and everything than that. Like, it's just like checking the shower curtain for intruders, you know? You go in the bathroom to pee and you're like...
Yeah, another ridiculous thing that I don't do.
Really, never.
I have a couple
Woody
times.
clears
and
his
I've
house 3 or 4 times a day.
friends'
I know.
My dogs keep freaking out. They're like, whoa, 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 whoa. Like, how can there?
How can there be no crims?
Yeah, you just gotta go see what's up.
Excuse me for a moment. I've drank 4 cups of coffee this show so
Yeah,
far.
you've been powering through the coffee. You're gonna be up all night.
I need it. I do a lot better with coffee. I can talk a lot faster. I can think a lot faster. I think I have a little better time if I drink a lot of coffee.
Taylor, have
Yep,
you ever
go for it.
had a near-death experience?
Oh God. If I can even think of one, it's gonna be so petty and not important. Of like, almost walking into the street as a kid. Nothing that I was like. I'm sure I did some stupid stuff as a kid where I could have died, and it just didn't happen, like something stupid, but nothing where I was cogent enough in my thought to realize like that could have been the end for you. I'll have to think, but I can't think of any. Do you have any good ones?
Not really. Like this class of question, tell me something significant. It's like, well, man, you got to understand, I'm on episode 261 here.
Yeah, and you only almost die a couple times before you lose that dice roll.
There was the thing where we went jet skiing. The jet skis broke. We were getting sucked out into the ocean, and we were rescued by a passing fisherman. But I feel like I've been over that story.
Yeah.
Yeah. Stories are, I won't say they're only good once, but
yeah,
they're best the first time.
Kyle has a few that you can see on his channel, but other than that,
the one where the refrigerator door flew by, or no, it was a car door.
Car door, right?
Yeah, it was a car door. Apparently, there was a refrigerator that cut his cameraman's leg, and I think Kyle considers that one to be the most dangerous one. But the car door was filmed so well, and you just realize I think it would it have killed him if it hit him right. It would have.
Oh yeah, I think if it would have hit him at all, that had a good chance of killing him.
Well, I feel like if it hit his hip first or something, I don't know.
I just feel like something that heavy coming that fast is going to cause some serious internal bleeding, even if it's hitting the hip and your lower abdomen or something.
It was seriously dangerous. It was a really bad problem. So that's a thing. Yeah, Kyle's got a couple on his channel that are really sketchy.
I wish I had a good one.
You wish you'd almost died, huh?
Just for this moment. Just so I can tell the story.
Worth
no,
it.
I guess it's something to be thankful for, but it's also something where it's like, oh, have I just not done anything that risky or daring yet? I didn't want to go on the whitewater rafting trip. I don't want to go on a motorcycle escapade up to Alaska where I could maybe slip on some ice and die. I haven't done anything that dangerous. I'm not going to go scuba diving or skydiving or... I'd rather do scuba than skydiving. Skydiving is stupid. It's a stupid thing for stupid people. You don't belong up there. Stay on the ground.
That's not it for me. I just feel like skydiving is... It's not boring. I think it'd be really fun to do. But I think it's really boring to watch. I hate skydiving videos. They're the dumbest thing ever. It's just
the same thing in every one of them.
And they're all identical. And in every case, you do fucking nothing. Right? Yeah. Watch me. I'm skylaying.
Yeah.
See? It's like I'm laying on my belly, but in the air. And then I'll pull this thing and gently float. I'm sure it's very exhilarating to be in, but to do it, unless you literally go up to fucking space, and there's some...
Like the Red Bull guy.
Yeah, and there's some question as to whether or not Earth has gravitational pull at that layer. Then I'm not interested. I don't give a fuck. It's just... You're just falling. It doesn't...
Even worse is when your friends put it on Facebook or whatever, and it's not even them front flipping and with their little wingsuit on doing stuff. They're strapped into some older gentleman's papoose on his chest where they're just kind of on there like a child, and they're waving around, and he's the one with the responsibility of pulling the strings. And
you don't see little Joeys saying, watch my mom jump me around, right?
Yeah.
The kangaroo.
Well, Joey knows he's not contributing, but not, that face Eric strapped to the dude's papoose on his chest falling down at 100 miles an hour. I don't know. It's not stupid, but I could never see myself doing it. Because it would be such an awful, awful way to die.
It's a fun experience. I just feel like it's totally not shared. I feel like in terms of a video experience, I'd rather see someone lean over the edge of a skyscraper. I feel like that's a shared thing that you could see what they did. That might be spookier than just watching them sky lay.
Yeah, because if you haven't, everybody's looked over the edge of a building that's really tall. You can empathize with that and be like, ooh, that's a risky feeling. Those Russian climbers who climb up a crane.
Yes,
They're just fucking around. They got one hand up there and the other one's doing whatever Russian sign they do, and then taking pictures of it and swapping hands in midair. It's just dangerous and awful. But skydiving, most people haven't done.
The guys who do maintenance on antenna towers, it makes my hands sweaty just to see that. That's somehow a better video than literally just jumping off the tower.
Yeah.
It's awful.
It's because watching those videos of them like fixing it, it's like they're doing everything they can to avoid falling off. There's nothing at stake for the skydiver up there. His goal is to jump off. There's nothing to root against. Like, if you're looking for tragedy, like maybe you luck out and like a gust of wind throws him back into the structure and kills him. But even that isn't that entertaining. I mean, Live Leak out there is way better stuff than that. Plus death videos.
So if you had to choose another time period to live in, excluding now and the future, when would it be and why? I'm going to go with the past.
I would, this. I hate these fucking questions.
You don't like this?
How
No,
far?
and I'm not directing that at you. I'm just saying that it's. So here's the. I have follow-up questions to that question. It's like, all right, am I literally going to travel back, and is it a one-way ticket, and do I know everything I know now? If all those things are true. If all those things are true, then I'm going to like last week, and I'm using all of the information that I can garner about the global finance market to take whatever monies I have currently and double them every 5 minutes for the next 2 weeks until I've got hundreds of millions of dollars. I mean, little pieces of information. It wouldn't even take much to just become a millionaire real quick. And
that's what they don't want you to do with this. Like
I
think
know, right?
The intent is you have to be born X year in the past. You don't retain any knowledge. You grow up in that time period.
So what time period is most suited for the way that you're wired?
Okay, so the best time period to be, I want to be 22 years old in, say, 1992, something like that.
1970.
I want my like early 20s to be spent in the 90s during the .com boom or something like that, right? You don't want to go back any farther than that because right now, today, best time in human history to live.
I was 19 at that time period, so I'm coming pretty close.
Yeah. Was that good? Do you feel like do you feel like it was advantageous to have gone through your working years during the 90s, which was an incredible time for the United States?
Yeah, it was probably a pretty good one. For me in particular, because I was a computer science guy, right? And it was one thing that was cool, and I don't know if it'll ever happen again, but there was this power imbalance in that engineers ruled the world, right? They were cool, right? That's when nerds first became respected. If you were an engineer, I don't know, it was just in the same general class as doctor, dentist, lawyer, engineer. They were just like educated, professionally successful people. And, I felt like my boss's boss valued me at least as highly as my boss because I was an engineer. I was the guy that made it actually happen. He was just the guy who kind of babysat us. And that was kind of cool, but that didn't last forever.
Yeah, but the thing about this question is like, unless you're like if I were a painter, like if I were an expressionist and that's what I did, like my passion was expressionist painting, maybe I want to go back and hang out with Monet, right? Maybe there's some figure historically that I'd like to go meet because I have a passion in a certain area. Like maybe Churchill is my hero, and maybe I can go back and go to school with Churchill. Like, there's going to be like situational time travel that would be cool for those reasons, but for the most part, if you just want to live in a time that's good for people, it's right now. And yesterday is second best, and the day before is third best. That's just the case as far as I'm concerned.
There's another thing though, like you said, like if Woody were born into like a dairy farm, where every day you woke up and you had to do a thing, and you could be financially successful, but just every day started off with the mission of things that needed to be done and some satisfaction that could be gained from it.
You would have loved that.
If you had 30,000 head of dairy cattle and were running like Woodworth Milk and Dairy Company, grossing $8 million a year, you'd love it. You'd love going to each of those farms and making sure the milk was getting milked right, and that they were still playing playing Fergalicious for the cows to keep them peppy.
Mm-hmm.
Do they do that?
Yeah. Happy cows make better milk. Cows with names make better milk too. More of it.
I didn't know that. So like I just feel like I could have been doing that in the 60s.
You can do that now. Not too late. Matter of fact, I feel like that's what you should do. If I could just be like, let's see something cool happen, bing, and like magic wand, like you would just be like, fuck all this, and like start your dairy empire right now. Like that, you'd be heading toward the dairy empire right now with your life. I feel like you'd love that because like I know guys who like thrive on that they love that every day they get up and they beat the day down and it's coming tomorrow and they're ready tomorrow and they love it. They know what they're doing and they're professional at it and they're all about being the best at what they do. And what they do is farming corn, wheat, and soybeans. But still, they go at it with a scientific approach, with a business plan, a business model. You know, they're always trying to get an edge in the market. They're always trying to plant what's going to make the most money, while at the same time keeping things like soil pH in mind. You know, and every day they're working with their hands. You know, these guys are roughnecks, but at the same time, it's very, very lucrative. I
feel like I'd enjoy that. If there's an element to my current life that's I'm not wired for, it's that a lot of my success has to do with just making people like me, you know, and that's like you're just less in control of that process than you would be of, say, farming. Like, I don't know, I'll say a wrong thing or make a joke. All of my jokes are over past the edge, but every once in a while they declare that one to be especially wrong, and and that becomes a big issue.
What was it you said the other day? I think you said like some comedian. You said like Adam Sandler wasn't funny, and then Taylor was like, he died today, right?
Right.
And you're like, oh my god, he didn't really, did he?
Not again.
Not again.
Not another dead comedian.
Because you went like a little, or you're just like, he's never ever been funny, not a time. He's not funny at all. He's never done anything funny. Fuck him. And Taylor was like, he just died, right?
Yeah.
But it's like, shit, not again.
Not again.
I said, he just killed himself. That's why.
Oh.
And then Woody's face just dropped of like, oh, what have... No, you're fucking... Just for like 2 seconds, it was just a what have I done...
This time, yeah.
Start PKN. Like,
what got brought up the other day and we started talking about it again, because Jeremy brought it up, was when we were looking at Wet Platinum as a lubricant sponsor, and we had that video pitch where we were going to do the gigantic slip and slide down the hill into the ramp and into a lake. And I just imagined like, the big barrel of Wet Platinum in a slow motion, like tipping it over and it's soaking the slip and slide. And then the grand finale, of course, is Wings of Redemption, like stepping up there, hands on his hips, like Superman profile shot. He's got his like a big S painted to his bare chest. He's just got some briefs on, and he just kind, the face he made. He just. And just fucking jumps and takes the slip and slide with all 400 pounds. And just like a rocket sled on rails, he fucking launches off that thing and big cannonball. Like I felt like it would be the best commercial ever for Wet Platinum. And, we'd all get out there and have a good time. Kind of like a Devin Supertramp style video.
Yep.
But shorter and more silly and funny.
Maybe even
kind of
get
a parody of Devin almost.
What is
a
it
whole
called?
barrel of Wet Platinum
What is it
is
called
like
when they
probably
work
$2,000.
together?
I'm sorry, what
is it called when people work together? It's not a co-op, it's a...
Collaboration.
Collaboration, that's the word I was looking for. Maybe even a collab with Devin or something and put that
Sure.
together. My wife actually told me not to do that. Oh. She said that if I were to work with a big lube sponsor like that, it could have ramifications on the kids and just...
I feel like it's more mainstream now. I mean, I feel like lube, and I'm not that's... It's a good sir call, whatever. But I just feel like lube to me seems really mainstream. Like on Hulu, I get Astroglide ads, and they're tasteful. It seems like a different tier from say sex toys or the auto blow or something like that.
It's a few tiers down from that.
Yeah, not
auto blow, and we did that.
Yeah, we did that. Yeah, I just feel like the people who are out there who would be like, your dad did a lubricant commercial. For one thing, it's not like if we were doing double entendres and like had sexy models around or something like that, and and you were bare chested in a bed, like that's something off the rails, right? Like I'm not talking about that, but I feel like
the best
since
possible scenario.
I feel like since maybe
I kind of feel like you're onto something there. Look, there is an existence of certain things, right? Like, feminine hygiene products exist. Women's underwear and men's underwear exists. It's a thing that is a reality. There are all kinds of things in adult life that you just deal with. Like if we sold toilet paper, is toilet paper so much different on the scale of public acceptance than lube?
Yeah. Like let's all just admit we all have assholes, and we'll go. Things will go smoother from here on out.
Yeah.
But I felt like the fact that like
you
we're
gotta
not
dry it after the bidet. Am I right, guys?
totally.
Yeah.
I
I'm
felt
using
like
my
the fact
day.
I felt like the fact that we weren't using it for its intended purpose, that we were showing.
Right.
It's perfect to me. Like we're doing a fun sports activity using sex lube, but we're still showing off what it does and why it's great. It's not drying out. It's staying incredibly slippery. And, when they saw Wings virtually breaking the sound barrier, they would know I could pounce a pussy with this all night long without drying out. This would be great.
Which
I
is
feel like we
actually
sell a lot of
the
lube.
downside of wet. We talked about this before. That shit's good for 3,000 miles.
Oh, yeah.
And it's going to take a while to get it off in the shower.
I don't
without
feel
you
that
just
way.
feeling
Like,
little
I feel like
do.
a wet washcloth is like plenty good for like cleaning me up.
I'm looking for other solvents. Like if I kept Dawn, right, that like cuts the grease. So here's the thing. Like when I have oil from working on
Put
a
a picture
car.
of the oily duck on the front, and you're trying to get.
Ooh, that paint then it burns. Oh yeah.
If you guys have ever had your hands really oily, like from working on, say, like a gear oil in particular,
Yeah.
it has a particular smell, and it's so thick and greasy that soap doesn't really take it off.
It's in the pores.
Yeah, it makes dirty bubbles, but then afterwards you still have it on your hands. But, Dawn takes grease away or cuts grease or whatever. It's like magic. Like, yeah, this dishwashing liquid really, really gets off like automotive grease.
Yeah, got a little chemistry going on there.
Yeah, so I'm wondering, like, what is the antidote for my slippery cock? Because it, like,
More sex.
I think I'm trying to think how much sex would it take for wet platinum to stop being effective, and the answer I'm coming up with is like
More than one woman can bear.
20
Way too.
20 to 26 hours of sex. Like it would be a lot of sex.
I don't find this. All right, so here's my personal experience with it. Yeah, it definitely, there's some residue left there, but it doesn't bother me.
Yeah.
It's not like it just doesn't bother me at all. It's not like someone is noticing the residue on my dick or anything. It's not like it makes me uncomfortable or I can feel it. It's just like if I were to like rub down there, I'd feel that it's still a little slippery. But a wet washcloth, especially a soapy one, like it cuts that right away. And I think
Maybe I'm just not washing good enough because like hours afterward, I'll feel like in the shower. I'm like, all right, no more feel, nothing. Get out. A few hours later, like you have an itch, and it's like, well, fuck, it returned. It's soaked into the pores, and now it's back.
Yeah.
Have you ever gotten it on the floor in your shower and you can like feel it under your feet being a little slippery?
Yeah, almost had a lawsuit.
Yeah, it's just incredibly slippery. It's my lube of choice. But I always felt like that was just the best video idea. I wanted to do it so badly. I had the storyboard or whatever in my head, the image of Wings. I knew what angles I wanted. Just drone shots, doing 360 flybys and stuff like that. I wanted the budget too. It was going to be a bit expensive. It was going to cost several $1,000s to do, but I just imagined building the ramp and finding the location and figuring out how to make
$50,000 for the video, $2,000 in profit.
Yeah.
It's gonna be awesome though.
$48,000 of that would go to getting a barrel of that food.
I think
hope
I was
they
thinking
provide
10.
it.
I think it was 10 or 12,000 is what we were thinking for budget or something like that. And
Plus the lube.
and plus the lube, of course.
That as a Patreon goal. We'll find a new fat friend.
Wow. Yeah, there's man, one with a sense of humor who's willing to like, be an object
I
of.
would still
Dude,
want
Devin
Wings to do it. I bet he
Supertramp
would
had
do
a
it.
guy. I think his name might have been Matt. I forget. But the video concept was this: they were in like, I'm gonna call it the Grand Canyon. It probably wasn't, but it looked like it. And there was a river and these like tall vertical, like, I don't know, walls of stone. And there's this long inflatable thing, and people sit on the tail of it, and you jump on the head of it, and the people fly up in the air. Have you seen this?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, they had a big man, like a wing style guy. And there's these women just flying everywhere, sometimes in pairs, like two girls sitting on the end. He jumps on it and they're over and they're like, like, this is incredible. And he's like, I've been training my whole life for this. and they did like behind the scenes and stuff, and that guy was so likable. He's my favorite character I think I've ever seen in a Devin Supertramp video. Yeah,
Maybe
he's
I should
awesome.
watch it, Devin.
I remember that guy. You've told me about him before and pointed him out to me, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, I love that video concept, and I like the idea of making those kind of videos that are, you get a film crew, of course. I got no film talent, but I got an idea for like what I want done, and I'd love to see it made. I'd like to direct that a little bit, I guess. Not that it's some Broadway production sending Wings Redemption down a lubricated slip and slide, but
You
I'd
think
like
he
to
could
make
handle it?
happen.
Directing
Could he
that?
handle it?
No.
Yeah. And action. Oh yeah. All right. Really play it up for us. Yeah. Big. You're the man. Superman. Yeah. Now, yeah. To the left. Yeah. Now slap the chest. All right. Now zoom in. We want to see the loop speckle and spray away when he strikes himself. All right. Now go close up on the lips. I want to see those pursed lips of his. Like, I love when he gets like real intense. He does a like Donald Trump pursed lip thing. I loved that when we did the boot camp. That was so much fun. That was.
You seem to have like bipolar thoughts about that.
I
whole
do.
thing.
I do.
Oh, that was such a good time I couldn't fucking wait for that to be over. And
It's both. It's both at the same time. So, in one regard, there were moments that were just funny and hilarious, and I'm glad I got to experience them, and I'll always remember them. And the other, there were times when it was really a drag. And I felt like he wasn't giving 100%, and I felt like I was, and I felt like it was. I honestly felt like it was disrespectful to me because I felt like I was putting so much into this, and I'd taken a month of time out of what was kind of a busy time for me to do this thing because I'd said I would do it, and I wanted to do what I said, and I felt like he was like when he wouldn't stick to the diet, I felt really let down. And it kind of took the steam out of me for the whole thing, kind of soured it for me. But the first 2 weeks, I had a blast. I really enjoyed it. I was, it felt like we were both on the same page and we're having a great time. And the things that, just the little things that come along with having Wings Redemption live with you were just worth doing. I'm glad I did it. I probably wouldn't do it again, though. It was a big commitment. There was a lot to do on my end of things.
well, if you ever think of a skill that you're really good at that you want to train me in, I'll do a boot camp.
Oh.
Or I could gain a lot of weight. I could speed eat.
Oh, I like that.
I bet I could gain 50 pounds in 4 months if I need be.
Well, if you ever want to pull a white boy and just come crash with me for a month or two, you're more than welcome. We have a good time.
he just shows up and lives there for 10 weeks.
Yeah,
He did it a while back.
Yeah, he did. White Boy lived with me for like 3 months, I think, like a whole summer. It was right when he started doing pretty well on YouTube, and he was still living in that really ghetto house in Milwaukee or whatever. And like his car had been broken into, and they would steal they'd break his window to steal his fucking change and like steal the battery out of the car, shit like that, And Kitty was like,
Won't you get out of there? Come stay with us for a while. It's real nice down here.
or whatever she sounds like, and so
That's it?
like yeah, and so like he spent the whole summer with me, and we have a similar like night owl nocturnal sleep schedule, so we'd be out chilling with each other till 4 a.m. every night, and I had a good time with White Boy. I was sad to see him go. I really was. Whenever, because he met Kelly, he kind of like got together with Kelly at my house. She also came and stayed with me for a while, and they kind of got together while they were at my place. And
Ooh,
then
a little hanky-panky at Kyle's house.
yeah, there totally was. There
Not
totally
the first
was.
time. I imagine that to be a house with Hanky Panky as its middle name.
Oh yeah,
All
yeah.
of
There's definitely Whiteboy definitely got laid at my house, and but I remember whenever they left, they kind of left together, and it was like, oh man, it's a shame to see Whiteboy go. It was cool having him here because we
It was
would
like he's
collaborate
standing
on.
on the porch as he's leaving, just kind of like
No, I drove him to the airport, and
wiping your eye a little bit,
yeah,
True
yeah,
love.
yeah.
Jackie
Yeah,
used to have a term for your house. It was like the house of ill repute or something like that. And I'm just like, yeah, I bet all sorts of things that she wouldn't like go down there.
Yeah, we have a good time. Yeah, we always have a good time. But I just remember like it was cool having White. One of the things that so here's one of the things that I think about the difference between Wing staying with me for a month versus Whiteboy staying for a few months. Whiteboy was always looking for like ways for us to collaborate and like bouncing ideas off me, and I'd bounce ideas off him. And I don't know, I'm in a couple of his videos. Like he did like a kill streak video, and FPS Russia was a kill streak, and I helped him film all that stuff, and vice versa. We worked together on a couple little things, and I felt like Wings didn't take advantage of any of that. Like I was more than willing to like, work with him and make little side videos that weren't us working out. If he wanted to do go-karts or if we wanted to like Wings Redemption rides a bull, like we could have made all that stuff happen, but he wasn't really into it. And
You feel like he was kind of a black hole of enthusiasm and ideas.
I feel like he kind of squandered an opportunity because like when we both know a little bit about video making and we're both here together with very different styles and ways of going about things. Maybe we could have collaborated and made like let's fix our cameras.
Yeah.
Maybe we could have collaborated and done like armed him to the teeth, like Wings of Redemption, like covered in guns or something. Like, he's got to like not to be a dick about it. But he's a big guy, so like you could cover his whole exterior with guns. It would have been hilarious. But I just didn't feel like he was into like exploring anything like that. I felt like Whiteboy was always like, hey, we could do this thing, we could do that thing. I could be this, you could be that. What do you think about this? What do you And I just didn't feel like Wings was into it that way. But yeah, I'm definitely glad I did it. It was an experience, right? Like I don't regret a lot of things that were painful and hurt and sucked at the time because it was a life experience. And you kind of like, oh yeah, I did that thing. Well, you never done that? I've done that. And that's one of them. Is the camera coming back? Can you see me?
Let's do the call again. That always.
Oh, I can't hear anything now.
All right, I'm gonna do the call again. Oh, did I not? I did a video call. Ah, there's Taylor. Trying to.
I can see you.
Yeah, Kyle's having a hiccup. He said he couldn't hear us towards the very end.
Oh.
So I've got one. It's kind of a Woody question, so
We'll let you field it.
Yeah. Is there any particular reason you use the S&P 500 over the total stock market index? I was talking to my dad about it, and he said he uses the total stock market index because there is more diversity. Love PKA, Woody Wednesday, keep up the great work. Well, your dad's not wrong. The difference is the S&P 500 is more or less the 500 largest companies, whereas the total stock market index is like all of them. Still proportionately loaded in there. So it has more small caps. I think historically there's a little more volatility in the total stock market index and a little more performance in the total stock market index. But I like the S&P 500, one, because everyone seems to like choose it, and I guess it just sort of defaulted me to it. But the other, I like really big companies because I feel like they're more global. Whereas if you were to work with smaller companies, then you're more American. And, I don't know. In terms of diversification, if you buy Coca-Cola, for example, it might be an American company, but they're selling that stuff all over the planet. So to me, it's not really just an American investment. It's a global investment. So
Yeah.
that's my thought process on that. I'm trying to call Kyle back. I'm not great at this. Add people, FPS, add to call. Try it again.
There he is. What is his picture of?
Buongiorno.
Is that Shakespeare?
That's Shakespeare with a gun, I think.
Yay. All right,
We've
we got
gone
Kyle
through a
back.
number of those. You had Bill Burr for a while. You had
Hitler.
Macho Man Randy Savage.
Macho Man Randy Savage.
Yeah.
You had Hitler for a few months, I think.
I did have Hitler. I got some complaints about that one. Some people don't think the Fuhrer is funny.
That's ridiculous. Just
I know, right?
whole life, start to finish, one big soundtrack. It's a big laugh track. Ugh.
Here's
Love
one.
me.
It keeps burning in my mind. Your hypothetical son is either going to be a habitual weed smoker or a regular steroid user. Which would you prefer?
Habitual weed, because he's not going to hurt anybody. He's not going to be like falling apart, crying, going into rages, and potentially doing like actual damage to his heart, to his liver, to his joints.
To people around him at bars, he gets a little irritable.
He's not going to get in trouble with law enforcement. And you could say the guy with pot could get locked. Okay, but he's not. Unless he's like some sort of drug kingpin. He's not going down for 10 years or anything. But with this steroid thing, that's also an illegal drug. I'd rather have the pot, I think, because at least I know he's not going to actually do bodily harm to himself.
That's exactly my rationale.
It's a tough one. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right. Yeah.
It's a tough one because what I'm doing in my head isn't fair. I'm saying like, well, let's say habitual weed smoker. That also means non-achiever sometimes. Let's assume that habitual weed smoker means that it somehow limits the potential that he would have otherwise.
In the same regard that habitual steroid user might mean guy who kills himself and his wife, because that happens on a regular basis.
Right. That's the thing. And what I was going to say is that what I'm doing is kind of unfair because I'm not an expert, so don't take this as, the PKA medical advice is terrible. But I think that there are people who use steroids and they keep it in control. They have their doses low enough. They cycle on and off in a healthy way. And there are probably steroids that someone can do, and it's not going to make you look like an action figure, but it's going to make you the super version of you. Why, in my head, am I comparing that guy to the guy who smokes weed 6 times a day and can't get the Cheetos off his fingers?
Well, see, now
the comparison seems like it should be a guy who smokes weed 5 times a day versus, who's really into pot, versus a guy who's really into steroids, both equally into their substance of choice. That guy who smokes pot is going to be way better off than the guy who's shooting up constantly.
And I think what you did there is you automatically assume that the guy who smokes pot 5 times a day will be the Cheeto eating
I know, that's what I said I did. I let it off as I'm doing something that's unfair. I'm making the steroid guy responsible and moderating and this and that, and I'm making the weed guy Shaggy from Scooby-Doo.
Yeah.
And that's
because I guess you pick somebody like Seth Rogen. Maybe it's not fair because of what he does. But the guy, he's a writer and a producer. That's what he really does. And an actor, with lines and everything. And that guy totally smokes 5.
He certainly knows how to balance his responsibilities.
Yeah, and I feel like there are people like that with both the steroids and the marijuana, because I totally know, if everybody in baseball, during that huge period of time was doing them, how many breakdowns did we have? How many crazy I know in in the professional wrestling scene, there was the wrestler, God, was it Brett the Hit? I can't remember which one, but there was the guy who from the steroids killed himself, his wife, and maybe another family member or something like that. And it feels like that's a thing that happens
sometimes.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, that's.
Yeah.
I feel like
but there's no good pothead out there who just murders his whole family.
I've arrived at my answer. If it's going to be the responsible sort of controlled, moderated, whatever, then steroids might make him the super him, and that would be a better pick. If it's going to be a guy who really goes overboard, then the downsides of weed are so much less than the downsides of steroids that you'd rather have, the real abuser be a pot abuser.
And I would wager that a guy who's using steroids, even responsibly, every day, by the time he gets to be a 55-year-old regular steroid user, his body's going to have gone through some shit. There's a probably terminal velocity with the use of that, where afterward it just gets to be just awful. Whereas with pot, he could smoke that and he might not be as successful or something, or maybe he gave into laziness, some route in his life, but he's not going to be on death's door potentially from.
I feel like virtually anything in moderation is okay, and I mean that applies to heroin. I mean honestly, if you think about it,
Yeah,
like,
just good luck with moderation.
yeah, exactly. but I think that like if you thought that maybe you could do I would never do heroin. But if someone said, hey, if God comes down and says, hey, I guarantee, like, you're not gonna get any trouble for this, and don't worry, we're just gonna give you a little heroin, but it's gonna be a great time. You'll never want it again. Totally, I'd try the heroin. Like, come on, God, you got a hose, you got the thing to wrap around my arm.
If God tells
why
me
not?
to do any drug, I'm going to do it.
There you go.
None of these drugs must be that lethal, right? Because people are using them for years and they get into trouble and they ruin their lives. But sometimes they tell you that this drug is like a battery acid. Like the first time you do battery acid intravenously, you die.
There you go. Yeah.
And they act like that's, oh yeah, it's just like heroin. No. The heroin must be more like, I don't know, like the drugs that an anesthesiologist gives you, right? They're not on the street, but I imagine they're terrible if you take them all the time. Like, have you guys had surgery? I don't know.
Yeah. I think that's what killed Michael Jackson. He was regularly using that anesthetic. I can't remember. That he had this doctor applying an anesthetic that I think normally you would use to put somebody under to him regularly, and that's what killed him.
There's something that before surgery that the doctor gives you so that you're not scared anymore, right? And I've had a bunch of surgeries. I can't even name them all, but I whatever. 12? I don't know.
Yeah, and, I think I'm 2.
No, I was talking about me. And I like if you were to be like, all right, what do you got to get that ACL fixed again? One of the first things that would pop into my head is like, oh yeah, before the surgery, it's fucking awesome. Like they give you something fantastic, and obviously I'm fine. I have it in moderation, like 12 times a life. But I'm sure that it's awful if you overdo it.
Yeah, I think our bodies are really good at dealing with things that aren't necessarily that great for us. Like, I think anything in moderation is okay. I don't think you're going to get into long-term side effects.
And then, like Taylor said, sorry to cut you off, good luck in moderation, right? There are some things that just don't lend themselves to being moderate.
It seems that way, yeah. And I feel like it's in your environment, too. Because I feel like me or you, Woody, could, like, seek out heroin and do it once and then go back to our normal lives and probably never go back to heroin again because it's not readily available. Like, we don't know. We don't have a heroin hookup. We don't know where to get some fucking smack. But
my
if you
peer
live
group
in an
isn't
environment,
doing it, making me think, that I should too.
But if every day I get up, take a shower, go into wherever the fuck, and there's Bill and there's Dave, and they're both,
you want to join me?
Yeah, they're like, hey man, we're gonna go in the bathroom and shoot up. You want to come? They'd be like, I don't know, maybe a little. Like, come on, man, work's dead today. Let's do this. Like, I'm just like,
better hope work is dead if you're about to shoot up heroin.
That's what I thought as soon as I said it. I was like, what job are we doing? Where heroin
in the break room every day at the DMV before they open.
Honestly, selling cars. You could totally do that. Like, if it's like let's say it's a Wednesday and it's pouring rain outside and it's cold, you might as well shoot up and
what was that
like
video I did? Was it heroin or something else? Is
heroin.
It one that starts with an M?
It's heroin.
It was heroin.
Yeah. There's methamphetamine. That's like Breaking Bad. That's speed. That's
like
I did
the opposite of
heroin. The video I did, it just sounded like the greatest drug in the world. Of course, until it turned south. But it was like, it's 5 a.m. You're going to work. You're caught in the rain. You're stuck in traffic. And you're happy. You're content. There's beauty in every raindrop on the windshield. It's like, oh, fuck. That's the reality I like. That sounds wonderful. If I get
to like 80, I'm just going to go balls to the wall crazy with all that. Just try everything. Just see what, like, by the time I'm 80, I'm going to be almost dead anyway. What's the reason not to just give it a go? Oh, no, you get addicted. You're going to be addicted for the last 9 weeks of your life.
Yeah, if you're terminally ill, go get some, right? If you're terminally ill, you might be on a lot of cool shit already.
Yeah. I don't know. It might be shit that's making you feel even worse, though. You got cancer and you're on chemo and just.
Or it's cool
that's
shit.
when
my brother had chemo, and then there was a pain management team There's like a group of 6 people would come in, and they're pretty much like, "You high enough, bro? Like, how you doing?" and how you feeling on this? Does that make you feel like that? We got some other shit. You can try this. Pain management teams are your friend.
There's a particular drug that comes along with chemotherapy that's for anti-nausea, and we've talked about it before, that it's like a miracle anti-nausea drug. My girlfriend has a prescription for those, and it's so great.
You know, like Tramadol or something?
Yes, I think that's ringing a bell big time. Maybe that is.
Dude,
she's
that
got some
stuff's
Tramadol,
incredible.
but whatever it was, I just remember like every time I get sick, and I hate being nauseous. Dizzy headed, just like you vomit and vomit and vomit, and you just till you're coughing up foam. Basically, I don't know if you've gotten to that level where it's just foam that you're coughing up like bile. And then you take one of these, and like it seems like 10 minutes, and you're just like, oh, thank God. Oh, I feel like a normal person again.
That's like the coolest drug invented in my lifetime.
That's the one where you know it's working, right?
Oh, right? Yeah. I had a surgery when I think it was my broken arm, so I was 17. And I come out of surgery, I'm nauseous, it's terrible, I'm vomiting in this thing. And I had another surgery at 15, same sort of deal. At 19, they go in to remove the tumor that was growing because of the broken arm. And I tell them, this is the thing you're supposed to tell them, like, look, this stuff makes me nauseous. So when I come out of surgery, like, be prepared, like, have the thing, know that I might vomit on the damn tube or whatever, because I react badly to general anesthesia. And they're like, all right, but we got a plan this time. And I come out. I'm pale, I'm sweaty, I'm clammy, the beads are coming out the forehead. They put that shit in the IV, and they're like, how you now? And I'm like, oh, well, actually, yeah, like, I didn't know you could do that. And they're like, yeah, this is new. And, and now it goes out, like I've had, kids, Colin in particular, even Hope, both of them, at one point in their childhood got in this like cycle where they were too sick to eat and drink, and then didn't eat and drink, and it made them too sick, and it was awful. And they're not even wanting a popsicle or something. They give them this, take the popsicle, now the kid's fine again because they've hydrated. And yeah, it's freaking magic. They've cured nausea.
That's where they got you to eat popsicles. Because it's just water.
Yeah. Oh, you didn't know that?
I just like, oh, it's cheap. We can give them to kids. Like, I didn't know.
Yeah, no, they're getting you to drink. Right?
I'm a complete idiot. I never thought about that. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm trying to think what other medications I've taken that I'm instantly like, whoa, that's some good shit. Definitely had some painkillers before from the dentist or from, a broken bone here or there that were just very effective. Oh, my dad. That time I accidentally took all those painkillers when I was like 12 or whatever. My dad had these painkillers. I want to say they were called Ultrams. I don't know. Anyway, he had a ruptured disc in his back, and they had to go in, and there was a surgery, and they gave him these Ultrams, and they were supposed to, alleviate the pain after surgery, and he didn't like them. They made him really dizzy. Just one of them made him just really loopy, and he didn't care for that a bit. So there was a whole bottle of them in there. So I've got a headache or something one night, and I go into the medicine cabinet and get what I think are children's Motrins. Motrin's just like an over-the-counter painkiller. Mm-hmm. And so like the children's version is like really low dosage, and I was like going to have to take like 6 or something. Instead, I took like 5 or 6 of these badass painkillers. So I wake up in the middle of the night, and I can't feel my lower body. From the waist down,
Can you move it?
I can move it, but I don't know I'm moving it, so I'm kind of stumbling and staggering. Like I still know how to walk, but I'm getting no sensory feedback to like know how much operate my knees and ankles and.
What's the word for that, Taylor? Do you know?
Synaptic feedback.
To have that numbness and not be able to. There's got to be a term for it. I'm not familiar.
So I get up and I tell my dad, I'm like, I can't feel
proprioception. That's the term I was looking for.
I'm like, I can't feel my lower body. I'm like, whatever, and I'm throwing up. And I think it's at that point that they're asking me, to eat anything? Do I take anything? And I tell them, and we get the bottles out and realize what I've done. And they drove me to the ER, and they didn't pump my stomach, but they gave me activated charcoal with chocolate milk, which makes it absorbs toxins and then makes you throw up. And I just remember they had that fake wood paneling in the little ER waiting room I was in, and I could see the devil's face in the knots in the wood, and I was like, Daddy, I see the devil in the wall. And he was just like, it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay, doctor. He sees the devil. Satan's in here.
That would be awful at that age.
Yeah, it was.
Set, but that was for my eardrum bursting, and it was not fun. Just feel itchy. I don't get those pills, how people get addicted to it.
Yeah,
it's not pleasant.
I didn't think it was pleasant at all. I bet, you know what I bet would be a good pill to take is the stuff they give heroin addicts. I can't remember. Methadone. Yeah. Methylamine was in my head from Breaking Bad. I'm like,
it's real expensive. They steal them from sometimes.
I just watched that episode where my girlfriend never seen Breaking Bad, so we're going through it. Just got through that episode. I
Billy Burr on the tracks.
Yeah, man. Like I wasn't as big of a Bill Burr fan the first time I watched Breaking Bad, but obviously I am now, and I've rewatched the whole series virtually. I'm like season 5, episode 9 currently, so getting there. And Bill Burr's got like 3 or 4 good episodes for sure. I really liked him as the sort of the EPA inspector guy. That was really funny. But every time I see him on there, I'm like, oh great, Bill Burr's on there. Let's see if I'll pay really close attention and see if he's got any jokes he snuck in there.
Yeah.
He's like, good thing you stopped. It'd have been Pancake City out here.
Yeah, it's like just an awful joke that he would never say.
Yeah. I was wondering that. I was thinking, I was like, did he write any of this? I don't know. I was surprised to see him in there because it's like I don't see him doing any other acting stuff. I'd like to know the genesis of him getting on that show and everything, but I definitely enjoy him in that role.
You know that it wasn't his joke writing, because if that were it, like when it slowed to a stop, he would have got out and be like, fucking women, am I right? Like just.
But you thought I was a broad in here, huh? Yeah, big surprise. Yeah, that's a great episode. Like that whole like heist they pulled off and everything, and then he shoots the fucking. Oh, I'm not gonna spoil fucking Breaking Bad. I don't know what I'm doing. Breaking Bad's great though. If you've never seen Breaking Bad, but it's top 5 shows of the last 5 years on television. I'd say it's a piece of television gold. So check that shit out on Netflix. Television.com/Woody.
Television's better than it's ever been before.
Totally.
I don't even think it's debatable.
Yeah. And I think we're missing out on a few good shows. Like, have you guys ever watched Justified?
No.
That's a good show. It's a pretty good show.
I'm kind of waiting for Fargo to finish, and then I can binge watch it.
Do you know how
Fargo's
long it's going to be for season 3?
No.
2017.
Oh, so like Rick and Morty.
Yeah, like Rick and Morty. Yep. Yeah,
that's gonna suck. I want more Rick and Morty right now. I love that show.
Just finished up. Everybody kept being like, "Yeah, go to CartoonNetwork.com and watch it for free." And it's like, I don't want to watch on a device. I just bought. I bought it on Amazon. It was $20 for the season, and I'll support Rick and Morty team. Like, that's a fucking awesome cartoon.
I saw Amazon has this thing about how they're like re-encoding their entire library to save bandwidth.
It's Netflix, I thought, or is Amazon doing it as well?
It's Netflix. I made a mistake, and I read it, and like I was just trying to glean all the technical details from it. It's fucking shit. Like, it was totally disappointing. It was like if they had said, "Hey, we're going to H.265 or V9 encoding, and we're going to just give you better quality for the same bandwidth or same quality for less bandwidth," I'd be like, "Hey, that's an actual improvement. Fantastic." But instead what they said was, "Well, we feel like you can't tell the difference with certain shows." And My Little Pony.
And they're wrong.
My Little Pony's the one they kept mentioning, right?
Well, but animation in particular, like, you can see it. Like I was watching Rick and Morty the other night, and the bandwidth dropped a little. And I was like, ooh, this looks like shit. And then it picked right back up, and I was like, whoa, that's a massive difference. Like, when it does that with live action, it's like, I wish I had a better picture. But with Rick and Morty, it seemed like I was going from an old school aspect ratio shit tier TV to like, oh, look at, because the animation, the details are drawn. It's an actual fucking line. So if that blurs a little bit, then like that line doubles in size. Your resolution drops in half. and when it sharpened up, everything became so much more crisp and beautiful. But yeah, I read about that, and I doubt I gleaned as much as you did, but I could see that it was not a great thing.
Right? Yeah, they're like, we can go from scene to scene, because like they kept pulling out as an extreme My Little Pony and an Avengers fight scene. An Avengers fight scene has a lot of detail in it. If you think about a crumbling building, how many
Articles.
If I were to take just a blue sky, right? Not a real blue sky, one that has lots of graduations and sunset or whatever, but a cartoon blue sky, which might literally be like someone clicking the paint bucket fill, in the background. That compresses really, really well. If you're thinking about what compression is, it's sort of just describing the picture in a different way. And you could say, all right, yeah, whole fucking thing blue. Compress that down into a small bit of data, and that's that. Whereas a crumbling building, something that's mid-fall, there's so much to tell you. Like, it doesn't compress very well at all. What they do is they just take it in blocks and say, all right, these 4 are this. So you lose resolution. You lose detail in it, but it's easier to send. Anyway, I'm just in my head, I was like, no, like more efficient encoding, I'm on your side. Shittier encoding because you can't tell on certain shows, you lost me. And you say we can't tell, but when 4K rolls along, then we'll be able to see more detail than we did before, and you can tell. And I don't know. I was so disappointed. I thought that it was going to be something cool, and it's something anti-cool.
I felt the exact same way. Yeah, I was like, oh, I bet we're getting more for less. No, we're getting less for less. Okay. Oh, that's not nice. I don't want that.
I wonder if I can see Star Wars tomorrow morning. That'll make someone mad. I wonder if like there's some 10 a.m. showing that's not filled up.
Do you have a Fandango app?
Yep.
I have a Fandango website, I think.
They're all going to be packed tomorrow.
Really? I'm just hoping kids are in school, adults are in work, that there's some 10 a.m. showing that I'm cool with.
Yeah.
Not the Carmike 15.
Not going there.
I saw Creed there, and
too many black people, right?
That's what you said.
It's not what I said. It's what I implied.
What you said. Yeah, I don't use the word that you said.
No. You don't use the word. The people there talk during the film, and the one woman practically held a comedy routine. Going back and forth with the screen.
Yeah, Woody used the J word. I haven't heard that used.
I don't even know what J word might be.
Well, it's a silent J, to be fair. So.
What could you even be talking
There's no way.
You really don't know the J word?
I really don't.
Do you, Taylor?
Yes, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I know Django.
It's
a D word, right?
Yeah. The D is silent.
Oh, I do know that word.
Yeah.
It's
There's
That's
so many
some old-time family racism. Like,
it's a shame racial slurs are so out at this point in time because they're such fun words. If you take away the cultural impact and holding back a race of people and everything, just the words themselves are fun. I like curse words, and I don't feel like I should have to be excluded from that whole branch of curse words. Like I can say fucking cunt and cum, slut, faggot, cock, but I can't say jigaboo, and I don't like that because it's a funny word.
That's the
you
J
should be
word.
able to make people feel bad at every turn.
If that makes you feel bad, you didn't have much of a self-esteem to start with. Work on yourself, not worried about what I'm saying.
Just mean-spirited to walk around and just say things like that to people for no reason.
They're just fun words. That's all. I don't want to like run around calling people that name. I just think
it's not.
I think it's just a fun. They're fun words to like to bandy about and pick apart and have fun with. I like curse words.
They're good.
I saw there was a study that I guess there was sort of an old wives' tale, I suppose, that people who cursed a lot are less intelligent than the rest of the population, and I don't know how what kind of study they did or
what kind of methodology is that?
Right, but they found that there was no correlation between lots of cursing and any lack of intelligence or anything like that. So someone who's dropping F-bombs every other word isn't necessarily a moron.
Yeah.
Here's a movie
some people just like curse.
called the Regal North Hills like movie and grill. Is it possible that it has like nice tables and I could eat nice food there?
It's not going to have tables, but all of these theaters are moving in this direction, where like it'll have a big recliner seat.
Oh,
It'll have something that rotates in front of you.
Tell me
It'll
more.
have a little menu where you can be like, oh, I'll have a Blue Moon, and I will have the chicken fingers or a burger, and they just bring it right to you.
Bum, 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 bum. All of a sudden, the lights come on. Williams, party of 6. Your table is ready. Williams, party of 6. What the fuck? R2D2's on there. Beep, boop, beep, boop. Like lights come on again. Like who had the steak? Who had the beef Wellington? Beef Wellington. Like they're walking around with fajitas sizzling like right past you.
No fajitas. That would be the worst food to get.
That's just going overboard. So at the Mall of Georgia, at the IMAX place, they have, they got basic food at the place. They got burgers and fries and chicken sandwiches and Cinnabon and all that stuff. So I don't feel like you need anything above that. I don't want to have an actual like meal while I'm at the movies, because everybody else has silverware, right? Everybody else is like knife and fork.
Most of it is like hand food, though.
Oh yeah.
Like for this one, like you'd have to be a real douche to be like, oh yeah, I'll have a steak well done with a ceramic plate and a sharp knife.
I'm imagining I don't know, chicken parmesan, right? Like that's a meal that I'm just making up that might be served at one of these places. I feel like that makes a lot of noise, and like the people are like, it's a new thing, right? So people are like, yeah, it's really good. Yeah, you want a bite? No, have a bite. Have a bite. No, it's not that hot. No, it's not. No, it's not spicy. No. Yeah, oregano. I think there's oregano in there.
Who's this character again?
Is that a basil leaf? You're like, shut the fuck up!
That's how I felt at the car, Mike, and there were no food at all.
Yeah, no food free.
Well, they brought their own. There was a bucket of the Colonel's making its rounds, I'm sure. I'm sorry. It was Popeyes.
Like the I won't ruin the movie Creed, but there's a scene in which
they already did.
There's a fight scene, and as you might guess, the boxer's running through his highs and lows, and they're just going back and forth, engaging in the dialogue. You better get up. You better do this. You better you look terrible, and whatever. And it's just like everyone in the theater is laughing except for me, who's like secretly wishing he was in a fist fight with her.
Yeah, and look, in modern society, there's nothing to be done for that scenario. I don't feel like.
Yeah, no guns in the theater anymore.
Because you might be dealing with a fucking idiot who will escalate things, and it's like, do you really want to get in a fist fight? That's what I said last week when there was the couple who were being really loud. It's like, yeah, I could say something, but what's my end game if the dude stands up and wants to throw down here in the middle of this fucking like Katniss Everdeen movie? Like, am I going to fist fight this dude right now? He's a big dude.
You gonna go to jail for this?
Yeah. Am I going to jail tonight just to prove a point? Like, I mean, the movie was only $40. Like, I bet bail's gonna be a little more, and then and I might get my ass kicked right here too. This is a big fucking dude. It's just not gonna end well. But I want to be like, hey, would you tell her to shut her cock holster? Would you just calm her the fuck down? I'd be like, I really would just. If I'm God, right? Like if I can just do whatever the fuck I want, nobody can say shit. I want to just spit right in her mouth. I want to wait until she like opens her big fucking mouth to say another word, and I want to have a loogie saved up, and I want to be like eyeballing her, right? And just waiting for her to open that big fucking yap of hers again, and just spit a loogie right in her mouth and just slap the shit out of her, and I want to piss on him. That's what I want, because I want to pull a Wings of Redemption up there and piss on somebody.
You are
all
God,
I want to do.
The most intelligent, sentient being in the universe.
Yeah.
And you want to spit in her mouth.
I just want to
like,
slide her a business card that says
spit,
"Shut
so
your
just
cock
like
holster." Right?
A meteor.
Just pass it on. Like shh. Pass
I
her
want
a
the
card.
lights to come up. I want the projectionist to like stop the movie. I want to like be like. I want the rest of the crowd to see what happens. I want
a fortune cookie. You should hand them a fortune cookie, right? They'll like excitedly open it and be like, "Shut your cock holster, honey. Look at this," and they'll all go through and observe the fortune.
I would rather hand them a flaming bag of shit. I hate it. So it's so disrespectful, and I feel like in this like day and age, it's like don't you realize, like, there's so much in pop culture making fun of the fact that like black people talk during movies, that if I'm a black person, it's like Dave Chappelle said, like not wanting to eat fried chicken in public. It's like I don't want to live out, to play out a stereotype in real life. Like if that's me, I don't want to be a loud person in a movie if I'm black. I don't want people looking at me and be like, yeah, told you it's true.
I was in the minority though, right? Because everyone else was laughing at her jokes and thinking that it seemingly felt like it added to the movie, like their experience was better. In the same way that we loved it. Remember we went to the UFC fight in Chicago? People were cheering. It was almost like going to a sporting
event.
Yeah, it was a sporting event, and the fact that people were pulling for their different fighters and stuff, it added to the atmosphere that I enjoyed. I felt like to these guys, her talking to the screen added to the atmosphere of this movie. So
I can't imagine a situation where I would appreciate someone speaking that loudly in a movie theater.
In the same regard as I hate it if you're in a stand-up show and someone starts trying to add to the jokes. It's like, shut the fuck up. You paid to be here. He's getting paid to be here. There's a reason that is the case. All right? Like, you're an orthodontist. He's a fucking comedian. You shut the fuck up. Let him do his thing. And at the movies, like, I paid to hear every word of that dialogue and to see every frame of that movie. And if you every one of them you steal from me is pissing me off another penny worth. Like whatever it is, I paid $40 for this 2 hours, and every second of it has a monetary value, and I can't get it back. I'm gonna go watch 2 hours of this shit just to miss the scene that you ruined, you stupid bitch. I really hate it when people talk during movies.
And then she was angry.
She did. It goes boop, and she's like, let's see what Becky's doing, and it's just like, are you insane? Like, are you a caricature of an annoying person? Because you're perfect. You're I hate it. I hate it so much. I wish there was
a
something
social experiment to try and bait racists out there, where they wouldn't show like what she was actually doing, and then if you had got up and been like, you're all like this, or, like, yelled something, and then they would like
this
take that. This
controls my pacemaker.
Yeah.
That keeps me alive since the war.
I am so sorry. Sometimes my breathing apparatus makes noise. I just try to live the way I can.
Yeah, something like that would happen. Just completely.
Dude, there's a lot of showtimes open tomorrow at this place. Like 5, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's 12 showtimes open.
I want to see it. I want to see. I want to see what J.J. Abrams has done with this thing, because I've said it before, but I'll say it again for those of you who may not hear. I don't think there's ever been a good Star Wars movie. Period. I don't think any of them are good. None of them. None of the Star Wars movies that have been made are good movies. I think that it's an amazing story and a really great premise. The whole space pirate thing. The characters themselves are
Star Wars. Did you?
Star Wars is what I'm talking about.
I think you said it right. I just heard it wrong.
Sure.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, like, you go back and watch Darth Vader and Luke Skywalker facing off in those lightsaber battles and stuff, and it is lame as shit, especially when you know the mythology, the story behind those characters and what they're supposed to be capable of, and what their reflexes and their control of the Force and all the abilities they have, and their physical capabilities and all that. And it's just shit. It's shit tier. The best Star Wars content as of right now, excluding Episode 7, is the Clone Wars animated series that's on Netflix. That's amazing. It's great stuff. It's everything that I wanted from the Star Wars movies. And it's like adult animation. I love it. But those Star Wars movies suck. Especially the Episodes 1, 2, and 3, those are scum. And the originals that were made in the 70s, the first one is cheesy and really poorly made, if you ask me. The second one is a decent movie, and a lot of cool stuff happens, and I almost like it. The third one is shit. The third one is absolute shit tier. The whole idea of these fucking Imperial troopers who are clones of Boba Fett, the most hard-ass motherfucker in the galaxy, supposedly, though that's very debatable. If you the fact that those guys are getting taken out by those little munchkin motherfuckers is just
teddy bears. It's like I could take out the entire species with an AR-15, and you just sit down a huge squadron of guys with those at things, those big walker things. There's like 2 walker things.
like huge squads of these stormtroopers. They got the hover bike things, whatever those are called, and they got communication radios. Like, you know, they're up in space looking down. They got recon, and somehow the teddy bears come in and whip their ass. Like, it takes. I talk about suspension of
They
disbelief.
had knowledge of slingshots, Kyle.
Oh, they were cave people, and
Yeah.
they weren't even cave people. They were cave teddy bears. I really hate that. When you're playing to the children, when your whole goal is all about how can we sell a new toy? Let's make some speeder toys. Let's make sure that we can make a video game out of this. Let's make sure the 7 to 10-year-old audience is played to. Then you're not getting my approval. Like all those Star Wars movies are shit. And I mean, go back and watch them. Just go back and watch them and tell them that they hold you captivated the way like Star Trek, the first Star Trek reboot that J.J. Abrams did. God, it's just amazing right from the beginning with you got that huge scene, crazy stuff happening. It's amazing. And then and you know the music, everything from the music choices to the way it's shot. It's edited so well. You don't feel like there's a bunch of fat left.
This is interesting. So, Star Wars traditionally has a lot of downtime, right? If you think about how much time is spent talking about like imperial politics and Senate voting and bullshit like that, someone being happy or unhappy, there's a lot of slow dialogue and politics. I like politics, and I can't stand Star Wars politics. On the other hand, J.J. Abrams keeps that shit moving. If he has something to tell you, like if you think about the conversations between like the Doctor and Kirk or Spock and Kirk, they're always happening while a ship is crashing, and there's, you know, the cameras and the people are speed walking through shit blowing up, or you know, maybe they're just in a bay where they're like repairing, you know, smaller ships or something like that. Sparks are flying, people are speed walking. The whole thing is paced quickly. If they can do a Star Wars and remove all that sleepy time bullshit, that'd be a pretty amazing movie.
Take all the kids shit out of it. Take it out. Like I hate it. And I know they won't. I'm really.
They might.
I'm going into this and I'm thinking coin flip. Like if this is some sort of, if it even reminds me at all, if there's a Jar Jar Binks type character, if there's anything silly or goofy or any caricatures of Jamaican accents or fucking, if there's some ridiculous Australian fucking alien or something who keeps making, who's got a pouch and like surfs or something, like I'm just gonna blow my brains out.
Or if he even has that accent, like that, wouldn't that irritate the shit out of you if he's like, oh, that's Wild Pete. He gets us all the space money we need, and he comes over. All right, who am I talking to over here? It's like, oh no, the Imperials. Yeah, Jedi. My father told me about you. Yeah,
No.
It would take me out of the moment immediately.
Keep those fucking kangaroo humpers out of my Star Wars.
I want it to be dark and gritty. I want my Star Wars bad guy to be. I want my Star Wars bad guy to be a demigod. I want him to be like
And
Thor
I want my
with
good
lightsaber.
guys to be flawed.
I want my bad guy to be Thor with a lightsaber. I want my good guy to be flawed, to have issues, to be a bit gritty himself, and I want him to fucking kill some shit. When the shit hits the fan, I want him to get mad. I want him to like to maybe like occasionally go over to the dark side of the Force and fucking put some lightning on some people. What if Luke Skywalker did that? What if he's like got that hooded thing on and he's just sitting there like hands crossed in front of him and he's like surrounded by like 1,000 bad guys, and all of a sudden he starts like going Super Saiyan or whatever and like hits the dark force lightning on all of them, and he's making eyeballs pop out of heads like Indiana Jones style, faces melting claymation. That's what I want.
Right? You know, like Luke
that.
Skywalker's trying to get some shit done. He does some like Raiders of the Lost Ark face melting, and they're like, how'd you just do that? And you're like, it was for the greater good. And then you and the audience get to determine whether or not he's a good guy or a bad guy, whether this is for the greater good.
I want him to kill things that aren't robots or clones.
Thank
where
you.
like he has plausible deniability of, well, he's still a good guy. He only killed like a lawnmower for all intents and purposes.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I want him to be. I want him to just indiscriminately, like I want him to be kind of like waving that lightsaber around in his spare time, not caring who he kills with it. I love the lightsaber. I love the idea of it. I remember in high school us discussing how a theoretical lightsaber would work with the electromagnetic field controlling superheated plasma, which is like four stage of matter. It's superheated gas, what the sun's kind of made out of in a way. That'd be cool.
I got some in my microwave from time to time.
Sure. Well, a form of it, right? But if you had a superheated plasma, let's say it's burning in there 12,000 degrees or something like that. It's contained in the magnetic field. You can shape it however you want. You can change the length and everything, and that's an incredible, cool.
I'm way out of my depth.
I want to see him do something kind of like in American Sniper, where he's looking, when he's looking through the scope and he sees the kid and he's like, no, 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 no. I want to see that where like he's there with his lightsaber, the hero, and he sees a kid pick up like a blaster and like be aiming it at the bidding of the bad guys towards like a compound of explosives, and he has to be like, no, no, and then eventually he just has to do that Jedi sword throw, decapitate the child, and it comes back, and there's a big growing moment for him where he realized he had to do it for the greater good, but it's very brutal.
What if that was the Australian Jedi? Like he threw his like a boomerang. He had the.
No! Let me feel this one, Luke.
Think about that boomer saber. And he's just like got a koala who like talks on his shoulder. That's a character. George Lucas just heard that and he's like, oh, brilliant. Think of the little baby koala toys. This would be great.
I heard George Lucas gave
Vegemite.
I heard Lucas gave input on the new Star Wars, and they just completely ignored him and shut him out of the process. Yeah, and I was encouraged by that.
Me too.
I feel like anything that fat fuck says should just be ignored and written off.
I wish people would go get him and like beat him up. I want bad.
Awful. Yeah.
I think he's bad. I think he's bad at making movies, and he should feel bad.
He's just God. I see like money whore. I see like the little things like Jar Jar's really the key to this movie.
Like compromising your artistic fucking scruples to make that goddamn cartoon.
Not even making good movies.
$1 billion the toys.
Like if he was like, look, we need to make a great movie so that this thing really profits, I'd be like, knock yourself out. That's great. But no, he just makes shithole fucking awfulness.
Yeah, I don't like George Lucas.
I don't like him.
He didn't give the aliens like alien accents. He just would give the aliens different accents from people on Earth, which I didn't like.
So lame.
Like he's just like those ones. They were Asian, the ones who sold the clones, like hyper Japanese, and then
welcome to a clone planet. We are cloning very good.
That's basically what it was like. It was basically like that. And then Jar Jar Binks was just kind of racist.
Great dishonor. I hated it. It's such shit. It's so bad. And that Hayden Christensen kid, I don't even want to go into it again, but Star Wars sucks, man. Star Wars sucks, and it's always sucked. But it's a great story, and they got a lot to build on, and I hope J.J. Abrams has done something amazing. Because if he has, I feel like he cements himself in like a whole new tier of directors. He's close anyway. He's done amazing things. But I feel like he gets this. He establishes another franchise, another multi-billion-dollar trilogy franchise, which is what this is surely going to be, right? This thing's going to clear fucking $5 billion between 3 movies by the time it's all said and done. And if he is the head of that, if he spearheads that and does that, then he's on another tier. He's on another level with guys like Spielberg. And
a part of me is like, hey, J.J. Abrams, can you do Star Trek 2? I know, it's a side thing, but I really like what you do there. Just keep it going.
It's so funny. He's producing the third Star Trek, and I think they're playing that up a lot, and they're really downplaying who the actual director is.
Is it M. Night Shyamalan? Whatever.
No,
hopefully not.
It's not M. Night Shyamalan.
We're in a simulator the whole time. They're not even in space. This is Saved by the Bell.
Right.
We were in Screech's dream the whole time.
This is the end of my beard. Jackie, I think I need to shave it like Monday or something, Tuesday. So
I wonder if you should sell the hair to fans. See what they.
Disgusting.
That is horrible.
whenever I took my sound my lab mic off the other day, it ripped out like a bunch of chest hair, And Chad was like, "Oh, these are worth a lot of money online," and like put it in his pocket real quick, like as a joke. And it reminded me of how I saw Britney Spears use chewing gum on eBay one time, and there was a bit of a news story about it. And I guess the guy had proof that it was hers, and she tossed it in a can, and they were selling her used bubble gum, like chewed chewing gum, for a crazy amount of money.
That's-
Would you? What would
I
you
feel
pay
like
for?
I grew a beard.
You totally did grow a beard.
Yeah, it is undeniably
you're
a
still
beard. It could be
forging ahead.
thicker here. It's thicker than it looks. It's all blonde and red and stuff. But I'm looking at this action here, and that's just a beard.
Yeah.
I don't think if I saw me looking like if I just ran across me today and saw me sitting at a table at a restaurant, I wouldn't be like, oh, he's trying to grow his beard out. No, grew a beard,
Mission accomplished.
did a thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Kyle, forge ahead with me.
Sure. I'll keep it going for a little while. I got a little more going on than say a Joe Lauzon might. I think.
Yes, Joe Lauzon is good at fighting, terrible at beard growing.
Yeah,
Dreadful.
yeah. I got Joe beat in that regard. That and competitive eating. Those are my two.
Yeah, you guys
I'm
eat
better than
gross-
Joe at.
Gross burgers. Kind of.
Oh, they're so gross.
Lukewarm.
Shit. Warm my ass. They were like room temperature.
I said
And
lukewarm,
dry.
but I guess that was an overestimate as well.
Yeah, they were so dry. There was nothing on them. It was just cheese and meat and bread. I needed some mustard on that shit. I just remember choking down an entire half of a burger in one gulp just to make sure I could, because that's how I won, right? Like I forced myself to swallow something I shouldn't have been able to swallow because there's just no,
That's
chewing
what I
on-
like about you.
Sometimes you got to do that to get ahead in life. You know.
Yeah,
Taylor and I both went there.
a little bit, and we're both like eating and chewing at roughly the same speed. And I was like, the only way I'm going to get ahead is if I
Just
do something
suck
that
it
he's not
down.
willing to do, and that's not chew enough. That's swallow a piece that's too big to swallow. And so like I put a half of a burger in my mouth. chewed it
The
twice.
secret to your success was less teeth and just
and more
swallow.
more lube. I like put half a burger in my mouth, chewed like chomp 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 chomp, poured water and just swallowed and just tried to fight the gag reflex when I could feel the lump going down.
I think your audience appreciated it.
Yeah, I definitely did. I came out with the W, and then I purposely went and vomited around the corner so that I could have a real meal because I didn't want my like Chicago night out night out on the town meal to be those crusty fucking disgusting cheeseburgers. That was so awful.
He's probably watching Star Wars right now,
Yeah.
It is.
or it's over.
Yeah, I've had a couple people text me. That's what they're doing right now. They're in line somewhere. They're going in,
See
whatever.
mine in the morning. I think I'm gonna get out there.
Yeah, maybe I will too. I'm definitely gonna get it watched soon-ish because I'm afraid of spoilers, and the nature.
Especially being us, right? Like I just feel like you can't hit Twitter or something at the risk.
It's mostly like I feel like I'm good at like taking context clues and like, oh shit, that's what that picture means. Like if I see a frame and like and I see that it's like red, it's a lit up red thing and spoiler alert or whatever, I can instantly be like, oh, that image plus the fact that they're saying it's a spoiler plus the fact that I can see a lightsaber. Now I know. All I needed to see was that one image and this guy holding a red lightsaber, and I'm like, oh shit, now it's ruined. So I got to be super careful because I feel like I'm, I guess, a little more intuitive than the average person. I can pick up on some shit.
I have a different. I feel like it's not that I'm not intuitive, although that's a possibility. Sometimes it's just that my standard of proof is really high. Like I've talked about it on the show before with regards to like this food makes me sick. Jackie will be like, I ate this, I got sick. This food makes me sick. I'll be like, we need to do it 2 more times to control for variables, right? Like, maybe there was a passing cloud. Maybe I ate 2 things. Maybe, yes, I've had saltines 10,000 times in my life, but this saltine was the bad one. I don't. And Jackie hates it when she talks to me. She'll like say, she, and then the next she refers to someone else. And she's like, all my friends are able to follow me. But in my heart, I never jump to conclusions. You need to disambiguate all your direct objects when you talk to me. It's the beard.
Yeah.
So I feel like I'm not dumb, I just require, you have to take away all the ambiguous references. You have to really prove it.
Mm-hmm.
Remove all the other controls or all the other variables, so you only have controls, and then I know for sure. That's my.
There was. I wish I could
operandi.
remember I wish I could remember the movie, but there was just this movie where like Chiz and I both knew that we were dealing with a married couple, and you were like, they're married? How do you know? And we're like, well, the rings on their fingers, and they're sleeping in the same bed, and the pictures on the wall, and driving on the same driveway, and you're like, well, none of that really says that they're married. It's like,
yeah. Did you see him walk down the aisle? That's how you know for sure.
I don't see the movie movie marriage certificate. I don't know.
Yeah.
I need to see
deal
some
breaker for me.
documentation. I need some movie proof. Okay.
I feel like I could do better in what I call jumping to conclusions, what you call putting the pieces together, because my my burden of proof is way too high, and I miss stuff that that probably not supposed to. But I wonder if there's other computer programmers out there that this has happened to their head, that they just purposely don't fill in all the blanks because
there's subtext there that sometimes you don't pick up. I'm trying to think like, did you pick up in Bone Tomahawk that Mrs. O'Dwyer had been raped many times?
I think I did pick up on that. I forget what the context.
Seems like it would be an easy thing to pick up on.
Well, he asked how many there are, and she kind of she has a hard time getting it out, but she's like, she tells him the number. It's like a dozen or something. And it was implied by her having, being emotional while explaining the number of guys there were, was that she was counting how many had raped her, and that's how she knew how many there were. And but no one says that. You just kind of
didn't say it, but and then when when they responded to her number, I felt like there was a certain like shadow over it. Like the other people weren't analytical. Like 11, right? Gotcha.
No, I felt like that. No, they picked up on it
They
too.
picked up, and that helped me pick up on it. They were like, and it's like, ooh, it's been a rough 11 or 12.
I liked Bone Tomahawk a lot. I really enjoyed that. I felt like movies don't surprise me often. Movies don't catch me off guard often. But the violence displayed in the last act of that movie, I was like, whoa, hang on a minute. What am I watching here? This is different than what I thought I was getting. Movies are so formulaic now, and so, A, B, C, D, E, right down the middle. You kind of know what's going to come. That I love that movie just for that fact, and I thought the acting was great. I like westerns, and
the main characters showed a determination that got me excited.
Yeah.
I don't want to ruin anything, but in the first couple minutes of the film, a person goes missing, and then they go to get her or him, and then the effort of going for that rescue is a lot tougher than you might guess, and they're so determined. Like and there was no weak link in there. You'd think there would be. There's one guy who seemed like he was a little slow or something, but he was not a weak link. There were no weak links. It was a great movie. That's why I enjoyed it.
My dad watched it. I had recommended it to him, and he found it on there. He liked it a lot. I really enjoyed that thing. I don't know what else to say about it. I really want to see, the Hateful Eight. I really want to make that happen. Get Jennifer Jason Leigh,
Opens on
Samuel L.
Christmas.
Jackson,
It's gonna be
Kurt
good.
Russell. Looking forward to seeing that. I'm much more excited about that than I am Star Wars. If I had to pick one, it'd be the Hateful Eight.
Oh, me too.
The people involved in the Hateful Eight seem very proud of it, and that's selling it to me. I don't know what it's about, other than I guess I know something it's about. But I know it's a Western, and I know that there's 8 people, and they don't fully trust each other, and etc. And but everyone in it seems to think they made a masterpiece. That they're
I hope so.
an
I hope
Oscar
so.
lock, and yeah.
I really enjoyed the Tarantino interview on Stern. What of it I heard. I'll get around to hearing the rest of it later in the week, but it was really cool to hear him talk about that stuff. Apparently, Adam Sandler was supposed to be the Bear Jew in Inglourious Bastards, but at the time he was filming funny people and couldn't do it. But that role was written for Sandler, and I can't.
That would have been awful.
I don't know. I don't know if it would have or not, because like you think about, like, Eli Roth in that role, it was pretty. Sandler can do the Boston accent too. He's really good at it. I I don't know.
I don't know
what it
either.
would've been like.
It might have changed. I assume I have faith in Tarantino, so I assume that you wouldn't get the water boy in that performance, right? That he would get something out of Adam Sandler that you don't typically get in his shitty movies. So maybe something cool would have happened. Maybe Adam Sandler would have turned a corner and stopped making shitty movies, but instead he just makes movies that suck so bad they're sponsored by Dirt Devil.
Have you ever seen Punch Drunk Love?
No.
All right,
Good
so let's
little
watch.
joke there, Woody. I got it.
Let's watch a minute of Punch Drunk Love.
Okay.
What you need to know about this is that Adam Sandler's character is he has a hard time in life. He has a hard time with like relationships and like sharing emotions and stuff and dealing with emotion. But he loves this woman very much.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Ready, set, play.
These men did this to them on purpose.
Uh-oh. Does she die? Or are we supposed to know that? Anyway, I'll watch.
No, she's fine.
Why'd he give that to him?
He's done with him.
There's some fun. Are you okay?
The last guy was a kid.
What is this?
It's okay. It's okay.
Well, that's interesting.
It's an interesting movie. I think it's one of his best. I really like that movie. It's got Philip Seymour Hoffman in it.
like
Lots
him.
of good acting, lots of awkwardness, and sort of. It's a bit slow paced at times. I mean, you've got to appreciate the acting in the movie to get on board with it. But it's a love story about a guy who's not emotionally stable. He doesn't go water boy on you at all, but he's a guy who, like, always right below the surface is this violent temperament where he's just not emotionally stable and he can lose it. He can go bipolar and just come unglued really quickly.
I saw a good movie today. Odd Thomas. Have you seen it?
Never even heard of it.
Odd Thomas is on Netflix right now. I think I found it one day. I was on like Rotten Tomatoes or something, and they have filters for just Netflix where you can find highly rated stuff. Stuck it in my like watch later queue, and today I just tried it. The guy can see dead people, and they give him clues as to bad things that are going to happen. He has a girlfriend that he loves very much, and something big is going down in that town, and it is awesome. It's really good. I don't want to ruin a thing, but
I'll check that out.
Yeah,
it's on
it
Netflix.
was-
You say?
Yeah, it was really, really well done, and I was just like, like it started off kind of. There was an element of goofy to it, and I didn't expect it to be so hard hitting. So, very cool.
Want to call the show there?
Yeah. Check out Odd Thomas, everyone. I'm going to check out Star Wars.
Check out Thomas. And check out the merch store.
Yeah.
Definitely check out the merch store. Very proud of what Taylor's put together for us. I think there's some cool stuff on there. Lots of nice designs. I can honestly say, like, I went through there and I was like, I want one of virtually every one of these. I like them all.
There's going to be more all the time.
Yeah, there's some really funny stuff that apply to each of us. There's a Cliff Hutchinson attorney at law shirt. There's a Kyle's tranny prepare shirt. There's what's the Woody centric one?
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus. I don't know. There's one on his face, and then they're doing one now for, it's going to be like, take a walk on my happy trail, or something to do with happy trails for Woody.
Yeah. So there's something for everybody. There's some and we made shirts that are not only good quality. We picked shirts that are not only good quality fabric, but they're designs that you wouldn't have an issue wearing in front of your grandmother or a coworker or something if you saw them out. It's not like it says like pussy and blow on the front or something like that.
I like the gluten shirt. I still think it's my favorite.
Yeah, the gluten shirt, very funny. Good call.
Yeah, so check those out.
All right. Very good. So Painkiller Ready, episode 261. Thanks, everyone.
See ya.